I'm basically done. Okay. I am here. Uh, no, actually, quark and cereal. So, yeah, I have no idea. But I guess like a bit more protein. That's the idea behind the quark thing. Yeah. So, hello, everybody. And hello, Malik. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here already. I don't need to start alone. As you might notice, I have a new chair. Well, technically, it's not my chair. I can only use it today, sadly. But yeah, it's the new chair of Zeg. Because as you might have, sort of like seen in the last stream, like, or actually, no, that wasn't in the last stream. That was when I was playing like League with Fluffy. Yeah. But yeah, like Zeg literally broke his chair. Um. Like the not only like actually like breaking the chair because that would require strength, right? But like the seating cover, it was one of those like IKEA chairs which just has like a very tightly sort of like a, so it's not like an actual like, I don't know, like pillow you sit on, but it's more like a mm, like one layer of fabric which is like really tightly wrapped around the like metal frame, and then you sort of like sit on this. And yeah, it ripped. So but we actually got our money back. It was so insane. Like we this chair had like 3 years of like warranty from IKEA, and we were like let me actually check, 1 week before the warranty would have like been done. So yesterday, like sort of like right when it happened, or like the day after, I think, we went to IKEA and we were able to get the entire money back. Really cool. And then Zach bought yeah, a new chair for him. Um, and this is the one, and I really like it. Really jealous. I'm gonna steal that chair whenever I can. Ah, hi Pyro, welcome, welcome. You don't want to be at work? Mm. How long do you still have to go, White Milk? Are you like right now having like your like a break or something? Mm. My phone is like nearly dying, but I don't think I have any like cable here. You had an oral exam French today. It went awful. Oh no. How awful are we talking, Pyro? Like, are you gonna like pass? Is there something like passing in the like level in your school you're in right now? Or can you actually like get the worst grades and then like it's only the overall grade which counts? So like in essence, how bad is it? How bad are the consequences if it's bad? There's a chance, but I'm looking at like 8 out of 15 at best or so. Well, 8 out of 15, still decent now. Like maybe not like for your standards, right? But it's like not a grade which is sort of like denying you future options, I think. So, but yeah, let's hope it's more like at best. and doesn't pass the there's still like if you have the like 15-point system, it's the same system as in Germany, I think. But let me check that with you real quick because in Germany we had like a rule that if you get like 5 points is the minimum grade to like technically like pass. And anything below 5 points is a grade where like if you get it on your like overall grade or like if you get it on like a specific amount of tests, then it's actually sort of like bad. Because it's technically a failing grade. But is that the same in Belgium or no? Oh, sorry, I just left my glasses somewhere. But the seat is too comfy, I'm not gonna get up. I don't even understand my own point system. Okay, well, anyways then. Uh, okay, but at least like let's just hope for the best. But it doesn't seem like there's like too harsh of a consequence, I guess. Well, I'm only sitting in this chair for like 10 minutes now, but it's really like it's a lounging chair. I'm like, you can sit like so not straight in this chair. And the coolest thing is, it has space for you to like to do this because the things here are like not as far to the front, and it's rolling really well, which is also really cool. Yeah, I'm obsessed. It has fancy new shine. Welcome back, White Milk. I wanted to ask actually if you're like if you have a break right now, White Milk, or like how I just like watching while working. And why is work like so like especially bad today? Was there anything like specific happening or is it just shit day? The most annoying part of today is that I didn't get to see her much today, only in the morning before she had to go to her exam. Normally every time after the exam we just sit together until we gotta leave. Aw. But today there was no like time, classes didn't like line up or something? Ah. Because exams, yeah, they take longer. Oh, I mean, if you like had to catch your bus, then you're already at home, right? Like you're already done with school and stuff. Like maybe you can see each other after school? No? Or is there no time for that today? But yeah, at the beginning of a new relationship, being apart is hard. Okay, you just got on your bus. Well, I mean, still later, right? Like you could meet up again or no? Hmm. Oh, that's always annoying. I like so when my family moved, I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but essentially, like when I was living back in Germany with my mum, it's at some point she moved towns and I had to also move my school. So I was like for half a year. So I switched within the year, and then I had half a year left in that other school, and I hated that other school. To be fair though, I just honestly hated everything about it. Not only the other school, but I just hated the whole situation because I didn't want to like leave my friends, right? So I was definitely not trying to enjoy that other school. Like, I think I honestly could have been like very fine. Like, my grades were actually the best at that other school. But I just looked for any reason to hate it, genuinely. Um, and then after that, like half year, I went back to my normal school, which meant that I had to take a bus, which was very, like multiple buses. But the connection I was taking was very rare. Um, oh, some fireworks outside. Um, but it was like there was like three, I think, on the entire day. So I had like one in the morning, but it was like too early. It arrived too early, like half an hour early or something even. And it started like I had to actually catch the bus at like 6 o'clock. So I had to get up before six. Um, and then I was in that bus for like 1 hour and a half or something. I arrived at the school. I had to wait. Then school was happening, and then I had like one bus at like normal school end, and then one after after like 4 extra hours of school. So like the like the most essentially. But with the last one, it was so shitty because it was actually like it wasn't like perfectly fitting that end of school. So the teachers, like I always had to beg for the teachers to let me out like 10 minutes earlier because it wasn't even like going to school, but it was only halting at university. So I had to like run from school to university and catch that bus. And it was literally leaving like 2 minutes after I could leave class, like usually. So, and this was like I don't know, like 2 kilometers or something away where the bus was leaving. So I had to like always get out earlier and otherwise I wouldn't make it. And I still had to run. And sometimes I still didn't make it because it was like coming a little bit too early and stuff like this. Um, so with only having these two buses, it was really, really shit. And essentially at the point I was like together with Zach because he was living like in that town, like sort of close by. I don't know, like every time I missed the bus, I just stayed at his place. They were like, so I was low key moving in with them at some point. But yeah, that was sort of like how I handled that whole thing because I don't know, it's really, really shitty. But what I also know now is that, but sadly we didn't really know that back then. But now that my sister's actually also going to school, which is a bit further away, my mum found out that there's actually sort of like an official meeting from the city to plan the school buses for next year, where you can like attend or like request something or some shit or something like this. So now she's like always trying to like get them like good school buses and stuff like this, and sort of like active on that. Um, so I don't know, like if that's something in your city, like your city might have that as well, might be worth looking into sort of like begging your parents to get into that and make known the opinion that the school buses are shit and when they would need to be good. But yeah. But it takes a lot. Like, how long is your bus, by the way, Pyro? Drinking? Yes. You too, white milk. And everybody else, stay hydrated. Just the day has been exhausting. I see. You have like, you say like you don't know why. It has there been like, I don't know, has it maybe not been anything on this day, but like in the past days? Because sometimes like exhaustion levels like really like just carry on from like the day before. I mean, but at the same time, for you, it's like probably hard to tell if it's coming from sleep or something else, no? Because of the insomnia. No! Of course, in the moment, I literally talk to White Milk. Yeah, he gets stream lags. Sag. Like half an hour? And there's only like, and the, all the, like, the bus schedules are so shit and you only have one bus. Why though? Like, so it's not even that far away. What the hell? Like, there was a reason, at least for my bus to be like rare, because it was like 1.5 hours away. But like, what the hell? You're back? Nice. Um, what was I saying? So first of all, hydrate. And then the second thing I was saying is if your exhaustion levels have maybe carried on from yesterday. But then I also was like, probably it's hard for you to tell if it's coming from like insomnia or just other things, right? Or at least that's what I could imagine. Hmm. Do you know of anybody in your school, Pyro, who's actually um like do other people like it as well? Probably, right? Because sometimes, or essentially in my school, there was always this one person being like coming from sort of like a bureaucracy family, seeing something like this, being really pissed off, and then actually like collecting signatures or like writing them like an angry email or something like this, or like somehow being in the talk about this. If you have one of those people at your school, it would be maybe worth a try actually to get into it and like try to help them, to support them, like sign, tell other people about it, copy their email, write it to, stuff like this. Because like shit like this actually works. Like on normal city level, like literally like voicing your concerns works more times than not. I literally had like I once while in university, I wrote one email and because of my email, because I wrote it like I'm gonna be honest, like I wasn't chill about any of this. I wrote it to the government. I didn't text my university or anything. I wrote it to the government. And then my university had to change stuff because they were essentially going against the law. And then my university sent out like a really angry email, being sort of like, I don't know which bitch like was telling on us, but like you wouldn't have needed to like talk to us next time. Where I was like, bro, like we literally like we're not happy about this. Like don't try to be like, oh, like you could have just talked to us. Like normally when we talk to you, like nothing happens. You just say like suck it up, whatever. So that was actually really funny because it was literally one email and they got an angry letter from the government, which and then had to replan their whole like exam schedule. So I don't know. I'm just saying, like sometimes these angry letters work. And like cities especially, like I don't know. I think it might actually be worth just finding out that email and then telling everybody of your friends who's like pissed about these buses to send an email. It doesn't need to be a long email. It doesn't need to be a polite email. It doesn't even need to be like a really like formal email or anything. But if they get like, I don't know, like 20 emails from like just students being like, what the fuck is this bus system? It's so freaking bad. I had like this, and this time where I literally just didn't get home, or where I had to like leave the class early or something and didn't get the education I need, then like things change. But there needs to be complaints. Like they like in our system, the inherent flaw of our system is that we don't seek out information about like if like measures work or not really well. Like especially like politicians, they like do something, they're happy with it, and they don't really want to even seek out other opinions about this because they don't want to put more effort in or change anything else about it. So we need complaints. Like complaints are a very, very important factor of our system. So complain to them. Like let them know that you're unhappy with this. Really do. Like You might actually just like, even with one email, you might just change it, you know? Like if it's a good email. But yeah, you can also just rely on mass, like tell your friends, and then like 20 shitty emails will do too. Hmm. The white milk guy, actually, I read in a Discord about your ADHD medication. You sort of just like stopped when you were 6 or something. What was like how did that work? Like I don't really understand how they were like you don't need that medication anymore. Because that's not really something like how I sort of like understand ADHD. Because like you either have it or you don't. Like and especially with a kid which is like 6. And now like the only thing I understand why you would get off of medication is if the side effects are not worth it. But yeah, really confused when you like how you explained that. Hi pandas, welcome. How you doing, pandas? Honestly, all they gotta do is let the bus come 5 minutes late on half days. But for me, it doesn't matter as I walk quick enough. Well, I mean, still, just make that complaint, you know? You can literally also just be like a like buses so far like okay-ish, but like this one, please 5 minutes later. There's like so many people who literally don't get it or like have to run for it. And you can also just like, I don't know, you can also just wish for actually like, can you make another bus after school, which is just like 1 or 2 hours later for when you still want to like stay a bit with your friends after school and then like go home a little bit later. Like, like they can only do whatever they know of. So it's not really like you don't even need to be like angry. Like I just like assumed you were angry with this, but like you don't need to write an angry letter. Like you can also just be like, "Hey, I really would like an extra bus if that's okay." And I don't know, like usually like it's something where like even I notice like sort of as like a streamer and like I do realize I'm a small streamer and stuff. But even in the moments where I was like bigger, getting feedback on what is good and what is not is actually really hard. Like I had and was using sort of actively like a Google sheet where people could like essentially just like leave their opinions. And not only leave their opinions, but like wish for something, like ask me to like make a special format, stuff like this. The amount of feedback I got from that was single digits. It's like really, really hard to get proper feedback on what people want and what people don't want. I mean, maybe they don't want to save. Maybe they just feel like, oh, this seems like a better system, you know? But yeah, like they need feedback. Like without feedback, nobody's able to make like a really good system. Everybody's just like you just essentially you assume a bunch of stuff about other people and then you just guess in the blue and hope it's right. Like that's as far as they can go. But if you give them opinion, like any opinion at all, it's always going to be helpful for them. That's why I'm saying it literally like it doesn't even matter if it's like polite or not. Like it's always gonna help them. I had terrible ADHD. I do now. What? I had terrible ADHD? I do now. Okay. But I can control. I do now, but I can't. Okay. Anyways, but I can control it one day. That was called and said that we should come over. And when we came there, he started talking to me, asking all kind of questions, and then said to my dad, "We think I shouldn't use them anymore." I think he said the reason, but my dad doesn't remember anymore. Huh. I had the ADHD speed attacks, whatever, since everything goes so fast and I have to start doing everything fast and move. They were way more bad when I was younger. Well, I mean, like ADHD can actually like make you sleep worse. Like that's a thing, right? It's fine, white milk. I sort of like try to understand, at least. But I mean, you can still get back on medication. I feel like you should talk to a doctor. This could have something to do with your insomnia, for sure. Not sure I don't sleep. Huh? I don't know how this relates directly to what was that the answer? Have I told you there's been decided a date, my first one ever? No, you haven't. Okay. What type of date is it gonna be? Yeah, I'll go there soon. I'm so glad. Honestly, Weinberg, I'm really glad. Like you at the beginning, uh, I forget always. Write it down. Write it down. Like honestly, that's I don't know how sorry, I need to get that a little bit higher. Um I'm not sure how you sort of like learned about ADHD, but if you have ADHD with the meds, of course, it's like gonna be like way better and stuff like this. But a thing which every person needs to be doing, and is, for example, especially a thing you do if you're autistic, but definitely I can also recommend it to people who have ADHD, is really adjust to what you can do good and what you can't do good. Like if you know of yourself that you always forget shit and you literally just can't remember, make a system where you don't need to remember and where you can forget shit but still be successful. Like, I don't know, like I literally like make reminders of my phone for like everything because I know I'm like always late. So I have multiple reminders to actually go. And I always have extra time I plan in. So I am always overestimating on anything, but that makes me like be on time. And it's something which is just, I don't know, like trying to just be on time for me would essentially mean getting a better perception of time, which is something it's like that's hard to build. You know what I mean? So having this system is just like it's making me succeed and it's accepting the yeah how my mind works and stuff like this. And I can only recommend that. Like don't try to just be better at like reminding. Like I think we should always like try and train it sometimes, but on things where it's just like you want to succeed, have a safe system where you know like this will work, you know? Oh, sorry, I didn't really ask, did your sleep get worse? I said your sleep could get worse from ADHD because ADHD is connected to that. So I I know you don't really sleep, like you wouldn't know, you know, like there's no you can't really. But I'm just saying like there is a good chance that ADHD meds could improve your sleep. I can't check them in exams with the notes. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's why ADHD and autism are things where you, at some points, you just get help from the system because you don't fit into the system really well. But yeah, like in exams, if there's like, it's one of those situations where, yeah, you do need to like train to remember like all of the things and like know all of the things. But you don't need to have an exam if you go to a doctor. You just write it on paper and use that. And later on in university, you will also be able to take papers into your exams. So just do whatever you can while you can, you know? Like if you, I mean, it's your decision, but if you want to succeed on something, make sure that you do. Um, because it's just, I don't know, it's not really a good argument, right? To be like, well, there's other topics where I can't succeed with this strategy and that's why I shouldn't do it. Like it's still like it's so you don't want to succeed like anywhere, but like you like are we gonna put away a good strategy just because it doesn't work in every context because of society? Hmm. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, I'm not telling him to cheat, by the way. Just get the grades you deserve, that's it. Oh, I don't agree with that statement because that statement implies that he doesn't deserve better grades while having troubles remembering and being all over the place is just a symptom of ADHD. It's not really representing, like, it's the way our tests are made, that they represent more skill sets than they sort of like should be grading. Like if we have a math test, the math test is not only testing us on math, but it's testing us on math in the circumstance of that math test. So, but we're still talking about the doctor. If you go to the doctor appointment, write down what you want help with. She has to go to a museum, so she invited me along, and after the museum visit, we're just gonna spend some more time together in the area. Oh, nice. 90% certain the first kiss will fall that day. Just, I think, I don't know, just let it. I feel like dates like these are best if you're not overflown by expectations. Just let the day come, enjoy it, and if there's a moment where you feel like, okay, this is perfect, then of course. But it can, like, expectations can also put a lot of pressure on situations. So just be aware that you don't, I don't know, because of the pressure, sort of like not be able to enjoy it. And make sure you have consent. Consent is sexy, okay? So make sure you have it. Grades don't represent what you deserve. It represents how much you have understanding of that particular subject. I also don't agree. As I said, it's like it's not testing math. It's testing math in specific circumstances. So, yeah. Going, I just have to contact, and I don't know, it can take some months to get a place. Definitely just write it down and get that ADHD checked with the doctor again. And make sure you don't forget about that anyway, any way possible. And I mean, once you have that ADHD checked and you get those ADHD medications, you probably should be better, like have an easier time also performing in tests. So I really don't know why we got to tests actually. This didn't matter to the subject at all. But anyways. Yeah. Are you excited, Pyro? See ya, White Milk. See ya. But Struda, how are you doing? That's a protein shake coffee. Yeah. So that's that. It's like back in the days, I really liked it, and now I just, it's like okay, I guess. But we actually ordered new protein from this really, really nice brand actually. It was expensive, don't get me wrong. Um, we're spending a lot of money in the last past months. I don't know, like coming up to Christmas, I feel like we're getting more generous with our expenses. It's like not at like any type of like concerning point or anything. Like, don't get me wrong, like don't be worried about us. But it's just at a point where I'm like the entire year we've been like so I don't know, we like didn't spend money on anything really. And now Christmas is coming up and we're like, okay, actually let's get a 3D printer. Actually, let's like get this like AMS system. Oh, let's get a dry box for this one too. Oh, let's actually get like the resin dies I make. Let's get like a new pressure pot. Actually, let's get like good protein stuff like this. So it's really like there's some things coming together here. And Zach doesn't get like his like Christmas bonus this time, sadly, because the company hasn't been doing good. Yeah, just finished your internship. What type of internship was it? And nice. Did the internship sort of like show you that you like really like this and you're like in the right studies and like this could be a job like you want to do? Or was it more like, ah, okay, so my job here is shit, but that other job I see, actually, that's the job I want. Do you feel worth it spending on that same chocolate flavor protein shake, but just expensive? Well, the like I don't know. I've never done that, so I can't actually say if that would be worth it. Like if the I feel like the difference between the cheap protein shake and the expensive one should be if it's a good expensive one and not just expensive for nothing, right? But if it's like a high quality one and that's why it's expensive, it should be like way better like solvable in any type of liquid like water or milk, and it should taste better because like cheap protein shake tastes really shit. Like a lot of the times it's way too sweet because there's so much fucking sweetener in it, because they just feel like, oh no, like fitness people don't eat any sweets, and that's why we need to give them like triple the amount of sweetener than normal people, even though they're not like used to sweet stuff at all. I really don't get that thinking, but anyways, and then usually just the flavor is like also not really like chocolate, right? But it's just, I don't know, very, very artificial flavor in cheap ones. And I don't know, just because I'm like really sensitive to sort of like taste and stuff like this, and I don't really have like I don't really feel like hungry or anything, so I need like appetite to eat anything or stuff like this. I can literally get the feeling that I have to throw up if I taste something bad. And I'm saying bad with this is not super, super bad, right? I'm sensitive. So if I have like a protein shake which doesn't taste like this is the first protein shake, let's just put it like this. This is the first protein shake flavor where I was able to drink it every day without having to throw up at some point. That's all I'm saying. And I tried a lot. We got testers from a lot of different brands for a lot of different tastes. This is the first time, like, one I didn't have to throw up after, like, using it every day. Um, but even this one is, like, still, it's, like, sort of getting to the point where I have to throw up. So it's not, I don't really like it. But what we now ordered from is, and that's a really cool protein brand, actually. For better or for worse, they do not have regular tastes. Their protein is, let me check. They're just like, they're called like Xenop, the brand we ordered from. They're more expensive than this one. This would be the ESN caramel protein shake, whatever. Um, and yeah, now we ordered Xenop one, and this one is it's made in Germany. And do I find more information here again? Um, I don't know. It just has like really nice flavors. Like we had it once, We had two different taste ones at the beginning when we got into it, and it has really nice flavors, and it's really like easy mixable. The flavors are, for example, oh, how do you even say that? So like iced coffee, of course, peanut butter. Do you know what milk rice is? Is that a thing? Milk rice, cinnamon, orange maracuja, pistachio, chocolate banana, summer fruits, speculoos, speculatius, um, spice, Christmas spice cookies from Europe, vanilla ice cream, apple, mm, apple dessert thing from Germany, Apfelstrudel, butter cookie, buttermilk lemon drop, cocos and cream, cinnamon buns, I think, hazelnut, salty caramel, white chocolate, coconuts. How do you say that one? What the fuck? Peach, Jesus Christ, peach yogurt and stuff like this. At some point, they had really, really funny tastes. I don't see that anymore. Sadly. I don't see that anymore. At some point, they literally had tastes like, they had like a lot of tastes actually. I know that's not really the good way. Because suppressing emotions. Which were like, well, I haven't seen my parents in 7 years. Is where the hell is the sound coming from? They had tastes like unicorn, rainbow unicorn. That I think one like back in the day they had something like a taste which was like called MILF. They also had a taste called. Oh, fuck. They had like so many ones where you just like don't know what it's gonna taste like. But which just had a really funny name. And yeah, like we once had the like rainbow unicorn one, and essentially it was sort of like a cake type taste, with rainbow sprinkles, and yeah, so that's sort of like so that's the brand we ordered from. We ordered a bunch of different tastes now, and yeah, like they're I don't know they taste actually like pretty like these proteins of them are like the best tasting ones I had. Genuinely. Like I didn't have another brand was where even the like really ridiculous names were actually like really decently tasting. Like they don't taste like really sweet, they don't taste like artificial sweetener all the way, they don't taste like artificial just flavor entirely. They usually taste like really decent on all their different tastes. So we ordered a bunch of them. You will hear from me which one I like, or if it's still that way. Yeah. Hi, Joy Fluid. Welcome, welcome. Oh, true. Yeah. Happy Advent. Yeah. Rice pudding according to Google. Ah, I see. Wow. And hi, Naradim. How are you doing? Hi, Irfan. Welcome, welcome. Damn, like everybody was coming here when I was talking about protein and trying to look up what taste they had. Oh. Have you ever tried clear whey protein? Clear? What do you mean clear? Like neutral taste, or do you mean one which is like solvable in water? Yeah, I just find the one which is solvable in water. Yeah, I tried it. I actually had one, I think from ESN. We actually, so we got like a huge, like a bunch of like trial packages from like the ESN tests. A lot of them are hella disgusting. I think the clear proteins are also disgusting. The sweetener in them is crazy. So, finally tomorrow is the day. For you too, by the way? Or do you only mean for me? And GeForce, how are you doing, by the way? Welcome, welcome. The rainbow unicorn to do with mental health? Well, with protein, I guess, and like getting all the nutrients you want or something. Yeah. Peach yogurt. We actually ordered that one. I hope it's gonna be like nice, but we'll see. Why does that taste so chalky? The like clear protein. Yeah, that too. Like, I don't know. But I mean, it's like putting protein in something like water, like a lemonade. It's just hard to do, I think. But yeah, it wouldn't actually need to be that way. Like a lot of them are actually, I feel like not that bad if they just wouldn't have as much of sweetener as they do. I feel like honestly, like that's the only problem I have with the proteins from like ESN. They just put a bunch of sweetener in them. They're just literally too sweet. And that ruins the entire taste because then you also like really have this like really heavy like sweetener aftertaste in your mouth, and I can't stand it. I literally can't. So like honestly, like this like the coffee one, even though I don't drink coffee usually, is the only one which is sort of okay because this is not insanely sweet. Like this is regular amount of sweet. But at some point, I literally tried like green tea honey, where I thought like, okay, green tea is bitter, okay? So like they can't like this can't be that sweet, right? Like green tea honey, it's like if you would have green tea honey, it's like yeah, it's a little bit sweet, but like it's still a green tea. Nope, it was like you couldn't even taste the green tea. It was like all sweetener. Yeah, for you as well. Hmm. You met with the group yesterday. Oh, and you were able to like sort of like set a day with her where she has time and where you can like talk everything out. And that's gonna be tomorrow. Nice pandas. What color is it? GeForce. I'm doing so, lying on bed, watching Twitch. Hmm. Is it just sort of like does it have to do with any like med changes? Like medicine changes? Or is it just still like the meds you have right now? Because you said they were like so much better, right? But it just has to do with like your mental health. Hmm. Deep bread is nice. Hi, Grumpy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Is it Thursday yet? It's like, well, what is our intro? Is it Monday or Thursday? So non-epic. My partner also joined the group and she didn't bring the meetup talk this time. I thought she will text me after, but she didn't. Remember I told you that she said she will let me know next week. Yeah. So why is tomorrow the day then? What is happening tomorrow? Grumpy? What? Mm-hmm. Okay, so what did she say? Or did she already like answer you, Irfan, even? Yes, I'm doing better with lower medicines, but I'm still often tired or have lack of energy. But the dosage will be further reduced in the near future. And then sort of we hope this is getting like less and less and less, right? And you get like more energy back. Like that's sort of the plan of the whole thing, right, GeForce? Do you know when the next sort of like step down is coming of the medicine? So when can you like hope for like further progress to? Oh, you have Friday off? Nice. I really, by the way, I still really don't know what to do with the last message, Grumpy, with that it's post hump day. Like, are you trying to tell me what you're trying to tell me? Like, is this non-ironic, non-sarcastic? Today is yellow holiday. Oh, jeez, I took so long to understand that. Wow. So you're sick, is what you're trying to say? Because that's the yellow letter. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm with you now. Oh, jeez. No, it's known for Wednesday to be called a hump day. It's a reference to one day before last day of the weekend. Why? Where's the... Huh? I do not understand. Texted her, hey, I just wanted to ask about the meetup we talked about. I know you're busy, and I completely understand that. I just wanted to know if it is still possible to meet. And if not, that's okay too. Just let me know so I'm not waiting on my side. No pressure at all. Just wanted to know. You're really, really trying to be as sort of polite about this as possible. The effort shows. So I'm glad she's gonna give you a positive answer. So what if she's gonna say like she doesn't have time to meet? Or it's still like gonna take a while? What do you want to do then, Irfan? In Germany, they would say Bergfest for this. What the fuck? Why? Why? I don't understand. I just don't. Can somebody explain this to me? Why do you call Wednesday Bergfest or Hump Day? What does it have to do with it being the second to last day of the week? But why do you call it Hump Day then? Like, what does hump mean? Like, in that context, what does it describe? It's fine, Grumpy. Like, if you have to focus on a meeting, just do. We know IL goes first. I don't expect I will fully recover, that I can do what I would like to do in my life. I'm already happy despite the shortcomings. I just accept. Oh, wait. I need to scroll up. I just accept how it is right now, and any improvements are welcome, with hopefully I stay stable. That's hard. That's tough. I mean, in a weird way, right? A lot of us won't be able to do all of the things we like to do in life. For easier reasons than, or harder reasons, and doesn't really matter too much, right? I think everybody can relate how hard it is to sort of have a vision of how you would like it to be and then having to sort of adjust that. But one thing is sort of like, I took away from therapy, and it was actually sort of surprising to me. is that finding the next best thing is actually a really common thing in life and a really good thing we do. And we have that with kids, for example. Like, I don't know, like they want something, they're not able to get it, and they might like be disappointed, but if you have a kid which is like actually like really good with like emotional regulation, they just gonna sort of like focus of what they can still do for themselves. Like they won't focus on like what they have lost too much. Like they will sort of like see that and they will be disappointed, but they will sort of like, I guess, like overcome it with focusing on the thing which they can still do, and they can still find happiness in. And they can actually come back from that situation happy, like if it worked. Like they could have not been able to get that like thing they wanted, but by sort of focusing on this next best thing, instantly sort of like forgetting and like being over the disappointment of not getting the thing they wanted, and then come back from this to us being entirely happy with the whole situation. And I thought back then, I sort of like, I don't know, I really don't know why, but I really had this mindset that this would be sort of just, I don't know, like gaslighting yourself or something like this. Like I didn't like, I thought like, oh, like this would just like you just like suppress that emotion and then like got that. And I didn't see it in like a positive light at all, actually. But yeah, this is something where it's like, it's apparently something entirely normal to do at some points in life. And you can find the same happiness with your alternative plans than with your sort of like first plans, if that gives you sort of any hope. Because that's, I don't know, sort of what it did for me. Like it really gave me hope that, okay, well, I maybe won't be able to have like this and that, like that life which I imagined of like this entirely healthy person with like no mental health problems at all. But the alternative I find myself and the next best thing I can offer myself doesn't need to be worse, even if we call it next best thing. Like it can make me just as happy, actually. Yeah. But yeah, it doesn't like this like agreeing to focus on what works instead of what doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't need to be about like, because this can be about suppressing emotions of disappointment from like about what didn't work. But it can really also just be like already being excited for the next thing, if that makes sense. But yeah, I guess it's like a little bit of a like complicated situations because children are like so much quicker with this, right? Like children are like, I really want ice cream, and then they're like, I don't know, like ice cream is going, then they're like, then I want chips. And then they're like, oh my god, I get chips, amazing. And you could literally probably even like ask them like, oh, like did you ever want ice cream, or like even like still get ice cream, and then like, oh, do you also want ice cream? And they would probably sit on the couch with their chips and be like, nah, I'm
やみそうにないな。こういう日は嫌な過去を思い出す。
京也さん。
お、
今日アメリカからすごい人が科警研に来るって知ってました？
いや、そうなんだ。
確か犯罪行動科学部の方らしいですよ。後で覗きに行きません？
同じ科警研の中って言っても、俺たち研究室の人間には関係なさそうだし、あんまり興味ないな。どうせジジイじゃねえの？可愛い子猫ちゃんみたいな男だったらそそられるけど。
京也さんって子猫ちゃんみたいな男の人がいいんですか？
まあ、気まぐれだけど甘えん坊だとさらに好み。ジジイは問題外。
でもその方ってジジイじゃありませんよ。何でも元 FBI にいらした方で、とても有名な現役ネゴシエーターらしいです。
ネゴシエーター？
ええ。ネゴシエーターって人質事件の時に犯人側と直接取引するプロの交渉人のことですよね。京也さんってもともとニューヨーク試験にいたんでしょ？その人の名前くらいは知ってるかも。
まさかそいつの名前はジャック・ライアンとか。
今日
嘘だ！
ハニー
話せ！なんであんたが日本に来るんだ！やめ！あんた一体何なんだよ。
ちょっとお取り込みのところよろしいでしょうか？
私ジャック・ライアン言いますね。彼の恋人言います。
京也さんの？こちらこそ遅れました。僕三上と言います。とても日本語がお上手ですね。
はい、私ジャパニーズとても猛寵です。
はい？盲腸？
それを言うなら流暢だろ。なんだよその妙な日本語は。英語で喋れよって。そうじゃなくて、俺はお前とは金輪際合わないと。
私がお前を手放すと思っていたのか。うまく逃げたつもりだろうが、この地球に住んでいる限り、たとえアマゾンの口に逃げようと捕まえてやる。私の可愛いハニー。
俺はあんたのハニーじゃない。ごめん三上、俺ちょっとこいつに話つけてくるわ。来いよ。どういうことだよ。俺たちはもう終わっただろ。
何を言ってるんだ。今日は日本へ里帰りしているだけだろ。もっともあまりにも帰ってこないので、私の方から出向いたまでだ。なんて理想的な素晴らしい恋人だろうね、私は。
誰が恋人だ。あんた頭おかしいんじゃないのか？
優しい気持ちで少し自由をあげたら、そんな風に反抗することを覚えたのか？
俺は最初から自由だ。何が優しい気持ちだよ。あんた俺をおもちゃにしたいだけだろ。そんなもん俺はごめんだ。
寂しかったんだね、今日。
何言ってんだお前。
今日そんなに意地を張るんじゃない。
意地じゃない。あんたが嫌いだと何度言ったらわかるんだ。俺が好きなのは
私だよ。今日が好きなのは、愛しているのは私だ。ハニーが気づいていないだけ。
話せよ。やめろ。
しばらくずっと一人にさせてしまったから拗ねているんだね。
やめろ。何すんだ。
かわいい今日。今晩はちゃんと可愛がってあげるから待ってるんだよ。
くそ、俺の恋人だったのはジャックなんかじゃない。それどころかあいつは何もかもぶち壊した全ての元凶なのに。なのにジャックに抱きすくめられるとその快感に逆らえなくなる。そんな自分が情けなくて嫌でアメリカから逃げたってのに。くそ、ちくしょう。ごめんな青木、急に時間取らせてうちにまで押しかけちゃってさ。
いいですよ。でも私捜査本部を3つ掛け持ちしていて、またすぐに本庁へ戻らないといけないんです。どうぞ。
あ、相変わらず忙しそうだな。
捜査一課ですから仕方ないですよ。それで夕方電話で言ってた私に相談って何ですか？
うん、前に話したよな。俺がアメリカにいた頃恋人を、ニールって名前なんだけど事故で亡くしたってこと。 それで日本に帰ってきたってさ。
ええ。
それでニールと付き合うまでにいろいろ協力してくれたのがニールの兄さんで、その人が今日科警研に来たんだよ。
そういえば凄腕のネゴシエーターが今度講師として来られると聞きましたが、その方ですか？
ああ。で俺そいつに絡まれてるんだけど、それで。
それで？
ああ。俺さ、もう頼めるのオキしかいなくってさ、頼まれてくれないか？
何をです？
俺の恋人になってくれ。
はあ？
頼む。
ちょっと待ってください。その方に絡まれてるのと私が京也さんの恋人役を引き受けることに何の関係があるんでしょうか？
俺そいつに求愛されてて本当に困ってるんだ。あの男だって俺が誰かと付き合ってるって知ったら諦めると思う。だからさ。
できませんよ。あなたはもともとカミングアウトされているので、同性の私と付き合ってるって公言しても気にしないかもしれませんが、本庁でそんな噂が立ったら。
だからあの男にだけ話すからさ、名前だけ貸してくれたらいいんだ。俺だって兄貴の彼氏にそんなこと頼んだってバレたら兄貴殺される。
でも
なんだよ、お前と兄貴の仲を取り持ったのはこの俺だぞ。こういう時こそその借りを返すのが友達ってもんだろう。頼むよオリ
わかりました。名前だけなら構わないです。
やっぱ親友だよな。よかった。
じゃあ私は時間がないのでもう行きますね。
じゃあさ、悪いんだけど今晩ここに泊まっていい？お前いなくてもいいからさ。
私の家にですか？構いませんけど、またどうして？
今夜あの男が俺ん家に呼ばれをかけてきそうだからさ。
そうですか。じゃあ戸締まりはよろしくお願いします。京也さんに押し切られて安請け合いしたけど、なんか嫌な予感がするな。
今日
ジャック。
昨日はどこに泊まった？
さあ、そんなこといちいちあんたに報告する義務はないと思うけど。
どこだ？
苦しいんだよ。話せ。恋人のところだよ。
何？恋人だと？誰だ？
刑事だよ。
刑事は分かった。名前だ。
大きい。捜査一課強行犯3係の大きいだ。
ほう、いい度胸だ。この私のものに手を出すとは
な。あいつにしてはあっさりと引き下がったな。やっぱ恋人作戦は正解だったな。はい、生物第三研究室です。
あ、京也さん、起きです。
よう、例の件うまくいったぜ。サンキュー。
何のんきなこと言ってるんですか？まずいですよ。
どうしたんだよ。
今朝ジャック先生が私に会いに警視庁まで来られたんです。
マジ？
京也さんから手を引けとおっしゃってました。それはいいんですが、私あの方とお会いしたことがあるんですよ。何年か前に FBI に研修に出た時、講師だった先生なんです。向こうも私を覚えていらっしゃいました。
別に知り合いでもいいじゃないか。
お貸しするのは名前だけって私言いましたよね。
悪いと思うけどさ、しばらくすると諦めると思うから、振りだけでいいんだって。今度うまい晩飯おごるからさ。
わかりました。でもこちらの仕事に支障が出た段階でお断りしますよ。じゃあこれで。
ジャックが来てから俺の生活はめちゃくちゃだ。
呼んだか？
ジャック、なんでお前が？
せっかく恋人と同じ職場になったんだ。一緒にランチを取ろうと思ってね、誘いに来た。
ジャック先生？
いや、なんでもないから。
あ、はい。
ジャック、ちょっとなあ、ほんとどうして日本に来たんだ？
日本にはまだプロのネゴシエーターはいないと聞いて驚いた。犯人と交渉するやり方も未だ石器時代の物々交換だ。私が交渉すれば一瞬で片がつくようなことで誰かが死んでいる。許せないことだ。
日本じゃなくて他の国へ行けよ。
一番の理由は愛しのハニーが住むところだからだ。
なあ、どうして俺に執着するんだ？おもちゃならいっぱいいるだろう。あんただったらよりどりみどりじゃないのか？俺はもうあんたとは縁が切れてるはずだ。ニールが死んだ時に。
よりどりみどりの中から今日を選んだ。自信を持て。
いい加減にしろよ。何も弟の恋人に手を出さなくてもいいだろうが。あんたはニールの兄貴で、俺はニールの恋人だった。その俺に手を出したこと自体、人間として恥ずかしいことだろう。それをあんたはやったんだ。
今日は死んだ男にミサオを立てたいのか？敵もしないくせに。
あんた。確かにジャックの言う通りだ。体だけがどんどんジャックに引きずり込まれていった。ニールに誓った愛がジャックに抱かれるたびに汚されていく。それが耐えられなくなって日本に戻ってきたんじゃないか。もういい。俺だってニールを裏切ってたんだから。あんたを責められるほど立派じゃない。でも今はオキがいる。今俺の恋人はあいつだ。
今晩は必ず自宅に帰るんだ。ああ、それから私の荷物は今日の家に入れさせてもらったよ。新しい住まいが決まるまでしばらくそこで暮らすことになるが、マンションが決まったら今日も一緒に連れて行くからな。
人ん家に勝手に荷物を入れるなよ。だいたいどうやって家に入ったんだ？あんたそれ犯罪だぞ。
犯罪というのは部屋のものを取って出て行く行為だ。私のように家に入って中にあるものより値段の張るものを入れることは犯罪とは言わん。
どういうへりくつだそれは。とにかく俺は帰らない。恋人の家に帰る。
彼は恋人じゃないだろ。
恋人だ。
そうか。お前たち猫同士だろ。猫同士でどうやって。
黙れ。俺はもともと立ちだ。
私の腕の中であんなによがるのにか。
うるさい。
まあいい。私は自分の思い通りに生きてきた。その障害になるものは全て排除してきたんだよ。今オキ君は私にとって大変邪魔な存在だ。
あいつは敏腕のデカだ。何か企んだところであんたみたいに口だけで世渡りしてきたやつじゃない。帰り口に会うだけだ。
言っているといい。
何のご用でしょうか？
いくら渡せばオキ君は今日から手を引く？
お金で人を買ったり売ったりするのは感心できません。
ほう。オキ君、今日が好きか？
はい。
命を懸けられるくらいか？
ええ。
そうか。私もだよ。今日のためなら死ねる。だからここは一つ運試しと行こう。君は意外に骨がある。こんな形で再会したくはなか
この先は工事中。ジャック先生。
った。数百メートル先から道路が途切れているようだ。
あなたは私と心中するつもりですか？
オキ君、まだ諦めてくれないのか？
わかりました。諦めます。だからスピードを。
根性がまだ足りないな、オキ君。私の覚悟の方が上だということだよ。
あなたは死んでもよかったんですか？
何？工事途中の道路から飛び出したところで下は川だ。落ちてもかすり傷程度で車から脱出できる。
あなたは本当にそんな風に助かると。映画じゃないんですよ。
私に不可能はない。さて、オキ君。今夜は自宅に帰らないでもらおう。約束だ。
はあ？
拗ねた恋人の機嫌を取らなくちゃならないんだよ。
私の家をホテル代わりにされるのは。
何？元恋人の家で思い知らせないとしつけにならないだろ。
今日入れてくれ。誰が入れるもんか。
今日拗ねないでくれ。
俺は拗ねてるわけじゃないって何と言えばわかるんだよ。なあ、ここ人ん家だぞ。
悪い子だ。私に嫉妬してほしいのかい？
なあんた俺の言うこと聞いてるのか？
聞いてるよ。今日
だったらやめろ。
私には今日が口を開くたびに愛の言葉が聞こえる。
どういう変換器を頭の中に持って
今晩は覚悟した方がいい。今日
ここではやめてくれ。あいつが帰ってきたら。
ダメだ。悪いことをしたらその場でしつける方が効果的だ。
頼むから。本気でここでやる気なら俺はあんたを殺してやる。
仕方ない。お前が望むように場所を変えてやろう。どこが望みだ？
どこでもいい。
では私たちの家へ帰るとしよう。
俺いつになったらあんたから解放してもらえるんだ？
解放などしない。私たちは恋人同士だろう。死ぬまで一緒だ。
恋人同士？バカだし。
意地っ張りなやつめ。
写真はこのサイドボードに置いてあったニールの写真。
死んだ人間のことはさっさと忘れた方がいい。だから私が捨てた。
俺に断りもなく勝手に捨てたのか？
だとしたらなんだ？
どういう権利があって俺のもんを処分できるんだ？返しやがれ！
いい加減にしろ。捨てたものはどうしようもないだろう。何を言ってるんだ。
あいつが死んだ時俺が持ってたあいつのものを全部処分しただけじゃ気が済まないのか？
今日
たった1枚残った写真までお前は処分しちまったのかよ。おはようニール。
おはよ
うまそうな匂い。スクランブルエッグ。
う。そうだ。
そうだ。
ジャック。夢か。あいつ俺の夢にまで出てきやがって。
お目覚めになりました。
あれなんで俺こんなところにいるんだ？ここは
家系家の中にある医務室です。生浦さんが会議中に倒れられたというのでこちらに運ばれてきたんですが。ああ、私通いの医者なんです。
俺倒れたんですか？
ええ。
今日マイハニー。昨べ再会に感激して朝まで2人で焼けたのがいけなかったね。
焼けた？芋じゃねえんだから燃えただろ。
芋？何の話だ？
あんたそのおかしな日本語は誰に習ったんだ？英語でいいんだ。
ああ、そうか。いや、そんなことより恋人が心配して飛んできたというのに素直に喜んだらどうだね。まったく今日はベッドの中でしか素直になってくれなくて私は寂しいよ。
うるさい、黙れ。お前が無理やり言うこと聞かせてるだけだろ。俺は嫌な。
素敵。
やめろ。
照れるなと言っているだろう。
照れてるわけじゃね
君が前のハニーの混沌をかけたドクターね。
え。本当ってなんだ？面倒のことが10しか合ってねえじゃん。
はい、私お二人を応援しますから。
ありがとう、助けるよ。ちょっとジャパニーズが妙なのは許してくれんね。
いいえ、とってもお上手ですわ。でも私英語大丈夫です。
そうできるんだ。最初からそう言ってやれよ。
ところで彼はどうして倒れたのですか？
生浦さんの同僚の話では会議中に突然倒れたそうです。多分軽い貧血だと思います。
なるほど。10分ほど二人っきりにさせていただけませんか？
そうですよね。どうぞごゆっくり。
ジャック、まさかここで。
そうしたいところだが、以前にも日本に帰ってきてから突然倒れたことないか？
いや、ないけど。
そうか。どんな会議の最中に倒れたんだ？
犯罪絡みで使われる薬に関する説明会だったけど。
薬？
それがどうかしたのか？
いや、なんでもない。
珍しいな。
何が？
あんたが俺のこと心配してるように聞こえる。
心配しているんだがね。しばらく眠ってるといい。後で迎えに来てやる。
勝手に帰るからいい。
わがままを言うんじゃない。道端で倒れられると他の人間に迷惑がかかる。かけるのは私だけにしておけ。
また逃げてやる。
逃げられやしない。そう言ってあるだろ。
オーケー、FBI のバークってやつから国際電話だぞ。
ああ、すみません。変わりました。オキです。
いやあ、オキ、この前はありがとう。送ってもらった資料も随分参考になったよ。
いえ、お役に立ってよかった。あ、そういえば今ジャック・ライアンさんが来日されてるんですよ。そちらの交渉人の。
らしいな。仕事はいつもパーフェクトなあの男が初めてやらかした大失敗の後、周りの反対を押し切って突然日本に行っちまったってんで、こっちの上層部は大騒ぎだったよ。
あのジャック先生が大失敗？
ああ、俺もよくは知らないが、奴が
俺いつの間にかあいつと暮らすことを受け入れてる。 俺って推しに弱いタイプなのかな。ニール、なんで死んだんだ。どうして一人で行っちまったんだよ。このままだと俺、体だけで繋がった関係なのに、それが愛だと錯覚しそうで怖い。ごめんな、ニール。ジャック、悪ふざけするなよ。電気消すな。ジャック。なんだよ、怖い。逃げろ、逃げないと。
目が覚めたか？
ジャック、ここは
寝室だ。すっぱだかのまま脱衣所で寝転がっていたんだぞ。のぼせるならさっさと風呂から上がればいいだろう。
停電したんだ。
停電？
ああ、真っ暗だった。あんたどこ行ってたんだよ。
ちょっと買い物にな。
こんな時間にか。それにしても停電になるなんて。
今日
おい、よせよ。昨日の夜やりすぎてきついんだから。
ダメだ。
嫌だって言ってるだろ。よせよ。
朝っぱらからずいぶん疲れた顔をしているな。
原因はあんたじゃねえか、この絶倫男。
確かにそれは言えるかもしれん。なあ、今
んだよ。
日本は今日にとって優しい場所か？
は
ああ、いや、今日には住み心地が良さそうだと思ってね。
まあな、俺の故郷っていうのもあるけど、やっぱりホッとする。帰ってきてよかったと思ってるよ。
そうか。
なあ、俺たちって一体どういう関係になるんだ？
なんだいきなり。どういうとは？
だから正直に言うぞ。
どうぞ。
俺はいろいろあんたとの関係を考えて。怒るなよ。
だからなんだ？
自分を納得させるために俺はあんたとの関係をセックスフレンドだと思うことにした。
ほう。
だってな、それ以外どう説明できるんだよ。
私たちは恋人同士だよ。今も昔もずっとだ。
俺はあんたのことそういう目では見てないぜ。最初から無理やりだったじゃないか。そりゃ俺だって今もういろいろ否定できないこともあるけどさ。
今日が何を言おうとも私には素敵な愛の告白にしか聞こえない。
あっそう、聴覚が重症だな。じゃあ俺行っから。
あ、行っておいでマイハニー。
そう何度も呼び出さないでください。私はこれでも忙しいんですよ。
どこの誰かはわからないが、うるさいハエがチラチラと私の周りを飛んでいるらしい。何という名前のハエか沖君は知らないかね？
何のお話ですか？
そのハエは長距離が得意で FBI まで飛んでいったらしい。よほど嗅ぎ回るのが好きなようだ。私の情報網を甘く見るな。そんなことはいい。君は本当のところ京也とはどういう付き合いなんだ？
わかりました。正直に話します。京也さんに恋人のふりをしてくれと頼まれたんです。本当はただの友人です。
うん、そうか。そんなことだろうと思ったよ。
もういいですよね。 じゃあ私は。
私も君を少し調べさせてもらったよ。私が調べ聞いた範囲で判断すると、沖君はとても信頼がおける人物だと思うよ。
どうしても聞かせるつもりですね。
そこで君に知っておいてもらいたいことがある。沖君、私には一人未だに救えない大切な人がいるんだよ。
もしかして京也さんのことでしょうか？
ああ、今から話す話は他言無用だ。誰かに話した日には覚悟してもらう。
じゃあお話しされなくても結構です。
先ほどからなんだね君は。友達がいのない男だな。
どうして私にそんな話をしようとするんですか？
私が突然死んだらどうする？
はあ？
今日が何も知らないまま私が死ぬと大変なことになるんだ。現時点では私しか詳しく知らないことだ。もう一人くらい今日のことを知っておいてもらわないと安心できない。
アメリカで京也さんの身に何かあったんですか？
今日は今、自分が作った偽りの世界でようやく息をついて生きているんだ。
はあ、やっぱ調子悪いな。
京也さん、気分悪いんですか？
ああ、頭がクラクラするんだ。風邪かも。
常備薬ありますよ。それ飲んでみたらどうですか？あった。はい。
悪いな。なんだ？わからない。わからないけど、何か嫌な感じがする。薬はダメだ。薬を飲んではいけない。
京也さん、今日はもう帰った方がいいんじゃないですか？本当調子悪そうですよ。係長には僕から言っておきますから。
そうだな。そうするか。
こういう時は薬を飲んで早く寝るのが一番ですよ。お家にありますか？風邪薬。
ああ、ないかも。薬局に寄ってから帰るかな。
私と今日の出会いは運命的だった。私たちは本当に熱々カップルだったんだ。
ああ、そうですか。
多分今日は私の弟と付き合っていたと話しているだろう。だがそれは違う。今日は私と暮らしていたんだ。それをあることがあって自分で記憶をすり替えてしまった。そうしないと生きていけなかったからだ。ところで沖君は私の大失態を聞いたようだ
ねえ、少しだけ。
そのバカどもの路上は1ヶ月続いたんだよ、実際にはね。その中にうちの弟もいたんだ。奴らは一人の日本人を人質にしていった。
まさかそれが。
そう、今日だったんだよ。
そんなはずは。日本人が巻き込まれた事件なら当然警視庁にも連絡が入ります。しかしそんな話。
私の父はね、ひどく傲慢で胸くそ悪くなるような男だが、口はうまくて今も政府の高官だ。しかも政府を動かす力を持っている。
似た者親子。いえ。
実の息子が起こした大スキャンダルだった。父親は強大な権力でその事件を握りつぶした。人質の事実は最初からないとね。
じゃあ FBI は人質の命を優先しなかったということですね。
そうだ。仮に今日が死んでも何とでもなっただろうからな。私が事件を知ったのは事が始まって2週間目だった。その時はもうどの交渉人も失敗したので強引に突入しようとしていたのを私が交渉すると言ってようやく止めた。ひどい交渉になった。こちらが電話で交渉する間、ずっとバックに今日の叫び声が聞こえていたよ。奴らは立てこもっている間中、今日を薬漬けにして好き放題していたようだ。
そんなことは。
弟は小さい頃から自分以外の全てを憎んでいた。 だが一番憎かったのは私だった。だから今日を人質にとって私に復讐したかったんだろう。バカな弟だ、本当に。電話から伝わる今日の声は徐々に弱くなり、とうとう聞こえなくなった。死んだのだと思ったよ。当初は何とか武装放棄させようと思ったが、今日が死んだと認識した時点で私は方法を変えた。
それは。
そう。私は電話口に出たバカに強力な催眠暗示をかけた。仲間同士で殺し合え、最後に残った人間は自殺しろとね。
噂は本当だったんですね。
催眠暗示をかけた相手は一人ずつうまく殺してくれた。驚いた奴らが電話口に出るとまたそのバカにもかけてやった。そうやって全員始末した。全員殺した後、建物に入ると今日はかろうじて生きていた。すぐに専門の病院に入れたが、薬漬けにされた体から薬を抜くのに時間がかかった。入院当初は禁断症状でひどく暴れた。その後半分意識が戻ると今度はすぐに自殺をしようとした。私は今日の手足を拘束し、ずっとそばについていた。しかしそこからが問題だった。ようやく回復した今日は記憶がバラバラにつなぎ合わされていた。
それで京也さん。
医者が言うには、あまりにも辛い体験をしたことでその体験から逃げるため自分の都合のいい記憶を作ったのだろうということだった。
京也さんの記憶は戻らないんですか？
いつ戻るかわからないそうだ。もしあの記憶が戻ったら今日は耐えることができないだろう。だから突然記憶が戻りそうになった時は意識を失うよう私が催眠暗示をかけておいた。
風邪薬ってどこに置いてあります？
それなら他の棚にございます。
だが私と再会したことで偽りの記憶がぐらついているようだ。だから君に
ちょっとすみません。もしもし。ショッピングセンターで爆発事故。
なんだ地震。
僕はあいつが憎かっただけなんだ。
その声は
今日
ニール。
めちゃくちゃに捨てにやりたいんだ。
俺をめちゃくちゃに。俺を。
嘘だ。俺はそんな
俺の恋人はニールじゃない。ジャック。傲慢で自分勝手でこの世で自分が一番偉いと思っている男。会話もまともに続かない男。でも俺が愛を誓ったのはそんなジャックにだった。
こちら爆発事故の現場となったショッピングセンターです。ご覧のように建物の1階部分が吹き飛び大惨事となっています。現在必死の救出活動が行われていますが、地下の店舗にいた人々が未だ生き埋めになっている模様です。
血だ。俺頭に怪我したのか。じゃあそのうち血がなくなる。 ジャックへの恨み事を散々わめきながら、俺の体を無理やり蹂躙した。誰が、何人の男が俺に触れたかも覚えていない。でも俺は、薬のせいとは奴らの求めに応じ、快楽を求めた。俺はもう、生きる価値にないのに。なんで死なせてくれなかったんだ、ジャック。なのに、あんたは事実を知りながら、俺のそばにいてくれた。嬉しかったよ。それがもし、俺への愛じゃなくて、責任を感じてのことだとしても。けど、もう十分だ。ありがとう、ジャック。そんなあんたが好きだ。だから、頼むから、もう、今度こそ、死なせてくれ。
それにしても私の携帯へ事件の連絡が入った時、よく京也さんのことに気がつかれましたね。
嫌な予感がしたからな。これも愛のなせる技だ。
でも京也さんは。
大丈夫だ。今日には万が一のために発信機がつけてある。その発信機は体の状態までわかるシステムになっている。死んではいない。だがかなり危険な状態だ。
大丈夫かい？
パパがさっきまでゆいと喋ってたの。でももう何も言ってくれないの。
落ちてきた床の下敷きになってる。この子の父親は多分もう。パパはね、眠かったんだ。疲れたんだよ。だからそっとしておいてあげないかね。
パパ眠ってるの？
そうだよ。起こすとかわいそうだから、あっちでお兄ちゃんとお話ししようか。お名前は？
ゆいっていうの？あ、お兄ちゃんいっぱい血が出てるよ。ゆい、ハンカチ持ってるから拭いてあげるな。
ありがとう。ハンカチ汚しちゃったね。ごめん。
いいな。ゆいね、ハンカチいっぱいお家にあるから。本当はね、ママの方がいっぱい綺麗なの持ってるの。でもママは大きくなったらゆいにも似合うようになるからってまだ買ってもらえないの。
きっと帰ったら買ってくれるよ。あ、お兄ちゃんが買ってあげてもいいよ。
ありがとう、お兄ちゃん。
優しい子だな。ダメだ、ここでは死ねない。せめてこの子が無事に助け出されるのを見届けるまでは。
立ち入り禁止です。現場に入らないでください。私の本庁強行犯3係の奥です。
これを見ろ。モバイルの画面が点滅してるだろ。ここに私の大切な恋人が生き埋めになっているんだ。場所までわかるぞ。さっさと掘り出せ。
本当ですか？
本当だ。
ではすぐにレスキュー隊を呼んできます。
ニールはジャックをひどく憎んでいた。両親も憎んでいた。俺は家族にもジャックにも出会った全ての人に感謝してる。幸せだと思う。だからニールのことが俺には全く理解できなかった。あの時ニールは何て言ったんだっけ？
兄さんと今日見てるとイライラする。
嫌なら見えないところに行けばいいじゃないか。なんで俺たちの周りをうろちょろしてたんだ。羨ましいならそう言えばよかったんだ。
僕はバカでいつも兄さんと比べられていた。
あんな奴と比べても仕方ないだろう。頭の構造が違うんだから。むしろ自分はまともだと喜べばいいだろ。
兄さんにとって今日は特別だ。
そりゃ恋人だからな。恋人を特別扱いしない奴だったらこっちから捨ててやったぞ。
だからめちゃくちゃにしてやりたいんだ。そうすれば兄さんだって少しは後悔すると思う。
あいつの辞書に後悔なんて言葉があるわけないだろう。どうしてずっと一緒に暮らしてきた兄弟にそれがわからないんだ。なんか俺腹が立ってきた。
何？
ああ、なんでもないよ。そっか、ここで俺が死んだらミールの思うつぼって感じがするよな。
お兄ちゃん。
上に助けが来てるんだ。ゆいちゃん、すぐ外に出られるからもう少し頑張ろうね。
誰かいるか？
ここに2人います。
よし、今から下に降りる。待ってろ。
はい。よかったね。
2人だけか。
はい、先にこの子を頼みます。俺は後からでも大丈夫ですから。
お兄ちゃん。
大丈夫。この人は助けに来てくれた人だからね。
開けてくれ。子供を1人保護したぞ。よし、分かった。
今日そこにいるな。
ジャック、あんたそんなとこで何やってんだよ。
それが助けに来た恋人に言うセリフか。もうそんなことはいい。今日
なんだよ。
思い出したのか。
あ
まだ死にたいか。死にたいならここに埋めてやるぞ。その後は私がこの辺りの敷地を全部買い取ってピラミッド級の墓でも建ててやる。どうする？
何するんですか？
あんた何考えてんだよ。
死にたいならそこで死んでいろ。もう上がってこなくていいぞ。
あんた最高。
それでどうするんだ？
助けろよ。あんたの恋人だろ。
死にたがっていたはずだな。
ああ、死にたかったよ。でもバカらしくなった。もう少し生きてみたいと思う。
一人で？
いや、あんたと。
じゃなんとなく二人で生きてみるか。
ジャック。ここどこだよ。なんで俺の荷物があるんだ。
ここは私のマンションだ。今日の部屋は引き払って荷物は全部ここへ運んでおいた。
どうして何でもかんでも勝手に。
先延ばしするとその分辛くなると思わないか。
俺はあんたの弟に他にも知らない男たちに。
言わなくていい。聞いたところでどうしようもない。
あんたは綺麗だけど俺は。
昨日あったリンゴが今朝なかった。あの時食べておけばよかったといくら後悔してもないものはどうしようもない。そのことでいくら思い悩んでも所詮過去に戻ってリンゴを食べることはできない。
わかんねえよ。事情が違うだろ。あれは薬が原因だって分かってる。それでも俺は快楽を際限なく求めた。相手はニールや知らない男なのに。また同じような欲望を感じるのが怖い。
怖かったら死ぬについてこい。嫌だったら泣いていろ。だがやめるつもりはない。今日お前の全ては私のものだ。お前自身にもう権利はない。
なんだ。俺は今でもあんたの恋人なんだよな。俺は忘れていた真実にようやくたどり着いた。
はい、アスカ原作、ユイが独尊な男、アスカさん原作。はい。いや、なんかここに書いてあったのにそのまま読んだら変だな。というわけで、今無事収録が終わりました。お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。とても楽しい現場でございましたが、感想などをお聞きしていきたいかななんて思うんですけど、じゃあとりあえず、とりあえずって言っちゃって、とりあえず岸尾君来なさい。
俺がいいのか。そうなんだよ。
そういう方向でいくんです。岸さんもとりあえずは言わない。
まあそれは確かにね。はい、ニール・ライアン役の岸尾大輔です。
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。いやもう僕はね、最初から死んでましたからね。
すでに存在してない人だったからね。
でね、回想でも本当に回想って感じだったからね。もうかわいそうでしょ。
何言ってんですか。誰に同情してもらいたいのあんた。
いや、なんでなんかなって。セリフもね少なかったんで、これどうやって演じればいいのかなと。
そうだよね。
きっとすごいコンプレックスね。塊のお兄さんとかね、あと親父とか両親にもなんかすごくコンプレックスがあるみたいな感じだったんで、ちょっと怒りをねテーマに僕はやってみましたけどね。
なるほど。そんなテーマを掲げていたんだ。
あったんですよ、少ないセリフの中にね。皆さんの心にはどう届いたか。知らなかったんで、一緒に出てる共演者が気づいてない。届いてなかったら、まあ俺もまだまだだ。
すいませんでした。僕のアンテナが立ってなかった。
いっぱい喋っててね。
もう結構大変だったね。いろいろね。本当にね。はい。
もうね、楽しい現場にね、ちょっとのセリフですけどね、参加させていただいて幸せでした。
ご苦労様でした。
まあそんな感じで、次はね、まあ大輔つながり。
そう、これすごいのよ。大輔つながりなんですよ。はい。
大輔同盟なんだけど、寺川君。
そうなんだ。じゃあ次の大輔はお願いします。あ、どうも、次の大輔さん。
次の大輔です。
わかんない。ぜひ名乗ってみてください。
沖俊和をやらせていただきました平川大輔です。どうもありがとうございました。
お疲れ様でした。
そうですね。
沖は難しい役どころでしたよね。
難しかったですね、本当に。
なんかどうでした？そんなぶっちゃけで聞くなって感じですか？
いやーね、台本読んでさあ困ったぞと。
そうですよね。
思いましてですね、平川は原作を買いに行きました。
平川さんに。偉いな。
平川じゃないよ、大輔は君の方か。まあね。
嘘だぞあいつ。
買いに行きました。
はい。
で、ちょっと恥ずかしいなとか思いながら
間を縫って買ったわけですね。
買ったわけですよ。
普通の書店で買ったの？
普通の大きい書店で買ったんですけど、またそれが僕ついに見つけられなくて、そのものを見つけられなくて。
なんだ。聞いたんだ。
聞いたんだけど、そしたらなんか別な回を探していたらしくて、ちょっと小説のフロアを探したわけですよ。そしたらなんか別な回にありますって言って、レジにお取り置きしておきましたのでとか言われちゃって。そんなことまで。
それがアナウンスとかされるんですか？
アナウンスとか。
ゆいが独尊な男お待ちのみたいなこと言われる。
そこまでは言われない。
もちろん領収書は切りませんでしたよね。
いや、それはね、どうしようかなと思ったんだけど、恥ずかしさにちょっと耐えられずに。
切りましたか？
領収書くださいって言っちゃった。
ダメですね。
この名前で来た方がって問題。
ああ、そこもミソですね。
そこはまあ皆様のご想像にお任せする。
自分の名前で切ってたら偉いですね、逆にね。
それはね、ちょっとびっくり。
あ、そうか。なんか全然本編と違う話をして。
違う話もしょうがないんですけどね。あまりこういう作品参加させていただいたことがないんですけれどもね。お兄さんの京也のお兄さんの京馬さんのその京馬さんと恋人同士
ラブリーな感じ
ということなので、今度はねぜひ次回作の時には先生にそういう
ぜひそちらにスポットを当てた感じのね、
熱い吐息を。
まあ岸尾君はしながら出れないんですけどね。
やっぱ幽霊話に行ってもいいわけじゃん。それでもね、大輔同盟なんで。
そうですか。
別な大輔が来るかもしれない。
いろんな大輔いますからね、世の中にはね。
大輔祭りやろう。
何の話してんの？
大輔同盟が何か派遣する。
もういいんで帰ってください。お疲れ様でした。
ありがとうございました。
さあお待たせいたしました。いやミキさんぜひお願いいたします。
ジャック・ライアン役をやらせていただきました。
しっかりと。
お疲れ様でした。
ぜひ語ってみてくださいよ。
いやいいよ。
なんでですか、語ってください。
いや難しいよね。
これはでもね難しかったですね、この作品、本当に。
今日の作品はちょっと油断するとですね、役と自分っていうのはちょっと離れていく可能性が非常にね。
ですね。
役を自分の中に留めておくのは非常に難しくなかったですか。
僕もそうでした。だからミキさんの役も特にそうですよね。コロコロ変幻自在でしたからね。
だからちょっと休憩後が一番ちょっとね、もう一回よいしょっていうのはね、
もう一回ね言い直すとね、エネルギー使うんですけどね。
これね、水飲みながら今喋ってますけど、
いや実は酒ですよこれ。
売ってんだ、こんなのが、こんな酒がね。そんなわけでですね、主役の鈴村君の話も皆さん聞いてみたいと思っていると思うので、じゃあちょっと話してごらん。
そうですね。さっきちょっとお話ししてましたけど、なんかこうね、結構場面によってどういう風に人と当たっていくかみたいなのをなんか真面目に喋ってるの。いいよ、真面目に喋る。それを常にねこう確認しながらやっていかないと自分のこうやってるキャラクターが外れていきそうで、すごいね不安なままねずっとやってたんですよ。で最初の方って結構ドカーンとギャグっぽかったりもしたので、なんか勢いでやっていて、これは後半どういう風に自分は着地するのかなと思ってずっとね気になってやってたんですけど、なんでこれぐるぐる回ってるでしょうね。誰に話していいか分かんなくなってちょっと寂しくなったんですけど、なんかそこをねどうですか、無事着地してますか。僕は大丈夫ですか。OK が今安倍さんが OK を出してくれたんでプに着地したんですよ。得点のねプがちょっと最高に面白かったんで、みんなプにはチェックした方がいいよ。プはちゃんと聞いた方がいい。プーさん違うの、プーさんじゃないの。プってワードがね実は肝なんですよ。僕らもこの一本の本編をやり終わって、終わったねって言ってこう特典の、別のこうショートドラマのやつをやってる時に、弾けたんですよ。ワクワクしたんです。
そこまでほら溜まってたものがすごかった、
そうですね。これは割と考えなくていいんですよね。みたいな勢いで面白かったですね。その中でもプがミソなんで、皆さんプに関してのご意見ご感想などお待ちしてます。はい、というわけで、本日はお日柄もよく皆さんお仕事ありがとうございました。楽しく収録することができました。また続編などございましたら、ぜひ岸尾くんは死んだから出れないんですけど、やっていきたいかななんて思いますんで、皆さんぜひご感想等送っていただければ、実現するのではないかと思われます。というわけで、湯が独尊な男の収録現場でございました。お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
I'm happy with the chips now, actually. Don't want ice cream anymore. So I don't know, it's really like this story for me is really about how something like not getting what you want can actually be like, I don't know, like such a, I don't know, I feel like since I've been sort of like in teenage years and life has become, I guess, harder, I always thought that disappointment needs to be a very huge thing. Like it needs to be like a huge there's like a lot of grief and like all of that. But this sort of story really showed me how it's sort of like, doesn't, if that makes sense. Like, there can be a lot of different good ways in life. And if one of them is closed, it can be just really like, well, then I'll take the other one. It really, I don't know. I guess it really depends if you see multiple ways to still be happy. Because yeah, like that kid is like sort of like instantly seeing the next thing, which is gonna make it happy as well. And I feel like maybe that's something we sort of like untrain ourselves to do as like adults, possibly. Maybe just I untrained myself to do that. But I just really, yeah, I like for like a long time I really lacked that possibility of like also being happy with alternatives or like seeing many alternatives, maybe. And being really focused about like a very specific way how things have to go. And if that's not how it's going, then like I'm like inherently disappointed. But now it's just there's like so many ways I can have like a really good day that it's like if some of them like don't work, then it's like, well, anyways. Fine, next best thing. Yeah. Because the week is mountain and midweek you're on top and down you slide into the weekend. Ah, I see. I don't know, I'm just the messenger, ma'am. Don't kill the messenger. Yeah, with the like Bergfest, I actually now understand. With the hump day, I still don't. Like, why do you call it hump day? Why not a half week done day? I don't know. And then she suddenly replied to me about how about tomorrow in the evening, so I got shocked a little bit. I was processing because that was too quick. Nice, amazing. I confirmed with her if she's sure about this, and she said yes, so tomorrow is the meetup. But honestly, I'm too scared. I don't know, I feel nervous and anxious about this. I was having thoughts I should back up from this. No, don't. I don't want to lose the friendship we have. That's why I'm scared. I can absolutely relate, since for me tomorrow, right, you've seen on like Discord, I will also have a really important discussion with our friends. I guess Zach is actually also really scared about this. We had a talk about it yesterday evening. I'm just essentially like give you the advice I gave him. So if the best thing you can do in order to actually prepare for this is regulate your emotions about what you're going to tell. Which is and not only that, but also like actually be aware of what you want out of this. I think you have done a lot of that work already, but it might help to just do it again, because just doing that again can also like help like settle this like anxiety and nervousness. Because it's sort of like low-key giving you sort of like a game plan for the conversation as well, and for like how you're gonna react, what you're gonna do, and stuff like this. So just sort of taking some time to really think about and really journal actually about what do you actually need from that other person in that talk. Like, what do you need out of that talk to then everything to be solved and resolved? What do you need to hear? Like, do you, I don't know, Irfan, maybe with you, I would suspect that it's maybe that it's maybe something that you need the other person to know first of all, so there's like nothing between you, and there's nothing you need to hide, and you need the other person to understand that they don't need to take distance, or maybe they do need to take distance, or like you need to understand them how this is sort of like affecting, or like how you want this to affect the relationship between you guys. And then you, for example, like you still want to be friends, and she shouldn't behave different. Like she shouldn't second guess what she does, or like I don't know, like any hug or physical touch. But she just behave normally and know that you're gonna like work out like all of this, and it's gonna be fine. And you just needed her to know to, I don't know, maybe clear up some behaviorisms of yourself and stuff like this. I just want her to listen and understand about this and me, and that's all. Okay, what that does for you is really ambiguous in that phrasing. So what do you really, what will this give you? Like her listening and understanding about this. What does she need to understand specifically? When are we gonna kick our StarCraft 2 multiplayer grind? What? Have we ever talked about this before? Except with your, like, in the context of your friend. Yeah. Because I feel like sometimes, like you say, GeForce, I absolutely agree. Like, definitely, like, it has to do with understanding. But with saying that, right, it's really ambiguously formulated. And what that does for us in that moment is that we don't have an easy checklist to go out of the conversation and be like, okay, like everything is like good, like I have everything I need. So it can be really helpful to get like really like sort of like calculate this out and like make this like sort of like sort this out, clean this up to a point where you have very specific things you can essentially like ask that person in one sentence at the end and get a confirmation on this. Because then you have something where you can pretty clear sort of make the decision, okay, I got everything I needed. And I know without a doubt that this person actually understood what I want them to understand. Because with things like these, with sort of like emotional topics in interpersonal friendships, or relationships, it's something where doubts about this can come back pretty often. Because emotions are something which are usually not resolved instantly, right? Or not entirely instantly. Like we can talk about something one day and then on that day you feel like, oh my god, like everything, like I understood the world, everything makes sense now. And then like in a week from now you have a bad day and then all of it is coming back. And that is something which just sort of like makes sense, right? Because it's your brain just sort of like makes sure you really understood it from like any way possible. And if there's any type of questions left, it might still come back. So really figuring out before such a talk, because if you have such a talk, usually like the expectation we sort of set with this is that once we talked about this, like this topic will be done, like everything is resolved, everything is understood, like we're good now and everything is fine. Like the other person and you probably leave this talk, or like hopefully leave this talk and are like, everything's good, everything is fine. So it's really nice to sort of help yourself actually get everything from this talk. So that in 1 week, if this is coming up again for you because you're maybe insecure about this or something, or just had a really bad day, that you have sort of like a bulletproof thing of like, I got all the information I have, and you can sort of resolve this reoccurring emotion alone, instead of then getting doubts and being like, oh no, I need to talk to her again. Because then it can like get to a point where it's annoying. Like talking about it again, like for like very specific tiny things, it's like entirely fine. Like having talked about this and then later on realizing something different, while like, for example, being like, oh, you don't need to change anything. And then later on you actually realize, well, I thought you don't need to change anything, but now that we tried it, I actually do think you need to change something. That's like also entirely fine, makes sense, right? But yeah, if it's sort of like it's a sign of like bad communication, I guess, or like unstable attachment. If you're a person who's like talking about something, behaving like everything is resolved, but then it's like coming up again. And then you talk about it again, the other person is again putting the effort in, everything is resolved, and then it comes up again. Because essentially what that does is that you also don't have no fucking clue what you actually want out of this. And talking to you is kind of clueless too, because it like doesn't do shit, right? And what we also need to realize is that like talking about something emotional, something serious like this does take energy. And at some point, I don't know, it's also fair if the other person gets like really bothered by this, right? And it's like, what the fuck do you want from me? Like, I'm wanting to answer everything you want from me, but every week again, you just ask me the same things, and then it's like coming up again. Like, this is not solving anything here. And then it feels like unsafe for the other person. So that's why it's like really helpful to like actually know what you need to get out of this, because that talk is probably gonna get emotional. So it's like really easy to sort of forget about things, to get confused, to doubt your own emotions in that thing, because you're going to get more information. So everything you know is going to get in a different light. So I don't know, like once you know what you really specifically need, you're going to be able to get out of that conversation and have everything you needed. And it's going to make you calmer in that discussion as well. Hi, Gunnar Badger. Morning from Texas. Morning back to you. I want to stop carrying this alone and emotional closure. Silence is more heavier than anything, and I just want to be completely honest with her. My heart can breathe again. Maybe I also want her to know the depth of what I feel, not to change her mind, but because being misunderstood hurts and she only knows the surface level truth, which is I liked her, not the actual truth that I still love her. Do you think you might actually need her to because you say not to change her mind, but I do feel like you might actually want an answer while not expecting that answer to be positive. But it sounds like correct me if I'm wrong, right? It's just a guess in blue, but it sounds like you need like a response to this, and you're fine if it's rejection, but you just need her to know the full thing and then respond to it and either reject you or not, but that you don't have, that you can sort of like stop with guessing if this has a chance, maybe, or guessing that it doesn't, but that you just know her opinion about this. Could that be also the case, Irfan? And hi, Morty. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? asking asking Irfan if he wants her as his girlfriend is, I think, a question which is loaded with loyalty conflicts. I don't know if this is interpreted that way. That would just be my concern with this. So I think actually sort of like changing the question to that if I'm just, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No. That's exactly why I formulated the question different. But do you want an answer from her about this? Do you want her opinion about this? Like I said, like you're fine if it's a rejection, you expect a rejection, but you need her to know the full thing and get an opinion about this. To not have this hope that it works, or to sort of like to straighten it out for yourself, you know? Because I feel like sometimes something like this, we can really, it's like really hard to let go of it if there's like even just like a tiny sand corn in our heart who still thinks there is hope about this. And then it might actually be really important for us to get, even if it's a rejection, to just get an answer to this. Because we weren't able to resolve that last bit of hope ourselves. So we need an answer from that person. And essentially, if it's a situation like this, we need that person to reject us. So we can let go of this in like a way where we don't feel like we betrayed ourselves, if that makes sense. Oh my god, this chair. Oh. I don't judge you for that hope. Not at all, Irfan. I absolutely agree with you. It's a very normal thing. That's why I was saying it. No. Okay, we have ads. Perfect timing, of course. Why not? Yeah, hate it. Jesus Christ. Back now. That was so quick. What the hell? So, okay, so you probably didn't hear any of my response, Irfan, right? Am I correct to assume this? Okay. So what I'm saying, what I was saying was that I absolutely agree with you. I think it is absolutely human, that hope. That's why I sort of like that's why I brought it up. Because I think it's something you might not want to sort of accept for yourself. Because it has this loyalty conflict that you know she's in a relationship and you don't want to get messy in this. You don't want to try to sort of like mess up their relationship and stuff like this. Like, it's something where you have a lot of sort of like ethics for yourself about that you don't want to do this. But it's just that last bit where you can't let go of these feelings because there's still this part in your heart which you can't change with any type of logic, which believes naively that everything is going to work out. And at the same time, how could you not, right? Like, this is what we learn from society about romantic feelings. Like, in the end, everything's going to be fine, and it's something we want to believe in, right? We want to believe that if we love somebody, that love is not unrequited love, but actually being seen and that they feel the same, even if they were hiding it or whatever. But I think it's something very important to know, that you need that opinion about it. And even if you expect it's a rejection will also alleviate you from this hope. And might just be the sort of like evidence you need to let go of that hope. And that's entirely fine, and that's entirely human, and you're not wrong to feel this. But I think it's important to know this, because with situations like these, right, that she's gonna be in this situation and you're gonna tell her this, she's probably also invested in your friendship, right? So she might actually feel compelled to not hurt you, and it might be hard for her to reject you because she doesn't want to hurt you, and because she expects rejecting you is going to hurt you. But if you can sort of say that in a very, because like if that is the thing for you, right? I always this is like the only thing I preach. You guys need to say what you think. Like, it doesn't help if you take anything from me, and then you say it, but you don't believe in it, okay? Like, that's not going to fix your emotions if that's not what you feel. But being really transparent and really knowing your own feelings, and knowing that you really need a clear answer from her about this. And you honestly do not even care if it's a rejection or not, because you just want to be done with these feelings one way or another. This is something you can offer her, which is going to help her to actually offer that to you. Because like I said, like, she might actually have like a sort of like a resistance and be hesitant to reject you, to not hurt you. But if you can tell her, I have this last, I try to let go from this because I know you have a boyfriend and all, but there's this last bit in my heart which is just so naively romantically and still believes in it, and I just need you to know all of my feelings and then give me a clear answer. And I'm honestly this is gonna help me either way. Like, don't worry about rejecting me, because if you reject me, I can let go of that hope and I can get over these feelings, and I'm glad too. Because yeah, then you can like sort of help her have the confidence to give you like a really straight answer about this, where you then sort of can let go of that hope, because you're like, you saw that? This is what I told you. Go away. You know? But yeah, I think it's really important to know very specifically what you need from her. Because otherwise she might sort of like wishy-washy around this thing because she doesn't want to hurt you and stuff like this. And then you leave that conversation and you have a bad day where you feel like, I don't know, you watch like a romantic movie, you all of a sudden feel like really hopeful, rushed with emotions because you've maybe been exhausted and didn't sleep well. You're like halfway hallucinating. And then you sort of like interpret that like devil on your shoulder comes back and is sort of like telling you how this whole situation like was like so entirely differently, and the way like she was like so nice about it means that there might be hope, right, and stuff like this. So like there's getting a clear answer is definitely really, really amazing in these situations. Because then going back like this later on, like having these reoccurring doubts, is probably not gonna happen. So, yeah. That's all I'm saying. Enjoy your dinner. You can also tell me afterwards if that's a good thing or not. I'm still happy about Grumpy Palace Cat using my emote. I saw a post this morning about exercise. Oh no. Wait, I'm just gonna... This is so weird. I saw a post this morning about a Latina criminal known as the Doll, who is a famous hit woman that was captured. And post also mentioned, and no, you can't fix her. What? Can you send that post in the Discord, please? The Doll. Damn, crazy. It's like, I'm sadly not even too... I'm not even too... Like, she was a hit woman. She killed people. And what I noticed myself is that I honestly lack compassion for this because of the whole story. Like, she's called the Doll. The post mentioned you can't fix her, which makes me believe like she's probably hot and like everybody's gonna be like super unserious about this on social media. Like it's probably gonna be like with the like with that one dude who killed like this billionaire allegedly. I think that thing is actually still not like done. I think like there's a good chance he didn't even. And the other thing I remember is being like it's like a really funny TikTok video I thought about like this argument people have like oh yeah, like if you want like emancipation or whatever, or like blah blah blah, like sort of like fuck feminism and like then like step up in the like male dominated jobs, like you know, like what the fuck, women like only sort of like complaining and you don't even want to step up in the work. And then somebody commented like you're actually completely right, so girls, kill more, rob more, assault people more, steal more and stuff like this. We're highly underrepresented in the crime statistics, so go get them, girls. And that was sort of like a thing where I was like, damn. That's a lit answer. That's a really funny answer. Cute, great. What do you want to say about one of my situations where the girls, after being together for about 3 months, suddenly remember that she's more... Oh my god. Yeah, we want equality in criminal gender ratio, exactly. I mean, like, you know, like, women need to be so careful around their partners and ex-partners. And men don't. Like, there's a huge gender gap here we need to fix. And if we, like, are so compelled to not address the, like, male violence here, then we need to address the female non-violence, you know? Like... Apparently that's the way we're gonna like address the gender gap. If we don't do it the one way, right? Then we have to do it the other way. I'm already exhausted, Jesus. That is a thing we, like... This is not equal to male violence, though, right? Like, this is something where, like, this argument is being brought up every time you sort of, like, talk about male violence. And that is, I think, it's honestly like a low blow. Because you can't compare somebody screaming at somebody to somebody murdering somebody. That's comparing apples with pears. That doesn't make sense to me. But what if we compare it to somebody kicking? We still can't. Emotional violence is different to physical violence. And physical violence, like, we also, like, assume in that moment, right, that the person who's physically violent isn't emotionally violent. Because people who kill somebody are usually so calm in that moment. Or who, like, assault somebody or, like, hit somebody. But emotional violence hurt more, in my opinion. Have you been physically hurt? Have you survived physical violence? What do you want to say about one of my situations with the girls after being after being together for about 3 months, and remember that she's more than 3 to 4 years older guys of her age, and then get parted away from me? Did they say anything else? Because otherwise I think it's a cover-up for it. They want more emotionally mature people, maybe? But I would focus on, like, other things they said, maybe? It's not a really good critique, I guess. Alright, see you later, GeForce. Oh, I'm still exhausted. Ooh. But was it helpful, Irfan? Like, do you think you have a game plan for tomorrow? You think you know what you need from her? And can sort of, like, with that information more clearly tell her what the expectations are? Why am I still so exhausted, oh my lord? I think maybe because it was, like, so all of a sudden or something. No idea. Some people actually like waking up early. I'm also not one of those people. Like, even if I were to make it a habit, it would still suck every day, I think. But Zach actually sometimes wakes up, like, out of free will at 5 AM. So... yeah, I think that's also good. But at least now you know what you need. And make sure that you get, like, a really clear answer on this. Like, make sure that with this question, if there's sort of, like, is a chance or no, that you get a really, really clear answer on this. And you can literally just, like, ask her again, if necessary. What the hell? What are we talking about, White Milk? In 40 minutes. Well, then we at least have 40 minutes now. Then welcome, welcome. What? I don't understand what. No, White Milk. Usually when you touch yourself is something people use for masturbation. So, since we don't have like a lot of context, I'm still sort of like confused. Because like why does it hurt to touch yourself, like to smear lotion all over your body? Welcome back, Struda. So, did you hear, by the way, what I said, or? I know what's going to happen, but I hope everything goes right for me. I really hope, because this has been emotionally exhausting and painful for me. Well, like honestly, the thing I think is if you notice that you're really, really anxious tomorrow again, write a letter like this again, like we talked about last time. Write one of that letter again, because then you like calm down before the talk, you know, and yeah, keep in mind what you want out of that talk, because then you won't lose yourself and get confused while that talk's going on. I really... You mean if your like skin is like really, really cold? And then it hurts if you touch your skin? Do you watch F1? No, I don't. Alright. Can't wait for the feedback, Irfan. I hope it goes well. Good luck. And remember, you can like, in these talks, you can always take a break. Like, if it gets too emotional, literally take a breather. Say you gotta go to the toilet and breathe. Like, also hot water hurts. It's like skin complexion weight. So like hot water hurts if you're really cold. Like if your hands are really cold, then hot water hurts. You're welcome. Good luck, everyone. Bye. I love when people find out in stream that they need to see the doctor. Because nobody can relate to them. Oh, that was literally me. There's sometimes so many things they think like it's normal, but it's not actually. But you keep saying I touch myself. You can say when you touch your skin. That's, for example, a thing. You only get lotion on weekend? Why do you only get lotion on weekend? Yeah, like, do you have like lotion available throughout the week, or do you only like get is available to you on the weekend? Yes, but out of stock. As if lotion is out of stock. What? What? How is usually they have like so many brands of lotion. Do you need like a very specific brand? Oh my god. Why is your skin? Why is your thighs are flaky too because they're that dry? It hurts a lot, for example. And can't move. What do you mean I can't move? Like anything touching your skin hurts? And the skin opens up so it bleeds? So ChatGPT is saying eczema, extreme dryness, irritation, or infection. You need to see a doctor quickly, especially if it's spreading or very painful. It is not. It's. Jesus. This is my skin. It's like, it's completely, it's fine. I do not use lotion. My skin here is also, it's not completely fine. Do you see that? It's like, it's completely fine. Here as well. Like there's no, it's not dry or anything. This is not, like my hands and stuff. It's not like, this is not, no. This is not like, if it hurts, that's not normal, love. I'm really sorry, but you definitely need to see a doctor on this. For sure. This is like the, like what I was showing you now. Like, you could argue like, oh, but like I'm a woman, I don't know, like women have like super soft skin always, blah, 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 which would be not true. But anyways, my husband also doesn't have this. If your skin hurts to the point that putting on hoodies or like other stuff like this hurts, actually hurts, or like it sometimes cracks open and bleeds, you have a serious skin problem, okay? This is not something where you like go to... It tangles on it. What? What? Anyways, I'm just gonna ignore that part. That doesn't make sense. See a doctor. See a doctor. Please, for the love of God, see a doctor. This is not even in the normal, like, this is not on the verge of normal to see a doctor, okay? This is far off in the area of seeing a doctor. Okay? Yeah, please do that. I mean, every winter, it's not everybody has that. So that it's like not yeah, I agree, like it's probably like not dangerous in a way where like if you don't get treated you like die or some shit, but like it's definitely something where like doctors help you, you don't need to suffer under this, okay? And it might be something, and it's probably something where you can't just grab a lotion, use that lotion every day, and that's how you're gonna help yourself. Because if that's the degree to which your skin is dry, you might actually need like medicated lotion or actual medicine and like stuff like this. So please go to a doctor with that. And tell them that it hurts, that it sometimes like cracked open and was bleeding even, that you don't want to put on hoodies and stuff like this because it always hurts. Tell them that it has been every winter so far like this and that you're fine in summer. It never goes away fully, not even in summer. But if I use lotion, also no good, but it's a lot. I mean, yeah, sure. Go see a doctor, please. But like it could like, so there's a lot of things it could be, right? This being an extreme like this, it could mean you have a bigger health issue. It doesn't need to, but it could be. It can also just mean that, yeah, you have like eczema, you haven't, like, they weren't treated so far, and you need like heavy creams or like special creams, any type of lotion with like maybe like especially good ingredients, stuff like this. But because we can't help you from here, right? And this is definitely something which isn't normal. My skin never hurts in winter, and I think the skin of probably nobody else in this chat even does, you know? So yeah, go to a doctor. And oh my god, Struna, that's not even how that works, but anyways. Well, you don't need to run, but like go after work, you know, because yeah, you don't need to, like, at the very least, they're gonna help you to the point that you don't need to suffer under this. And it might take a few weeks to actually get to the point where it's like fully sort of like treated, but it probably more so will take like a week or two, maybe. Like if it's just eczema, like they give you like some like prescribed lotions or creams. You will probably use them like every day, maybe even multiple times. And then it's probably gonna be gone like pretty quick. It could be a thing which is which is not like treated and it goes away. So it can be a thing where you like need to do that like for your entire life every day, but you at least like avoid the pain and it won't hurt at all. So definitely go check out that doctor, because this can also, because I imagine if you say like if it hurts if you put on hoodies, it probably also hurts to lay in bed maybe. So this could actually relate to your insomnia as well, right? Also just having pain the entire time is really upsetting to our nervous system. So the fact, like, if your insomnia is, for example, worse in winter than in summer, wouldn't surprise me. Would actually fit the bill very well. No. My wife got a genetic test and found this filaggrin gene mutation is a genetic change that can lead to a deficiency in the filaggrin protein, which is crucial for skin barrier function. Yeah. Something like this is really annoying. Actually, by the way, I was at the allergy appointment. I actually do not have, so they thought I might have some, yeah, so they thought I have lichen sclerosis. Do not look it up. It doesn't look pretty, okay? But yeah, so I don't have that. Because so they thought like it might be like the beginning state, like thing of that. I was at a dermatologist. They made this allergy test, and since I'm now confirmed allergic to this washing perfume, and that like hand soap thing, we now know that it's probably just been like an allergic reaction to that, because I washed everything with that. So now I rewashed all of my bullshit, and now I actually don't need to use the cream anymore, because I had to use like some specific cream for eczema as well, and I had to use it like every day, and it was really annoying to me. But yeah, so now don't need to use that anymore probably, and it's probably fixed, hopefully. Do I believe in astrology? I guess really depends on like how you specify it, but in the, I guess, like TikTok modern term of it, no. Which perfume? Washing perfume. Like there's a laundry perfume, like laundry detergent, and then you have that thing which makes your laundry like soft, which also already smells, and then you have a different thing which is actually only for the smell. And that thing only for the smell had like this benzene, whatever, kind of, I don't know. And I'm allergic to that, so yeah. Also, allergy test doesn't always pick up an intolerance. Oh, it was like one of those like skin irritation allergy tests. So it's not one for digestion, or yeah. So I could still probably like maybe or maybe not like eat all of those things, but I know that like I'm allergic to them like on my skin. Like that's the only thing I know. So we only tested like detergents and stuff like this. So yeah, nothing like cats, dogs, foods, stuff like this. Yeah. But yeah, with foods it's like annoying anyways, right? Because you need to actually like test it out for like 6 weeks or something on your own. That's why I never like tried food intolerances, because I'm like, who has the time for this? But yeah, really annoying. TikTok is banned in your country. Oh, which country I live in? Hi Fluffy, welcome, welcome. I'm from India. Oh, TikTok is banned in India? Damn, didn't even know. I heard nothing about this. But interesting. I do have to say, I feel like TikTok might be better than Instagram. but I'm not sure about that one. All the popular Chinese apps are banned here. Which popular Chinese apps are there apart from TikTok, actually? But interesting. Yeah. But yeah, so how do you like? Do you have a more specific question than do you believe in astrology? CapCut and PubGM. Okay, PubGM, I actually have no clue what that is. Isn't CapCut only like a video editing software? I didn't know it's Chinese. I actually used it, it's not that bad. But yeah. Did you know that actually Temu, that's like this like sort of like AliExpress Chinese like Shein essentially. Temu has there's like a class action suit or something against them because they actually abuse the data of their clients or something. I just heard it, so I'm not sure about this. That's why I'm saying, like, does anybody else know? But I just know there's some like lawsuit against them, sort of like trying to find that out. Lol. Interesting. I gotta say, in a weird way, I think TikTok less addicting than Instagram. Because it's usually just videos of people. And Instagram, I get more quotes because there's like more posts with like text. So like my algorithm is like more, I guess, like more informational on Instagram. So I have a lot of like activism pages and knowledge pages. So then I have these like posts where there's like it's about a study or something, and then I get actually like sort of like hooked on it. But if it's just TikTok, it's like I don't know, like the next video comes of a person talking 5 minutes, and yeah, I'm closing the app. It's fine. I don't know. They have a mint mode? Ooh, wait. On TikTok or on Instagram? I'm just tired of these 15-second video infinite scroll. I actually don't have these. Oh, I have like 3%. So my first video is 1 minute. This one is 1 minute 25. This one, 1 minute 4. 2 minutes 42. Pictures. I think this one is short. 1 minute 37. Some stream. Another ad. I think this one is short. 49 seconds. Some ad. 2 minutes 38. Some ad. 3 minutes 39. 5 minutes 23. Some ad. I think this is short. 42 seconds. Some ad. 47 seconds. Some stream. This is an ad. This is short, I think, because I can't skip. Photos, some ad. This is that short? Doesn't look like it should. No, it is short. Okay. 6 minutes 39. I actually don't have any 15-second ones. So what is that mint mode? Am I gonna find it? Settings and privacy. Yeah. Oh, anyways, only have 3%. Yeah. Yeah, so like I actually like I don't know, like on TikTok I feel like the videos have gotten like I don't know, maybe it's just the algorithm for me. But yeah, the videos I get are usually like really yeah, not bad. And they're not like because it's usually just like people talking, they're not as edited as like Instagram videos, I think. I feel like Instagram is more like for the looks than TikTok. Or like at least my TikTok algorithm it is that way. Yeah, this one is like a 15-second video or whatever. Okay, my phone is turning off. But yeah. What I really like on TikTok actually is, and also on Instagram, I have that on all my social media apps actually, can only recommend. I have like there's like, you can put like a screen limit, or a timer sort of like for like how long you want to be in the app. You can also actually like if you, I don't know how that works on Android, but in Apple you can also like set a screen limit for like specific apps in your settings. And I have 10 minutes for all social media ads I have. So on Instagram, it's like after 10 minutes from my phone and from Instagram, there's like the screen is being blocked and I need to like specifically like click I want to continue. And then I need to click how long I want to continue, because I can say like 1 minute longer, 5 minutes longer, 50 minutes longer, or like don't bother me for the day anymore with this. But then I still have the one from Instagram itself. So then I also need to click like it's like fine from them. And because it's like a bit buggy, I don't have sound for like the next 30 seconds after clicking that. So really staying on the app longer than 10 minutes is like worth 10 clicks and 30 seconds of silence. So it's really unusual that you stay if you don't actually want to do something. And with TikTok, I have that it's like after 10 minutes, it's reminding me. And I think after 20 minutes, like if it's the second time reminding me, it actually asks me to put in like a number code. It's like only like 1, 2, 3, but I need to put in the numbers and like say okay. So that's also like, I don't know, like 5, 6 clicks or something. But yeah, like I just think like with TikTok, I can like stop way easier than with Instagram. Yeah. Because, yeah, usually, like, it's really the science posts which are keeping me longer, so... I don't know, on Instagram there's, like, so many posts about, like, some studies and stuff like this, and then I'm caught. Like, if you give me, like, a nice slide presentation about a study I haven't heard about yet, with, like, properly citing the numbers and everything, ooh. I'm caught. But if you just like ramble about your day or make like some like fashionista whatever, I'm like, okay, bye. I have better stuff to do. But yeah, so that's like sort of how this like infinite scroll is not really a thing. That post, and that's in it that way I was much better for social media. Yeah. I actually think that would be nicer as well. Like that you basically like you see nothing per default. Or like only the thing of your like regions, like regional, local stuff. And then you only like see the stuff of your friends. I definitely agree that would be better, because we also know how social media is actually like specifically like male profiles. It's like really feeding them sexist, misogynistic content. It's like social media, like especially Instagram, is a red pilling men on purpose and like crazy, actually. Like it's really hard to not be shown misogynistic content. It's like you can't really escape it. I'm back, I'm working on. They said it's just a clear dry skin problem with dehydration. They just said drink and put lotion and it should be fine. With that much pain and stuff, okay. So, well, try that. Try it for like a couple weeks. If it doesn't get better or doesn't like properly get better and normal, go to them again. I mean, we know they've been like more like unhelpful and unmotivated recently, right? So try it, see if it works. If they've been wrong, go there again. It's the ads are really annoying. I think honestly, actually, now that you say it, I think that's actually a thing why I stop TikTok easier. Because every few videos there's an ad, and then I'm annoyed and I close TikTok. Because on Instagram you see less ads. Hmm. Yeah, buy yourself like proper lotion. Yeah. Instagram doesn't even provide a way we can remove those ads? Oh, yeah. Hmm. What I really like is an app I'm using right now. It's called Locket. You invite all of your friends, and then you can put a widget on your home screen, and you can send each other like pictures. It's like I use it specifically for the people which live like further away from me, and where it's like hard to stay in touch with. Because it's like, I don't know, like I'm a really bad texter, and I also don't think it's like low-key valuable to like inform yourself about each other if you're like so far away from each other. Because there's like nothing the other person can do anyway. But it's still like nice to like sort of stay in touch. So with this app, like you sort of like inform the other people like once in a while like what you're doing. But it's because you can't use a picture from like your gallery, it's like really just like about in the moment pictures. And then it's just like, so today, oh yeah, my phone is off. So today I had from my friend, I got a picture of, I think it's in front of her workplace, where there was like some like Christmas decoration with like a tiny slate. That was kind of cute. And I put a picture of our like Christmas decoration in the living room, like our Christmas tree and stuff. And then a friend of ours put a picture about how he's getting into some type of board game which takes like really long. I have no idea what it is, but yeah. And we put a picture of when we were playing Bomb Busters, which is also a board game with our friends, the other day. And then my sister sent some picture of like nature where they live, because there's like snow and stuff. And I sent a picture of like the one day we had like 1 centimeter of snow here. And my grandma, I actually also gave my grandma that app, because then like just on the home screen she can like see these pictures. And stay like a bit in the loop and stuff, because I know I'm like really bad to sort of like keep her in the loop. And then she's always like texting me like per private message, per like WhatsApp, like what she's doing, so that's also really nice. And some, actually like one of my friends hasn't been like sending much recently. Gotta bother him. In summer, like one of our friends has been sending us pictures about like going for a morning walk and sort of like making us do it as well. And then I was also like going for a morning walk, sort of inspired by this, also sending a picture. Then my other friend was like sort of like working, and she was working on some type of like exam type thing, like a paper for her like law school. And she then like texted me like images like, oh, still working. And then couple, like, I think, like, I don't know, a couple of days later, like, still working. So, yeah. That's like, I don't know, like, I really like that app because it's like you don't need to put any effort in to see those pictures. And you can only, like, I don't know, you can only actually put, like, a picture and, like, a tiny, tiny message, sort of like a title, but that's it. And you see the pictures of everybody, because you only just see the news picture. And then it makes sort of like a monthly recap and stuff like this. So, I don't know, I think that's really cool because you sort of get reminded of each other. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I don't have Snapchat since I was like 13 or something. No, that's a lie. I think 15 or something. I have no clue, but I think it was a bit later because with 13, I don't know if I actually already had Snapchat. Might have though. I just know that I had Snapchat for a year, and then I noticed that I get body dysmorphia from all the filters, and then I deleted Snapchat again. I also didn't like the app. It had back then already like so many ads. What's the name of my chair? Oh, it's a new chair we got yesterday, actually. It's from IKEA. I don't know the name of it, but it's from IKEA. It's available in black, this brown, and like a sort of like a weird gray beige or something. It's technically not my chair. Technically it's Zek's chair, but Zek is working in the office today, so easy. My chair. And yeah. You're probably only gonna see me in that chair from now on. Because he's always working when I'm streaming, so. Snapchat is so weird, I think. I don't know. I never liked the way the app works. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't use it. I never really, I guess. Oh, ads? Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Now I can like speak privately to Grumpy Palace Cat. I love you for using my emotes. We all know why Snapchat got big in the first place. Oh, with the like sending like dirty pics and stuff like this, right? That was actually also a thing why I left. That was so weird to me. I think we heard that somebody like took screenshots of that or something. And I have no idea, but there was some shit going on Snapchat. So, well, just didn't use it. I remember back then that actually like some friends were still like, oh, but like, why don't you have it? Like, I have it, like, get it, blah, blah, blah. I was like, nah. Don't see the value in it. But I also like, I don't think that was wrong because even staying in touch with people was low-key useless and harmful because everybody would use filters, right? So it was just like warping my perception of reality of how people look, and I didn't appreciate that. So I'm really glad that I got off. Later then, these filters came to... sorry, give me a second. Later then, these filters came to Instagram, right? And then I got into, I guess, the second phase of like body dysmorphia. But thankfully, since like, I guess like a few years or something, I've been out of that. So really glad about that. Also, like, the funny thing is I'm so out of it now that even though I don't entirely always notice it with like other people using filters, like a lot of the time I do, but I don't know, it's like I notice it, but I'm like, this doesn't look too bad on them. Like, I don't know, it doesn't look like they look like a different person because I don't know them, right? So I just think like, oh, they just have like really big eyes. They're like a pretty lady, you know?
and like, oh yeah, I guess the makeup is from the filter or something. And then I used the filter myself, and it's like completely warping my face. And I'm like, what the fuck? I look so fucking stupid, bro. So this is yeah, the I guess the experience I have with filters nowadays. I'm just there's like the only filters I do use, and I really like them, is filters which just clean up the image a little bit. Like they clean up shadows which are sort of like unnecessary and only sort of like come from bad lighting. And they clear up the colors a little bit. Like they make stuff a little bit more saturated, or they, for example, like make the exposure lower. Like I still really like the aesthetic of like low exposed pictures. So that's something I like still use, like that sort of editing. But nothing which is like warping the face or anything. Oh, water. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Filters were always a problem. Yeah, I think it's really like now with AI on top of that, it's like body dysmorphia is getting tough, bro. Free glasses, big glasses in the water for 10 minutes. I still have pictures from back then. I'm gonna do the exercise, but like in a second. I don't know. I now got sort of like caught in the activity of doing half a manicure. Let me see if I actually find some like weird picture from me back then. Okay, that's with my friends. I can't show these. Oh my god, I can't show these. Oh no. Yeah, actually already didn't use Snapchat anymore. Apparently. Damn, I stopped with Snapchat early. I'm kind of proud of myself, Loki. Don't have many. Like, this is normally edited, I think. This doesn't look like Snapchat. Huh? Was my Snapchat face later? Wait. This is Instagram filters. That was already when I was like over with Snapchat, because I was like, oh cool, filters. But that was on Instagram then. That was my second phase. I was already done with Snapchat at that point. Oh my god, I have. I look so fucking the same as back then. It's crazy. Okay, let me how do I show this to you? Wait. I think I'm just gonna Okay, that looks like super weird. Anyways, I'm just gonna show that to you too. We tested all the shitty Instagram filters back then. Oh my god, these pictures are so cringe. If anybody ever uses one of these pictures, it's only allowed if they make like a great emote with it. We then use in stream. Otherwise I'm mad. Yeah, I think this was also not normally edited, but actually using... Excuse me, why do I get a black screen? Give me a second, guys. I need to sort of like set up these pictures in a way where they make sense. I'm looking for some pictures of Zach with filters too, by the way. Just know I see you, and hopefully I'm gonna have funny images. These images are actually, I think, from... Oh. Oh my god, is that bad? Oh my god. I actually usually only have pictures where we used Snapchat, where my friends made the pictures because they were still using Snapchat, but I didn't. So I don't have pictures where I'm alone and then where I can like show you. But so these are sort of the only pictures I have. So this is like Instagram filters becoming a thing. Okay, so let me... Okay. Display capture. So these are like the... These are the pictures I have. These are like early Instagram filters. But it was like, I did them for fun and that was it. Like, I never like actually started using them. Like, this one here is like one of the best ones. So, yeah, that's the only thing I can offer actually. Yeah. I was like hella funny, but apart from that, I actually never, like, I don't have any of the pictures anymore. Like, I did, like, I had pictures using Snapchat filters, but it was really like, apparently it was before I was 15 because I don't have them on this PC and I have, it must even actually be before I was fat. No, sorry, not 30. Yeah, before I was 15. Actually, these could be... Yeah, these could be with Snapchat, but this was only a color filter. Like, this was the OG Snapchat color filter, where every picture was being made like this weird, like, yellow-blue. Like, that's something I used. But I don't even know if that already changed your face. I don't think so. I think it was actually just a color filter. I don't know. I hate the way I look, so I can make my face look better. Yeah, I mean, that's like just feeding into body dysmorphia, though. Yeah, I also have all notifications like turned off for social media apps. Discovered Nightcore. Okay. Yes. Okay, great mental health. True. Beneficial. I got a shitload of female-ish clothes. Amazing. Let's go. I adore this email. It's so freaking cute. You're freaking cute. You just left work? Amazing. Disadvantageous. Since I received my packages personally, the delivery lads always ask me if I could take in stuff for others. Huh? Oh, now I have free parcels sitting here since a week, and no one bothers to come pick them up. Oh, yikes. Actually, I always accept the things for my neighbors, but my neighbors like always come pick them up. But I also like text them. Like every time I get a package for them, I just text them, "Hey, I got a package for you," and then they come get it. I can keep the morphia away with filters. No, you can't. You feed into it actually. Like that's not how it works. Like it's like being like I can like keep the side effects of drugs further away by taking more. Like technically, but no. Like you just delay them and make them worse later. It's like not actually keeping them away. It's just postponing them, but making them worse. Have you ever had a fan moment, like being publicly recognized? Well, of course. When we had the community meetup, people were, we set up a meetup, they recognized me. But no, like randomly, no. Like, nah, I don't. Mm-mm. A client of mine used the Snapchat filter on me. I have to say, I would look great as a woman. Yikes. Yeah, how about I delay them further? Well, that's yeah. Well, filters are not as good as drugs in that way, and drugs are also not able to delay the side effects forever. But yeah, I can only like honestly just like don't use filters, don't look at like sort of like clean up your Instagram and any type of social media. You don't have any images which sort of like make you feel shitty about yourself. This can literally also just be like it doesn't need to have like to do with like filters specifically. Because there's like many ways to like make some pictures like look better than others, right? Like the whole like if you just like for example like follow influencers where they have money to like make every picture they post be essentially from like a professional photo shoot. It doesn't need to be a filter which is warping their face, but they just have like perfect lighting, perfect editing and all of this. And then it can still make you like feel shitty and like inferior about yourself. And I'm not saying this is like a thing to like go about this forever maybe, but I feel like sometimes it can really help to just sort of watch the content we consume. Because it's going to shape our reality. So, yeah. I'm in the Netherlands, yeah. Ooh. Yikes. I mean, I guess if you know to where it's going, you can like still like send them like make like a tiny note and like stick it on their door, like throw it through their put it in their post box. Hmm. But my host mom used to say it. Lol. I never heard that one before. But yeah, I don't know, like body dysmorphia is not something which is gonna like just gonna go away. And like with any sort of like dysmorphia or anxiety or whatever, like if you avoid it, it's just gonna get worse, right? So I can just sort of like I can only recommend like sort of to address it and make life choices accordingly. Because if you leave it up to chance, right, then it's like, I mean, if you believe so, sure, try that. It can't get worse if I don't have it. So you disagree with having body dysmorphia? Or like, what, how do you mean that? And hi Sigbertos, how you doing? Welcome. How did it go? Like, did you show up? What are the news? Okay, wait. I'm seeing her today. Oh, so like today is gonna be the day? Like she doesn't know yet? Were you able to make a plushie? You're nearly finished? Amazing. Oh my god, we like pictures, please. Pretty, please. I need like 1 hour max, I think. Oh my god. I'm so excited. I love that. Okay. Did you think about what you're gonna tell her? Pore's a deer? No, Pore's the League of Legends plushie. It's like sort of their like an animal they made up. Like I delay it and then pretend to not see myself or see anything. Then I pretend not to have dysmorphia. Okay. I mean, sure, if you want to add to body dysmorphia also like major personality issues, that's a perfectly the goal-oriented solution, right? If you pretend to not see yourself, it's gaslighting yourself. Like this is and it's probably like majorly also impacting your self-confidence and self-image. No, that's not how body dysmorphia works. Sadly, I'm sorry. How do I explain this? We have top models with body dysmorphia. Like we have like, I don't know, like there is people who are like fitness influencers who have body dysmorphia. You learned hand sewing for this? Amazing. And are you doing pattern stuff for the first time? That's so cool. Can't wait, can't wait. I mean, White Milk, we both know that you don't believe in this, right? Like, that's how I read it. Like, I read all of those messages with sarcasm. So... you actually have hope that this is how you're gonna fix it? Okay. Really funny, actually, how so many humans, even though our mental health problems are like, everybody of us is unique, and everybody has like a unique personal narrative evolving around our mental health problems. That's why, like, sort of to fix any type of mental health problems, it's a very unique solution. It's also really what the funny part is, though, that even though we're all unique and we're all individuals, a lot of these stories are really similar. But we always think that we're the first person with that we're the only person where this wouldn't work, or we're the only person that it would work. We commit to this individual approach sometimes so much that we just really get low-key obsessed with the idea of being isolated with this issue and being the only person with this issue. Where it's like, even though every issue is unique, because... no, actually, yeah. Because even if every one of us is unique, the issues are not. And even if the narratives, because we are unique, are changing a little bit, there's sort of like ways to fix it we have are sort of actually like really well experienced so far, let's say it like this. Because even though every therapist, for example, like treats you as an individual, they're all studying the same thing. And I don't know. I feel like sometimes we would do well in trying to streamline the process by not trying to hide behind, oh, I'm like, for me it's different. Because we're really good, I feel like, in avoiding to face our own emotions and worldviews and belief system, to avoid to confront them, to avoid to have to think about them, actually, because we're scared as hell from them. And if there is still that belief that, oh, but if I just actually believe in this, like if I believe in the oppressive system I made in my mind that only people look like this are pretty, if I believe in that system and see it through and just adhere to the system, just adhere to the standards, then it's not gonna bother me. Instead of confronting the oppressive belief we put up for ourselves. And I think it's really funny because even though we're humans and we have survived so much, and we're one of the species which was able to overcome so many issues. And we were able in numbers and with a lot of other things, our intelligence, survival instinct and all of that, we were able to actually overcome issues far greater than us. And still, we are afraid of our emotions. We're not afraid of the world. We're not afraid to land on Mars. We're not afraid to go to the moon. We're not afraid to find aliens. We have the confidence that surely we would we would be superior to them. We're not afraid to face bears and wolves, but we're afraid of our own emotions. So that's like a really, I don't know, I think that's really funny and really cute. I think humans are really cute in that way. We're so bold and still we are cowards. And every one of us has a tiny side. Bigger or smaller sides. Well, we are cowards. I'm not a coward, I'm smart. Everybody is a tiny coward. Everybody is also smart. Why are you so obsessed with not being a coward? What would that say about yourself if you are? Thanks, Sarah. Welcome, welcome. Your room looks so very cozy. Does it? Or is that sarcasm? Because this party doesn't look really cozy to me. More like work and project. Don't look at it. All those yarn balls and plushies just feel so soothing, to be honest. Oh, okay, so it was actually like, I'm glad. I'm glad. Absolutely my intention, of course. But yeah, the yarn balls, like, to be fair, I get it. They do look really soft and stuff. I like the plant here. It's only here because the Christmas tree is where it was, in the living room. But I kind of like it. Now that I gotta explain, I don't know. I feel like sometimes we're like really obsessed with these like tiny words. Like I feel like for a lot of people actually like it's so you sort of like have to know here. I'm like autistic and gifted, right? So I just sort of approach this from a different direction with a lot of things. To me, when I talk about myself and I'm like, oh, I was a coward, that has no statement about me right now, actually. Like, because it's about back then, usually. Like, even if it's only 5 minutes ago, in the moment where I realize I was a coward, it's like now I have the information to face that. Because before, when I was a coward, I was just avoiding it. And I wasn't like actively making decision to like not bring it up, but I was just sort of like beating around the bush. But it actually helps me to make that statement about myself and be like, oh my god, I'm being such a coward right now. Because now it's an active decision whether I want to stay a coward or whether I now want to be brave. And then I obviously decide to be brave, because who would decide to be a coward, right? And I don't know, it's like there's no... It's not a statement which I interpret as a statement about me as a whole. Does that make sense to you? I'm gifted, smart, and no bad stuff. I'm perfect. That's not what I said. I'm autistic and gifted. That's the only thing I said. I also know that me calling myself smart and gifted actually threatens other people. Oh, but you're perfect. You have no flaws. What do you feel about this right now? Like, what do you feel when you make that joke? Or do you believe in that? You feel better about yourself. How come? Hmm. What do you feel after a few seconds? Oh, you have a therapy session today, 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻? That's amazing. How do you like your therapist? Is it your first session, or do you already know each other? But then reality comes back and I don't believe. And I don't know relief. I become less tensed. Hmm. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you spoke up for yourself and get that support. I'm glad you have a good match with your therapist as well. I hear like a couple bad stories once in a while. So, always glad if someone tells me they have a good match. I hope you're gonna get the support you need in this appointment. Are you scared, sort of what the appointment might, sort of like, which wisdom might be uncovered, let's say, in the appointment? In white milk, you say I don't know relief, but you become less tense. But isn't that then relief? Ah, oh, wait, did you mean I don't know, comma, relief? I become less tense? That's what you meant, right? Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. Do you, when you say, but then reality comes back, what do you mean by that? That you don't believe in it? That I was wrong, I'm clearly not better than others? Does that mean you're worse than others? My aunt and I keep butting heads and she like wants respect but treats me not the best sometimes. So she gave me like I think we should go our separate ways. We live together and I basically said if she wants me to move out, then I guess I can. It would make her homeless. I'm the only money maker in the house. Okay. She is confident saying I think we should go our separate ways then. That's interesting. Do you think she means it in a serious way, actually? Like, do you think she would follow up on being like, okay, move out? Ah, okay. So she said that, but she's not really. It's more like emotional abuse in that moment. Hmm. I see. Oof. How is her accountability on this? How is her awareness on this? Does she know she's, let's call it pushy, in these, like, sometimes? Like, is she aware that she's going too far sometimes? By, like, I guess, like, trying to make others apologize? White milk, I wouldn't say I become worse than others, but I get disappointed about myself. Okay, so you see yourself as equally valuable than others, but if you're equally valuable than others, you're disappointed? Just sort of to clarify, yes, okay. Where does the belief come from to be that you should be better than others? Because it's like, if being equal to others is a disappointment, right? Then you had expectations to be better than others. So where did these expectations come from? After almost 10 years, I'm just tired of fighting tooth and nail. I actually don't know. Her mindset is she's old, so she deserves respect. What entails respect for her? Because I sometimes have... So I feel like everybody deserves respect, right? Like, everybody, like, respect for me is more like I respect you're human, if that makes sense. Like, I respect your autonomy, stuff like, you know, I respect your boundaries. Like, that's respect for me. For other people I know, respect can be, I deserve to be always talked to in a utmost polite way. Respect means that you don't criticize me. Respect means that even if I did something wrong, you can only tell me in the utmost polite way. You cannot be angry on me if I did something wrong. Is it that type of respect? Belief, let's say? Because, yeah, like, respect can mean, like, many different things, I feel like. Oh, absolutely. I learned to treat others the way you want to be treated. But when she over-exaggerates something and I correct her only to be told to shut the fuck up and then I retaliate, I don't think I'm entirely in the wrong. I mean, yeah, of course not. So, okay, so she wants... Essentially, she doesn't want respect, but she wants to get her side of the bargain. Which was, as a child, you had to take shit from everybody, and now she's the older person, so now she can give shit to everybody. Like, that's she's not actually, like, wanting respect. She wants her end of the bargain, is what I'm getting more like. Does that make sense? Like, do you know what I mean? It's sort of like having learned a world belief system and then being upset somebody is stepping out of line in that learned belief system. I don't really know. Since I was able to talk, I wanted to be better than others. And I've been growing up with friends which have beliefs to get better than others. And I've just been growing up to be better. But since I was able to control myself, I always wanted to be better than others. And if I'm not, I'm a failure. Are you scared if you're not better than others? Are you scared to be like sort of like bullied also? Like, are you scared to be rejected by, for example, your friends if you're not better than others? Or get like a comment, or maybe not be respected, being made fun of? I wouldn't say bullied, but rejected or respected. Sorry for your white milk. That seems stressful, no? is that in any subject? Do you have like a subject where it doesn't matter if you're better than others, where you can actually be worse than others, but it doesn't matter? Every subject. Do you think that's a achievable goal? Maybe. I work full time. I'm constantly depressed. No one ever asks me how I am. So like I just stay downstairs and sleep or go to work. Don't even do my hobbies anymore. That sounds like a really tough life, 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻. Did you stop your hobbies because of your aunt? Like, do you think this, like, with the depression, it got worse because of this situation with your aunt? Or is that like does that seem like a separate thing, but it's just sort of like taking that last bit of energy away from you and you can't have that? And since when have you started therapy? Life are gonna be better. There's only one person I ever let be better than me. Okay, which person? Life's just not fun anymore. It's not my one. It's like a whole cumulative thing. Yeah, the energy bits. Yeah. Since 2022, but I've hopped therapists a bit. Didn't you like match with the first therapist? Or like, anyways, that doesn't really matter. Since when are you at the therapist right now? Like the good therapist you've been talking about? My girl, friend like only friends I was what? Friend like only friends I was friends with her? Ah, so your friend, like girl friend, but like only friends. Yeah, okay. Until it all fall away and win different schools and don't talk anymore a lot. Mm. Do you know why it was okay for you that she was better and stuff? Oh, so you were happy actually when she was better. Do you know why? I did, but she switched jobs for about a year or two. Okay. So now, since about a year or two, you're at this good therapist. Just to sort of like clarify. Yes, right. Yes, okay. So, what type of progress have you been making in that year? Because you're at least like, so far what I'm seeing, you were able to ask for support if you need it, at least from her, but also here from the stream. You were able to actually articulate like really well, I think, sort of what's going on. You're able to, I guess, like clarify your emotions in a way where like I can ask you like, do you feel this or that, and you know, like you're not like, oh, like I don't know, but you know. But is there like even more? Yeah. I feel you, 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any like friends? But you like, would you meet? Because you said like you don't do your hobbies anymore, but do you meet friends still? It's just a natural feeling in your body, like if she was better. I mean, that's good. You said you are mad actually on others if they are better. Why are you mad on them? Like, where's that, like, what is that connected to, if that makes sense? Is it more like they don't deserve to be better, they didn't do more, like this is unfair? Or is it like that you feel threatened by them and you're like already sort of setting up for the fight? Maybe you already like sort of expect the comments or like lacking respect and stuff like this and rejection to come, and you like equip yourself, I guess, to combat that? Or how is that like anger connected? Ironically, the problem happened because I wanted to see a friend the 12th of our Christmas party. Can I ask where you... Well, actually, I don't need to know where you live. The thing I'm asking is, because you said if you were to move out, she would become homeless, because you're the like sole earner at the moment. Is it a possibility that she gets like social service or something like this? Like, is there a possibility that the state is supporting her to get her own tiny place, and that you can separate, like sort of set her up for the future where you wouldn't live with her? Hmm. It's hard telling. I'd be moving states away if I move out. All right, Grumpy. Wow, what a difficult situation, Longsair. It's a really like, it's heavy on like loyalty conflict, I think. Because I feel like we're sort of like on the same page, right? That this is not like an optimal situation, like especially to get out of a depression and stuff like this. But at the same time, I absolutely, of course, get why you, yeah, like don't want to move out there, because like you still like don't want your mom, your aunt, I mean, to live on the street and not have like a safe future. Like for me, this is like really confusing. It's like really, it feels like a sort of like an ethical discussion in my head is going on of like, what can I ask for? What can I not ask for? What are the possibilities? And there's like a lot of things like being compared, sort of. That's a tough time. Hmm. I think this was a really lovely end to the discussion. I think it was really good to pause this and put it on hold, and at the same time have the strength to, after this, sort of be like, but like I still love you, and like we're gonna fix this, to like go apart in sort of like in a loving way. I think this was really strong of you. Hmm. I feel like this dependence is really difficult for the relationship, actually, because if she wouldn't know that you are sort of like wouldn't leave because she would be on the street and you have too much heart for that, this pressure point would be way more dangerous to use, right? because it could have consequences, but she feels very safe that it doesn't have consequences. And I think without consequences, it's really hard to balance the battlefield in that moment. Is there... So the only thing I'm sort of like... I don't know, what feels like it's for sure for me is that this dependence sort of needs to change. To be able to sort of like have all options, right? And to make this decision easier for you, I think. Because I feel like this, you are like really under like high pressure with this decision. Well, there's an idea I had. I don't know if that's a possibility, but I wanted to sort of like put it out there. The idea I had was, is there a way where, like, I don't know if you have like an apartment or a house maybe even, but is there a way where you can switch or even like just rearrange the living situation you are in right now, where it's more of like a separate space, where like one person has one floor maybe and the other person has the other floor, and it's really like sort of like living next to each other, more like living together with each other, where it's like everybody has their own kitchen maybe, or you know, where it's like everybody has... That's what you do already for the most part. So is there a way then how you just can spend like less time together, like if you don't need to? I'm in the basement. But I mean, that's... yeah, okay. I guess it could be better. Like if there would, like if you're able to sort of like rent, or I don't know if you rent or buy, no idea, to actually have like a sort of like a split house where like she can have one half, you have the other half. You know, it's like really like separate. Like somebody needs to open my door, they like don't usually do, you know, to meet the other person. Or maybe like where you can... So the thing is essentially that I think it could be beneficial to have a way where you don't need to meet each other. Like if you have like a back door, for example, to the basement. But I feel like like there needs to be some type of like cooking option as well. Like I feel... I don't know, I would just really like, I guess, for you to be able to avoid contact for a time. Or like to not have to have contact with her, if that makes sense. So that you can choose, you know? Because if you have that door, which is like closed, where she can't interact with you if you don't want to, you know? Then there's consequences if she behaves like shit. Because then you won't come upstairs anymore and she can't interact with you. But if there's still sort of like a point where she can like camp on you in the kitchen or in the bathroom, you know, she has pressure on you. And I don't like that situation. If that makes sense. Like maybe you can actually talk about that with your therapist. Like if there's something like you can like, what can you do about that situation that there's just like more options for you? I don't think only, well, an argument, you know? I don't know how to like properly sort of clarify this. Yeah. But I just feel like you should have the possibility to answer to this in a way where you don't have to make the decision to put her on the street or not, you know? Like, that's something I would wish for you. Because I feel like if there's this loyalty conflict and this ethical question within you, it's really hard to make that decision align with your boundaries as if it weren't, right? Because it's going to influence your decision. So I guess what I'm really trying to focus on here is how to make that, how to take that ethical question out of the discussion to give you the chance to actually think about, okay, how do I want to like put that boundary down? Like how that you have actually like free choice to answer to this how you like. If that makes sense. Because I feel like then it's like way easier to be fine with whatever consequences that decision has, you know, because you've been free making that decision. Yeah. Because I feel like, yeah, right now I think she might be like, I don't know if she actively does or passively, right? Like people manipulate people passively the entire time. But yeah, I think she's profiting right now from this extra pressure being in the discussion. So yeah. Maybe you can also talk to the other aunts about this. I don't know, like they know her too, right? And maybe you can get some advice from them. Maybe they can help with this discussion or with this living situation between you guys. I mean, maybe one of them even says like, you know what, like move out, I'm gonna move in, I'm gonna handle that or whatever. Like maybe there's it's gonna offer some like other options, you know? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like sometimes it can actually like with your aunt right now, I feel like sometimes it can really help other people, especially if they're like sort of like a little bit too involved with their own emotions and they have like a hard time to well, I guess to mentalize. I guess it can help when you maybe share how this is stressing you and how actually like taking care of her and this whole financial situation is stressing you. And sort of like showing that it's not like easy peasy, wonderful life, right? But that you're exhausted right now and you could need some help. Like in a weird way, like asking for help sometimes can sort of like and sort of opening up about like what's going wrong can sometimes help people to like be more compassionate and see more of like your side of the story. It really depends on the person though. Like, go with your guts on this one. Yeah. So like, I don't know, like if you think she like loves you and is like has compassion for that, I think opening up about all of your worries right now and really asking her to support you in this, because questions like these, maybe they're like a normal discussion for her, but for you this is really taking the last energy out of you because you're so under pressure already. It can like really help. It can really help. Yeah. Yeah. Because I do think she wants to connect with you in these moments. Like, I think she doesn't know properly how to, you know, but I do think she wants to connect with you and she wants like a bond with you, like you said as well. So I feel like sometimes we just need to help people around us to know how they're gonna get what they want. Because some people just didn't learn like really good strategies for that. So I don't know. Yeah. And I don't know, like maybe she's like acting out this way because she's actually missing you and wants to spend more time with you and is lonely. Like that could be a thing. Like, I'm not saying that is a thing, right? But that could be a thing. I'm also not saying it's like excusing her shitty behavior. But it's just a thing where like sometimes we just sort of need to see what person we're talking to. And if we talk to a person which has not lived in a time or had the chance or just didn't, some people are also too dumb to develop like really great social skills or emotional capacity or something like this, or just self-awareness and emotional regulation skills, we sort of also need to match them in the energy they are. Like if we want to match them, and that's always a decision when we have like free will, right? But if we want to make it work with them, we sometimes just need to see that there's a mismatch of skill in the room with us, and that they might just need some guidance and some more practical explanations from what we want from them. Because if we just tell them that we want more respectful, I don't know, communication or whatever, or if we just expect them to like know that when we say like, hey, like I'm struggling with depression, like please support me here, like a lot of people don't know what they should do with that. Like they need really practical advice. Like they need to know, like, if I don't know, like ask me questions like this. If you have a problem with me, voice it like that. And or like if you do this and that, that's really like not helping me at all. If you feel lonely, I get it, I'm too, but just tell me like this and that. Like giving them sort of like a more direct blueprint of like how they can get what they want from us can really help them. It doesn't matter. Like she doesn't need to understand why you're depressed. She needs to know that you are, you know? But yeah, I think, well, like every person is different, right? Like even if she were to like, we can't treat like people who are depressed the same way. So I think maybe like asking her what she's really bothered about. If it's like, if it does seem like something where like she's like unnecessarily bothered about this like very specific thing, where you think like, okay, there's something else behind it, maybe getting to the point of that could help. And just be like, hey, next time, just tell me that directly, please. Just, you know, like send me a text, like put a letter under my door. I don't fucking know, you know, like find a better way. Yeah. But you see what I mean? Like, I'm not around, so anything can't be wrong, because I should be at least static. Static? Sorry, I'm confused with this. I'm like at least calm. Because you're not around, she needs to be at least calm. Like, not necessarily happy, but just nothing happening to her, so nothing should be happening with me. Give me an example on this. Because I feel like there's a few ways I can understand that, so I just want to make sure I'm getting it the right way. Ah, okay. I feel like, yeah, that's sort of what I suspected. I feel like mental health is a thing where, especially if people sort of are older, or like from this like more old generation belief system, it's how do I put this? They're maybe like not as attuned to the signals or something. But essentially what, like, I don't really know why, but like they do, like what I sort of like in my experience, they really do better if they get like really clear communication about this. Like there's a lot of people losing things out of sight. There's a lot of people who don't understand chronic issues. Because it's like if you have that all the time, you learn to function, so now it's not bad anymore. They don't sort of like see that it can just like still be a struggle like every fucking day, you know? If that's not being shown. So I don't know. I feel like sometimes, yeah, I think I'm sort of, I guess, with like, I wouldn't like maybe show her, but just talk to her about it. But like if that's a possibility, but yeah, at the same time, if there's no room to talk about it and it just leads to more discussion about how this is not right or true or whatever, then yeah, it's just there is no safe space to have that communication. You can ask a therapist if they would do system therapy, or if there's an option for system therapy. System therapy is essentially therapy between you and somebody close to you. So it would mean that you and your aunt come in, and the therapist is sort of like guiding that talk between you. That can be a really valuable option. Because I do believe that so fixing her is not gonna be a thing you can do. Like that's just, I'm gonna put that out there. Like it's a truth. Like of course there's always this like 1 in a million chance or something. I think knowing though that is a 1 in a million chance, you don't want to waste energy on that. So I think the options I guess there are is either she's coming to that system therapy and there's some type of system therapy, and you can, I guess you can cover that up, right? Like with like, hey, like my therapist asked if you could come to therapy with me, give some more context and stuff like this, right? But usually it's like more helpful if it's like really open, like, hey, my therapist wanted you to come along so we can talk about this thing between us. If she's not like agreeing to that, the other thing is just accepting her for who she is. Which means accepting that you can't have a really close relationship with her because she's not that safe of a person. Which I know sucks to say, and it also sucks to sort of like realize and accept, but you, like, in that moment, you just need to accept, like, that's the capacity of that person. And this is how they lived life. They have proven to not want to change or be able to talk about any of this. So this is as far of a connection you can have. And you accept that, and then you just have that type of connection, and you draw the line and period, point blank, that's it. The next thing is trying to find a way to actually, go your separate ways. And you can try to find a way with like talking to her aunts, asking if any of one of them can like live with her, so you can move out and you're going to support them financially, like they have been supporting you guys or something. Or finding like a different living situation where you like everybody has like really like sort of like a different apartment type thing. Or trying to find out if there's any like social help for her, whatever. Or just literally like telling her like, hey, I want to look into moving out. I need you to find a way. You have 3 months, and then the contract of this apartment is going to be cancelled. And if you don't find a way, you're going to be on the street. And like hoping that she will just find a way for herself. Yeah. Right, like, I'm trans and I have a girlfriend, and she doesn't know either of those things and probably never will. Then you're also hiding your girlfriend. That's even more annoying. Also, then it's taking away energy from you and your girlfriend. Like, all of this random bullshit. Oh, so annoying. But then you're also hiding yourself at home. Mm-hmm. A lot of actors have depression. Anyways. Maybe that's just me. I don't see a way. How are you gonna get to like a really mentally stable, happy, bubbly life? Living with her. In a way where like your girlfriend can't come over, you can't be who you are at home. Like, I feel like having a relationship with her, still visiting her for these very specific days, just pretending like like, you know, like not opening up about this, and for these specific days pretending like, okay, you can choose to do so. I just don't. But it might, I mean, at some point you might want to change that, right? And then you still have like a situation going on. Wow. Oh, exhausting. Let's do some deep breaths. This is so exhausting. Oh lord. Let's put our shoulders like back and down. Hold for 5 seconds. Normal. Now just sort of like yeah. Okay, do so. You're absolutely welcome to join this community and like come back after therapy or the next time. Here's the schedule. We also have a Discord as sort of like a last thing of action I'm just gonna give you. And it was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for being vulnerable here, taking the chance on this, and also to be vulnerable actually about you being trans. I really appreciate it. And I hope your therapy is going to be good. I hope it's going to give you some sort of like relief type of action plan, whatever. Yeah, then we see ourselves the next time. And hopefully we can support you some more. Bye. All right. I'm glad. Bye. All right. The pre-therapy session is great. Exactly. Should I read the entire chat between you, Fluffy, and White Milk? Or do you two want to give me like a summarized version and we start into it? From the... You can also send me this privately. If you don't want to, like, I don't know. Yeah, if you don't want to summarize it publicly. Okay, I'm gonna read it then. I hope you understand, White Milk. I was like focusing on 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻 here. Not because they're like more important, but because they're like on a time schedule, and I just noticed, okay, there's gonna be like a little bit of like a longer talk. And I thought you probably like are already sort of like being interrogated by Fluffy, and we can come back on it later. Okay, blah 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 blah. Okay, I don't know how to explain, but Woody said I'm mad at them because I wasn't able to compete against them, and I'm threatened, and just it's hard to explain. But there are too many topics. Others could be better. How do you compete if there are better in topics you never did before? I don't know how to explain, but wait. Ah, yeah. Huh? Ah. I mean, I start doing it depends. Like, it depends. If it's a sport or any other. Like the self-hatred about my face is because I can't compete against other people. Okay. Or my body, or whatever. Have you ever tried to set yourself a goal and don't go overboard with it? Like to try to get to a certain level and don't get better in it? I tried, it doesn't help. I gotta be better always. Even if I reach my goal, I have to go forward until I'm better. Even if I stop it, I come back to it. But wait, the SIG battles. You were up till 4 AM. Gee, SIG battles, you're doing it all. I hope you tell her about this. That she's so important to you because of that. Or like seeing that as proof. How do you feel if you're better than someone? I feel proud for a few and the Ferland, I don't know, ego, but after a few my body just becomes normal again. Order to be normal, I gotta be better. I don't know if you did, Grumpy, though, showing the Twitch recap. So it's just a short time a word? What makes it so important to you? I don't know, my body hates itself. If it's not better, it's just my body craves normal, and in order to be normal, I gotta be better for my body. It's important not to feel that, like, being threatened. If I'm not better, they're afraid. Like, my body doesn't feel safe. I mean, if I get what you all say, I would have no remorse throwing her out. Oh. I'll move away. I can't imagine that you are not normal. I think you're compared too much. Everybody hates anything on themselves. Maybe you could try to focus on your strengths. You seem to be really ambitious and motivated. I mean, there's always that I can try, but even if I try, it's going to result to being better. I tried thinking about my positives. I can't think of any. And even if I like something, it will be overturned. Never Be All Alone. You're my most watched stream of the year 2025. Love it. Thank you. Oh, I'm happy. Amazing. Love you. What makes it better on others so it overturns your positives? I have horrible English. I don't understand. I also didn't understand what is your mother tongue Finnish. I mean, I know English. I know how to talk. I just sometimes have trouble understanding and forgetting words and stuff. I speak kind of broken English. Maybe you could use a translator to understand better. Wait. Even in Finnish, I can't understand the question. What makes it better to others? Or to return it to positive, you mean? You meant it overturns a positive trait. What makes it better on the other person? Okay, I think I understand. I mean, does it better? Makes it look better, etc. Knows how to show it better. Shoot it better? Show it better? Oh. Anyway, I talked as in stream slow. No, I mean, I corrected. Yeah, okay. My bad. But that means you learn from others. How does it make you feel to be like a mentor student situation? I learned it in my own way better. Like, I try to be better than him, her in the training and in the end results. But you don't compare the mentor. I compare in every aspect and I try to beat him in every aspect of the subject. Well, I mean, sometimes I compare, sometimes it's just important to be better. Just put him in some kind of group albums. I sank over into unturned to be better than my friends, and yet I'm not even close. Into unturned? Is that a game? I didn't mean it negative, Fluffy, it's fine. Like, my body craves and craves being better. No way around it. Feels like it. Yeah, I'll start it because they said they were better. Okay. Do you think this is just who you are? Because you say your body craves being better. So do you think this is something which is unchangeable? Just, it's your nature, you're born with this. This is who you are, period, point blank. I mean, I think I have to be better too. I was born like this. So then it can't be body dysmorphia, right? Because body dysmorphia will learn. Body dysmorphia is something you do not find in small children. They built it because they learned comparing themselves to others and valuing prettiness as better self-worth. How are you sure that you were born with this and that you didn't learn it? Do you think it's not a behavior that can be learned? Or like, well, where does that come from? I mean, ever since I knew I was alive in kindergarten or home, my parents said I was obsessed with being better, and I always wanted to be better. When I grew up, it's there. How did your parents behave if you got a bad grade, for example, in school, or if you were not good at something? How was the reaction? Oh, this is so disgusting. Mom, terribly mad dad, said do better next time, and then just no more. Ah, okay, so your mom was terribly mad, but your dad just said do better. Welcome back, Stroda. How did your dad stop your mom? No. How did your mom react? Do you have like a very specific situation you just have in your head where you're like, I can like sort of like borderline like tell you the specific words she would say? Like if you say terribly mad, I'm like interested in the language sort of around that. And like what, like how did she voice that? Did she voice it? Was she like loud? What would she say? Yeah. Do you have anything like that? We're talking right now to White Milk, who has this inherent need to be better. And we're sort of just, yeah, talking about that, trying to understand that. Yeah. We came here through body dysmorphia, actually. But yeah, now we're here. Not really, but said, how did I do so bad? Did I even try? She wasn't screaming or anything, just raised her tone and started saying, what did I even do and stuff. It's hard to explain, but to correct to you all, she's a nice woman, no problem with her. I don't, like, it's, I don't judge your mom. If that's important for you. Like, we know this is your perception. We know this is it's a situation. So it's like, it's fine. I don't judge her. Like, whatever you will say, I will see it from this is your perspective on her. Right? And there's multiple perspectives to humans in general. How did it, like, what did it do to answer those questions? Like, when you had a test where, like, you tried hard, like, you learned, but you got a really bad grade. And she was asking, like, how did you do so bad? And you were like, well, I just didn't get what they mean. And did you even try? You say, like, yeah, I, like, really learned. Like, what was the answer to... What was the response to these answers? Give me a second. It's way too heavy. Mm. Do you ever remember talking back to her in that moment? Or being angry at her in these moments? Or like, how did you feel like in these moments in general, actually? Okay, let's start with the first one. Do you ever remember talking back to her in these moments? You kind of raised your voice and argued with her, but I never could really say anything to her. What difference do you mean in that moment that you argue with her, but you could never really say anything to her? So you argued with the logic of these questions, probably, right? Like you argued about like whether you did enough, maybe, but you never said something about the disrespect. Is that what you mean? How much weight? Not a lot. Like 8 kilos? Yeah, never could myself to talk about that because to your second questions, I felt disappointed, sad, and a failure when that happened. Yeah, I know. It's like, this is like sand in them. Sand doesn't have the best, you know, like weight to volume type thing. No, I understand. Yeah. How do you feel if you do bad or worse at something, or you messed something up, and the person who sort of like has to do with that is actually not mad at you? And it's just like, happens, whatever. Or is actually even already making you a compliment for doing what you have done. I mean, silently panicking or trying to fix it quickly, or just overall body starting to pound and saying sorry. Okay. So even... Okay. So even when they didn't, when the people around you are actually not mad at you, you still get that reaction of being really disappointed and sad and thinking you're a failure and being sort of overwhelmed a little bit by these emotions. Can you describe what you feel when I do this? What do you think about me? Now that I did that. And you can be honest. Sigurbertus is also taking part in this. Only strange? You could say if you think I'm stupid for doing this. I don't mind. Or if I'm wasteful. Or maybe undisciplined, entitled. So this was fine. Like nothing. Like, is there, like, what are the consequences of doing this for me? I don't think it's fine. It's okay. So what is not fine about this? Okay. So there might be something worse happening. Mm-hmm. So some bigger damage, yeah. Or that somebody else is slipping. Mm-hmm. You still only believe I'm strange. Because it does seem I was pretty reckless, no? Which is kind of stupid, no? Mm-hmm. Do you think I'm unsafe? Just a one-time thing. We can make that a two-time thing. It's okay, I'm not gonna do it again. It's empty. Can't happen again. How would you feel inviting me to your parents? Just imaginary. Are you worried? Or like, would you be worried that I do something like this again? Okay. Bobos coming into the chat. How did everybody else feel when I did that? Do we need to have a talk, Sigebertus? I missed it by doing it again. Well, I do have a whole jug of water here still, but no. I'm gonna leave Sigebertus and White Mark in peace. Fluffy, what did you feel? Yeah. But so, what were your feelings with this? If you say you didn't have a problem with it, like what was going on in your mind in that moment? Jeez. Outside are always people right now firing, not like fireworks, but like only these like loud ones, you know. Yeah, true. My floor is kind of dirty, actually. Okay. Do you also have ads, White Milk? Or you don't? No, okay. Do you think the reaction your body had is like, are you happy having that with something like this? And do you still feel something of that? Like, how are you feeling now? Your heart is pounding still. But we cleaned it up, no? Like, now it's safe. Like, nobody's gonna... It's gonna fall. The floor is, like, dry again. Hmm. So why are you still scared of that? Because nothing did happen, right? What if I didn't clean it properly? Looks pretty clean. I can check if you want. I'm not worried about it. Do you think it's helpful to have that reaction? Hmm. But you even have that reaction if other people do it. So I'm inferior to you now? Below you is also a thing you can say. Worse, yeah. What? Never be alone. What? I mean, if you try to be better, and I mean, you didn't do that yet. So if you're better than me, I'm worse than you, right? No? I'm showing a pattern of being worse than me. Is a pattern of being worse than you worse than being worse once? Who am I if I don't learn from my mistakes? I have a jug of water. Like, if you want me to drink Fluffy, you know what you have to do. 150 channel points, please. A stupid person. What is... And if I am a stupid person? What does that mean? Do I deserve less respect? Am I less worth or valuable? Will I have a bad life? Less valuable for others, okay. I mean, I'm already worse, right? Is there a way for me to become equal again? What can I do to not be worse anymore? Because I cleaned it up already, right? Like, there's... Like, do I need to check again? Or... by being better than me? But I mean, this happened, no? So do I need to wait for you to make a mistake? Or do I need to be better in, like, a different field? I mean, competing against me, you're supposed to make me do it. So, wait, what? What do you mean by you're supposed to make me do it? You don't seem threatening to me. Why are you my threat? In what way are you threatening? I'm threatening my reputation. You're threatening my reputation. Or the value of me, okay. So that's pretty big. So, what do I do now? Like, what do I do now to be better than you again? So how can I surpass you? Like, do I need to surpass you in this, like, topic specifically? Or do I need to find a different topic where I can surpass you? Because this one is already lost. Mm-hmm. So I need to make you spill more. That's That's a option I have. Do you need to be worried about me? Because, like, do you need to be worried that I'm trying to sabotage you? You would? Okay. Oh, so you need to be, as a whole person, be better than me. That, like, whatever I do, I'm not gonna be, like, in total better than you. Okay. Whew. I think I don't want to. That seems exhausting, honestly. I think I don't even actually mind. I think doing that made me better than you. Actually. Because I did it and I felt fine. Like, you're super emotional. What now? Like, I just changed the game. What now? I actually thought that was funny. Spilling the thing. I mean, I keep getting better than me. You keep... What? I mean... I keep getting better than you, I guess. But, so, how are you gonna get better than me now? You gonna try to be less emotional? Because I said, like, this is actually not making me look bad, but better, right? So does that count? Like, is the game now changed? Or am I just... Guys, we're serious here. Exactly, like the throat's growing. Glowing and growing. I can't change the game. How can I not? I'll be better in every other aspect. So, if I change the game, I didn't make a mistake. So, because now I told you, like, I actually think this was no mistake. This was, like, good to do. And I think I was better at you in this. Now, like, you try to get better in that. So... Okay. What if Fluffy and Never Meow Alone also agree with me that this was actually the purpose of this? And it wasn't worse, but it's actually making me better. Okay. So you would reject all of us? In our opinion. Would that make all of us to less of a person? because they're like agreeing with me, so they agree with less of a person, which makes them stupid, right? So then they're also less of a person. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Can you... Is this, the talk we have right now, is this only a sort of like, can you step out of this? Because this is an experiment we made, right? Like, that's why I did it on purpose. I don't understand. Okay, I use this as a tool to essentially find out what you feel about this. And to give you a very specific example where you can experience your emotions and articulate them better because you feel them in that moment, instead of having to think about something back then. Does that change anything in the calculation of worth? Oh, never be alone. Like, does it make it okay? Or no? Okay. So the question essentially is all of the things you have voiced, do you stand behind them right now, or are you or do you see this was a experiment? So this is something which we explored as a thought experiment, but it's not your true sort of judgment about me or us? Or does that not matter? Okay. Nice, thank you, Beatrice. Oh, welcome back. Very tired. Oh. We're in a moment in a really interesting discussion with white milk. So, what is your judgment, white milk? Is your no, you don't doing anything wrong. But is your judgment now different that you know it was an experiment and not a real situation, if you want to call it like that? That's entirely okay. You're welcome, Langzir. No problem. So it actually doesn't matter if I spilled this as an experiment to evoke any sort of like emotion from your end. Or if I just normally spill something. Is that what you mean? So what now? Doesn't it make me like so smart? I'm sorry, I can't stay serious on this. Oof. Okay. How was that my own gain? Oh. Oof. Damn, okay. That's an interesting thought. So it's actually dangerous that I'm smart. I see. Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna clarify something for a second. Because I thought you are aware that this is an experiment. Because I don't know if you realize, or if you remember is the better word, but I said before I spilled the thing, it's like, what do you feel when I do this? And then I spilled it. So I thought that I sort of like showed that this is done with purpose. This is not like I did this and asked you how you feel to find out how this is influencing you. I'm sorry that it wasn't clear enough that this was a purposeful action to, yeah, like, and ask you, like, yeah, I'm not sure, like, I thought this would have been clear enough. But I'm sorry it wasn't. I also thought like the way we afterwards talked about it was clear enough that this is still sort of an experiment where we now explore these thoughts. Because what I was trying to get with this, my body automatically changed it to a real situation. That makes a lot of sense. So that's like fine. It's entirely fine. Don't worry. And I will clarify this the next time, especially so you are aware. Okay. Because I understand that if somebody like does an experiment without you knowing, and then you afterwards finding out that this is a breach of trust. So just know this was not my intention at all. And I was sure that I made it clear enough. But I will make it inherently clear next time. I will tell you, like, if there is a next time, I will tell you this is an experiment we're gonna do. And I will wait for you to confirm that you understand this is an experiment. Okay? So just so you know, like, you're safe here. And I'm sorry you sort of like, this wasn't clear. I do think, yeah. So well, it's not only like what I was supposed to gain from this, right? But I hoped that we sort of like, or you, would gain from this to be able to articulate your feelings really well and better, because you experience them in the moment, and because this is like a rather small situation, right? Like, this is like a emotional reaction which is, it's like not like I crashed a car, right? So it's sort of like one of those things, like it's sort of like a known experiment, because it's something which you can easily undo. It's something which happens to people like all the time, but something where you definitely get some type of bodily reaction to this. So I guess it's like sort of like believed to be like a good balance between feeling enough to be able to like properly be able to articulate it, but not feeling so much that you're entirely overwhelmed. No. Your reaction isn't good or bad, right? Your reaction is a fact, and with that fact, we can explore better where this hierarchical belief is coming from and how it works. And I think we actually gained a lot of information about this, right? We gained that with this hierarchy, it's actually threatening to you whether you are the person making the mistake or the person being better than the person making the mistake. Because if you're the person making the mistake, you're threatened by the person who's better than you in terms of disrespect and stuff like this. If you're not the person making the mistake, but the person who's better, you're threatened from the person having made the mistake now trying to sabotage you to be better than you again and push past you. So essentially, in any case, you are only safe from a person if you think you are in so many areas better than that person that it doesn't even matter if they get better in one area, because on the total, like in the total calculation, you're still so much better than them that it doesn't even matter. Actually, I need to pee real quick, and I think this is an interesting question. Sorry. I have like a thing under my chair table, which is like a foot warmer, but I didn't find it. I mean, Dad looked and didn't care. Still clarifying, my mother is a good person and she did nothing wrong. But if I broke or spilled or made too much noise or startled, she wasn't happy and kind of mad. Yeah. Do you feel if she is still judging, even if she's not there? How do you feel right now, White Milk? Now at least knowing this was an experiment but there was no like bad intentions to it or anything. Still heart pounding a bit. It's slowing down. Okay, let's take a break for a second. Let's do some stretching and let's take some deep breaths. It's fine. I mean, we need to do stretches anyway because of Struda, right? So let's do those stretches and take some deep breaths in the meantime. But I'm in bed. You can also stretch in bed. Let me think about how. Okay, so if you don't mind to lift your blankets, which depending on like how warm it is where you live, right? But if you don't mind to lift your blanket, you can like lift your like foot up like this and sort of like pull it down, right? It's called, okay, so no blanket lifting, okay, I'm sorry. You can put up one leg like this. Or both legs like this. That's something like you can do, or apart from that, you can just make yourself like really long. Try to sort of like stretch out under the blanket. Or like do like this, you know? Or actually you can do something slightly different from stretching. You can, one after the other, starting from your toes, like tense up your toes and foot and let it go. And then tense up like the lower part of your legs and then let it go. Tense up the upper part of your legs and then let it go. Abdomen, back, chest, arms, and then like always like really, really tense up and then let it go. This is something you can do under the blanket, and it's something which can help you sleep better. What we're gonna do is our regular stretching exercises. Do you use Fahrenheit or Celsius where you were at? So I can tell you the weather. Celsius. Stretching to the back. Always trying to take deep breaths while stretching. Just pulling your shoulders back and low, holding that for a few seconds. Pulling your shoulders up a bit, like really breathing in. -12, what the fuck? I'm buried under these with a heating pad and a hoodie on. Jesus Christ. Do you want to say which country you live in? Or state, depending on what's comfortable for you. Traditional sweets. Stroopwafel is very Dutch traditional. Roze koek is very Dutch and traditional. Stroopwafel is good. If you are in the Netherlands and go to a market, there's gonna be freshly made stroopwafels, which are really nice. Frozen candy. What is that? I'm also a really freezing person. Oh, baklava is so tasty, oh my god. You need to get good baklava though, otherwise it's shite. But getting good baklava is a hassle, honestly. Isn't it like baklava, by the way? Baklava? Baklava? I don't know. Best temperature is 20 to 25 for me. No, not even 20 to 25, but my mistake. 23 to 20 23 to 28 or 27. 23 to 27, yeah. I bet. Stroopwafel is really good, yeah. So that's a really good one. There's Krautnote, which is more like in the Christmas time available. That's also really nice. But you need to get the one from the good brand, not from the Albertine brand. But yeah, I'm also a really freezing person. I have a warming bottle essentially every night, except in high summer. Yeah. So, and a husband, which is a life-size warming machine. Otherwise, I would freeze. It's rarely too warm for me. Yeah. Except in like Egypt in summer. That was too warm. My dog is a little space heater. I'm glad you also have a space heater. Yikes. Yes. Okay, let me look at that. Oh my god. That's actually so cute. Okay, the eyes are slightly like that one eye looking to the side like this is slightly concerning. But it's so cute. Oh my god. That you were able to pull this off in such a quick time is impressive. Like, it looks so fluffy. It's sewed on the wrong way, and I sewed the bottom together, so I can't put anything in them. What? In the eyes? Ah, no, the ears, okay. Oh, like the right one you filled up, but the left one you can't? Ah. A dachshund. Cute. Hmm. Oh, both are not filled. The right one looks really good. Ooh. How much time do you still have, Sigibertus, until you meet her? Okay. Oh no, Sigibertus. The barrel itself is empty? Huh? I can't see that at all. What the fuck? Why can I not see any of that if it's filled or not? Honestly, slow, like tiny pillow, cheap, and you can easily like get a new one. Yeah. I think that's alright. Yeah. So, have you thought about something you wanna, what you wanna say and stuff? Jeez. I just poked myself on this because it's actually broken. The fuck? They've made a small mouth in this. Yikes. Excuse me. The chair is really comfortable, okay? I appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know? Okay, what did you think I would do now? With actual shrimp? Oh yeah, let me just let me just look into my aquarium if all of them are still good. Oh no. Looks a sewing man. Oh, I see. So, how are you feeling, White Milk? Are you feeling better now? Everything good again? Hi. Good. Yeah. Zach? Yeah, I spilled something before here. But, yeah, cleaned up, so.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry that happened.
No, it's fine. Did you hear? Sorry, you're being used as an experiment.
Yeah, I had that feeling actually after I walked out of this room.
It clearly has.
Okay, so what happened now?
Do you think I'm stupid?
No, I don't.
So it's like really?
Just spill something. It just happens.
But what if the floor is gonna get like? broken. Yeah.
No, it's not gonna. You clean it up. I mean, what did you spill? Was it water or like
Yeah.
acetone?
No. Water.
Okay, so I feel like I can no longer answer genuinely because you're trying to prove a point.
That's fine. But like, yeah, like, do you think it's gonna do anything to the floor?
Poor row and check through ours. What, sorry?
Do you think it's gonna do anything to the floor?
No, I don't.
How often have you spilled something already?
On the floor.
Yeah. Roughly. It's just.
10 times probably.
Did it ever break?
No. Only if you leave it on.
Yeah.
Then it will sink in.
Did you ever slip?
Slip.
Yeah.
Probably like once a little bit. Or like on something I spilled.
No, yeah, on what you spilled. Like, not slipping in general.
Did you slip and fall?
Yeah, I fucking died. No.
But you didn't hurt yourself.
No, I'm fine, I'm fine.
What is going on here?
Sorry. It's gonna be fine, I'm gonna explain you.
Okay. I will just continue answering questions, yeah?
Okay. So, yeah, it's like fine.
Is that the last question?
Yeah.
Am I free to go?
You're free to go.
I've got a really bad look.
What? What did you just say? What? Brochure? Roja. Oh.
Terrible.
A terrible one, okay. He's under arrest, don't let him leave. Do you still want to ask him something fluffy or? So it's like, yeah. Once our kitchen fell. Like, we have like a split kitchen and one part is a kitchen island. One time, the entire fucking kitchen, no, not after I spilled, but like there was a vase on top, so that one spilled. The entire fucking kitchen island, it was like 4 cabinets, fell towards me. I caught it, I set it up again. Thankfully, the feet were not broken. But the vase on top of it broke and filled the entire cabinets with water. And glass. That was annoying. So even that, like, our floor actually just took, like, nothing happened. Like, I don't know how much water is in a vase. I don't know. 3 liters?
So try the green broodje. And then eat the other one.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, if you like the green one, buy like any like divine intervention or something. Please eat. I had one of them already. I thought they were.
You don't like them?
No, I don't like them. But I will eat it.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try. So yeah, but that was also fine. Like the entire kitchen was fine. Like no cabinet broke. All of the cabinets, like even though there was water in all of them, it's like everything is fine. Like we had no water damage from this at all. And I wasn't hurt. Nothing was broken. Like there was zero, like except the vase being broken. I correct myself. That one was broken. Nothing happened. I mean, it wasn't on purpose, right? But like, I didn't fucking like yank the kitchen on purpose. Like that wasn't an experiment. But all I'm saying is that the reaction, the panic reaction, is not helping you in that moment to fix it. You know? Like, I had a panic reaction in that moment. But it wasn't like... Well, okay, so I clarify. Panic reaction in terms of like this like survival instinct, like getting the adrenaline and stuff like this, like that's of course gonna help you. If you have so much of a panic reaction that you sort of like freeze or something like this, it's not helping you. or that you're like really angry or something like this. That's also not helping you. Being like really scared to like around like anything with this also not really helping you then, right? Oh, Jenny, thank you so much for your raid. Welcome everybody. How are you guys doing? Oh, breakfast and feelings check-in. That sounds amazing actually. I also like literally like usually every time do that because I never manage to finish breakfast before I start the stream. That's amazing. Same here, yeah. To get myself to eat. Oh, actually, yeah, no, that would be a horrible decision for me to do that, to get myself to eat. Every time I stream like this, like the only meal I have is breakfast, and then now I have lunch. Like 4.5 hours later, 5.5 hours later. So for me, that would be a horrible idea, actually. But I'm glad that it's working for you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. So how are you all doing? And how are you doing, Jenny? You gonna like also grab something to eat now? Maybe also lunch or... I also noticed you have peer support in your tags. I'm a certified peer support specialist. Do you have experience with that? Or is this just like a low-key group where everyone is supporting each other? Well, I don't have like, well, I do have like a counseling certificate, but it's not really like something which is, I don't know, like it's not from like a really big institute or anything. But yeah, I'm essentially like more like an, I don't know, like, are you in the Netherlands? Like, do you know like ervaringswerker? Small college training. Yeah, I guess maybe that's also what you can like countermine, but it's like, yeah, not really a big thing. Yeah. But yeah, no, I essentially like, I don't know, I'm still low-key considering if I might study psychology or not. But so far I'm like only sort of helping through, I guess, my own experience, and sort of like becoming mentally stable after battling fucking everything actually. And yeah, then also just reading a lot of psychology books. So at the moment I'm reading into like the MIT psychology course book. I don't know if you heard of it, but it's like Gleitman psychology. It's like a really big chunky book. Yeah. And yeah, and before that I've been reading some other books, but usually more like yeah, I've been reading some on like one on like fascism and humanism, and then like 2 on relationship psychology, and then right now I'm reading one on what's, oh frick, I haven't gotten to it because I sort of like I started with the other psychology book because I was so excited when I got the course book. Yeah, I don't know, like some other ones, and I still have like 4 to go or something. Like I'm stacked with books. I don't know. I don't have the time to read all of them. We're actually at the moment like in a heavy topic. We're talking about we're talking with white milk, and we're talking about essentially this hierarchical feeling of having to like be better than others in order to feel safe, but even then not really feeling safe. Getting like a bigger like emotional response from any type of like failure or mistake. And yeah, like everything which has to do with that pattern, right? So, exactly. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jamie and CPAL. So... I'm happy to give book recommendations, but they're not psychology specific necessarily, more like life skill. Well, I mean, if it's still like a really good book, like I would definitely be up for the recommendations for sure. Like recommendations are always good, right? Like I can't guarantee I get to them or something, or that I'm gonna prioritize them over psychology books, but like the more recommendations I have, the more options I have. So would love that actually. So yeah, and like maybe somebody else is actually interested. Who knows? Big feelings, how to be okay when everything is not okay, for example. Oh, that seems about like sort of like energy and stress management. How to stay like emotionally regulate and regulate emotions. Oh, that's actually also like I technically also have like a tiny certificate on like stress management, but yeah, I don't know. Since how long have you done your stream already, Jenny? And like, do you have time to like stick around a little bit? And I hope like your stream is in English. I just assumed. I hope that like actually is the case. I'm definitely gonna actually, you know what? I'm just gonna follow right now. I see you're pansexual. 5 years in August, and I'll stick around for a little bit while I get ready for my appointment. Oh, what appointment do you have? Yeah. Yeah, I think mental health is so important actually, and there's just not enough. We just like the system doesn't have space for everybody right now. There's so many people still who were like therapy is not accessible for them. Whether it's because it's paid or because there's no space and the waiting list is too long, right? Or just because there's so much resistance to actually seek out help. So yeah. Chiropractor. Oh, I actually been going to the chiropractor for a year. I stopped like a couple of months ago because sadly it didn't really help my chronic headache, but trying some other stuff now. Therapy was Tuesday. Oh, lol. I also have therapy on Tuesdays. Since like, do you want to share about your therapy a little bit? Have you actually ever gotten to the point of stopping therapy? Because that's like I'm like going into that sort of. And it's like I do see like why, because like yeah, like there's not really anything like I sort of like I know stuff now, and now I just need to see what I sort of like, you know, live life again on my own. But it's also a little bit scary. $180 a session for me, not affordable. Yeah, exactly. Like I live in the Netherlands, and thankfully it's just being paid by the system, right? Like it's a normal healthcare thing. And that's why I was able to get it, because otherwise definitely like the prices are insane. Yes, but I still see her once or twice a month to keep her up to date in case anything crashes. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's not, that's sadly, that's low-key not an option even for me. It's like, they have like a 2-year cap actually on stuff, because they want you to be like independent really afterwards, and also like everybody to know that like that's what they're working towards, I guess. So yeah, I've been going there for like 2 years in January, and gonna stop on the 13th of January. Like I think I'm ready, but at the same time scary. My content has pivoted quite a bit ever since I had to start working out of the home. I used to stream every morning or peer support stuff, but now I only can a few days a week. So I also have started streaming at my local animal shelter, and do that once a week as well. I'm very animal focused too a lot. Oh, that's really nice. That's really cool. How are you doing with offering peer support so often? Like, I honestly think like just to, I don't know. I guess I just started with this as well, right? But I really, I don't know, always want to make sure that I'm like entirely emotionally regulated. sort of. So I'm like careful with like going more, I guess, right now, because I don't want to like overdo it. Sort of, yeah. Trying to see if like how this works, if this is good, and then maybe see if we can do more. Hmm. Okay, actually, I feel like we might actually be doing a little bit different approaches to this. I think, yeah. Anybody else has a better idea how to describe this? We So we definitely also have these like mental health check-ins, where we just sort of like check in with each other. And then we have some points where we just sort of like talk about studies and stuff like this, and what they essentially tell us, or about certain models which are being used in psychology. For example, I don't know if you know the window of tolerance. I think it's a really, really great model. Um, hmm. Yeah, it takes a lot, right? To like really like also like stay up to date. Like I noticed in the last couple of weeks, because like Christmas coming up, stuff's getting really stressful. Like I really didn't get around to read much. It's like I really try to sort of like read more, but I've been reading like, I don't know, like 4 pages or something. I don't know. Like it's a big book, but like still, it's like maybe like 8 pages of like a normal book. I don't know. But lurking from Jenny's Raid, my therapist and I talk about the window of tolerance all the time. It's amazing, right? I think honestly, it holds so much wisdom. I love that. Yeah. Makes me feel like my tolerance window is quite small. Well, they don't talk to you about this for no reason, right? Like that's the annoying part. Like you always get brought up the things where you're bad at. But at the same time, I think the window of tolerance is really amazing in terms of like I don't know if that might offer you like some perspective. Like I also had like a rather small window of tolerance, and I've only been in therapy for like 2 years there, right? And like I'm not saying like this is gonna be like that quick for you, right? Because it really depends on your personal situation and everything. But I never believed I would be able to be emotionally stable and like just healthy, mentally healthy. Especially not in such a short time. Like I honestly thought like I was subscribing in for therapy for my entire fucking life. And now I'm mentally stable since, I don't know, like 2 months. And like actually mentally stable. Not like a phase of grandiosity, but actually mentally stable. And I don't know, that's crazy to me. So it gets better with the window of tolerance. Like you can make like amazing progress with that. So it's not a statement which is gonna like, which is staying and it's gonna influence your entire life. It's very changeable. Yeah. I can only agree with that statement as well. It's like you need the hope and action to do something better. No, to get better, not to. I don't. Jeez, dancing on two parties here. But it's really, I don't know. Like you can't help somebody who doesn't want help or who doesn't see the possibility of there being help. Because, yeah, you have to do it yourself. But with that, exactly like you say, like if you want to get better and you take that agency, you put in that work, you're gonna get better in some way, shape, or form. And it might not be the thing you envisioned. Because when I started therapy, I envisioned being like not being traumatized anymore. Like my childhood trauma is not gonna go away, but I'm still mentally stable now. So I sort of like I got like a good bargain, you know, but it wasn't what I had in mind first. So it can change a lot, but it definitely will get better. Yeah. We actually went into a deep dive with white milk so we've been talking a lot about this hierarchy. And I've been like low-key like pausing it because I'm not entirely sure how we're gonna put all of this together because we've been talking so much already about it. So how are we gonna do this? Yeah. Make a deal with the monster under the bed and life will be better. I think honestly that's maybe a great metaphor because I think we sometimes like especially if you have like childhood trauma or something like this, right? Or any type of trauma, you have like this sort of monster and you hate it and you sort of make it to be a monster. But that monster is just a disheveled child fucking scared and trying to survive. And if you take care of that little monster and if you protect it, it's like it can start to feel safer. And it might always struggle, you know, but it can become a very different situation from being just spontaneously overwhelmed to really, I don't know, being aware of what's going on right now and knowing what to do and how to handle that situation and feeling like you are still in control and not being overwhelmed by this. Oh, you still have 2 more to go, Gunnar? Is it going good so far, though? I agree, to be fair. Sometimes it's hard to have the convo if they're having black and white thinking. That's why I have to step back and say, okay, I hear what you're saying. And if that is what it feels best for you right now, then it is. I actually want to step back from the connotation here with black and white thinking. Because I think it's something which has like a negative connotation, right? Where I feel like what my white milk is saying, it's like there is a logic to it. And I'm not saying that black and white thinking is not having a logic. But I'm just saying that in our society, I guess black and white thinking is more connotated with this, like you're unreasonable and you don't make sense. While I understand where you're coming from, White Milk, and I understand how this is very real to you. And hi, MG. I don't think we're actually changing that perspective right now, party people. I don't, this is a thing where, White Milk is living with this their entire life so far, right? Like, if it were to be able to be changed by, like, a sort of like a quick metaphor, it probably would have been changed. But the point I do want to make is actually that White Milk, you see how in the chat here, a lot of people are actually not your opinion, right? Like, they don't see this hierarchy, right? So why do you think that is? Like, is the hierarchy not there? Are we unaware of it, or are we lying? Or is there like a different option? I don't think you all know about it. I think you're... I feel I know about it. Because I think you're not wrong that in our society there is a hierarchy. And a lot of people take part in it. A lot of people don't. But we are being fed this idea of this hierarchy. It doesn't mean, though, that it's right, right? Like, there's gonna be people who are gonna be threatened by you being smarter or being better at something, and who are gonna try to sabotage you. That's true. There's gonna be people who see that you're worse at something, and then they will disrespect you or treat you like bullshit. That is true. There's a bunch of people, though, that actually don't do that. Which you've seen today, right? Do you think the other people in chat and Zeg were lying to me about the hierarchy? Do you think they, like, inside believe I'm less of a person? And they were just saying these things to be, like, polite or whatever. I also have black and white thinking. However, I've learned how to see and acknowledge that others may not think like that. I turned mine into good for community or bad for community. What did I walk into? Oh, in big discussion, big topic. You will find out along the way. I back then also had a pretty like black and white thinking. The concept of mentalizing really helps. I don't know if you've heard about this. How about looks? What happens to the ugly people? Their lives are 90% harder than people who are looking good. And if you stay there, you're clearly worse. Trying to better yourself, you're trying to make your life worse, harder, and then think, why can't I do better? Do you pity ugly people? Seems like it, right? Because if you think that their life is like harder, then it's like, that sucks for them, right? Or is it more like, well, they could do something about it, so they chose this? How are we judging? Yeah, see, as an autistic person, I find myself... I'm actually also autistic. We have so many autists in this chat. It's crazy, by the way. Like, this is a... Like, we found each other, guys. Like, I'm autistic and gifted, and it explains a lot. I'm late diagnosed, explains a lot. My mum is definitely also autistic, but she doesn't know. I tend to forget that others tie different meanings to it. So like when someone says you're ignorant, I don't hear the word ignorant as a negative or bad thing. I hear it as I'm lacking knowledge. I hope that makes sense. This responding to the connotation and about black and white thinking. So thanks for explaining your thoughts on that. Yeah, no worries. I hate being called ignorant. When someone says that, it comes across pretentious. Okay. Quite a nuisance. Hopefully, anyway, you're right. I do that. I usually just, yeah, I answer and then I read all of them. Sometimes I read the messages of the person I'm talking to before and then later on come back to it. Sort of depends. They can do something, but there's things they were born with. They can't change, but does that mean you're supposed to stay in the pit of sadness? No, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to get better as you can. But you're supposed to be better than others. So let's hold this conversation for a little bit, guys. Give me a second to read all of this, and I can clarify some things, because we've been going on with this conversation longer already, right? So there's already more context here. Exactly. So sit on your hands for a second, okay? I'm probably lacking context to partake, but in my finding, it's usually upper class people who belittle others, but that mutually applies to middle class people with an ego, so that balances itself out. Do you not want to respect me for being as good as you? We will receive this. That doesn't explain where did it come from. I consider it social norm. Okay, so we no, I was just here. I will get in my car and go pick up wrapping paper. I will not have until I arrive at my next destination. Once I tell you all I'm in my car, I will just listen. Okay. So see you then. So, So the thing is, wait, what? Wait, no! Sure, go ahead, why not? Okay, so back then, when I was a teenager, I was thinking the exact same like you, White Milk. There's sort of like a code of conduct, I thought, we have in society, where people just disrespect you if you do something wrong. They mock you, they make fun of you, they pretend like you're stupid, you get weird comments, weird looks, you maybe get screamed at, you maybe be left out in the future, they might not talk to you again, all sorts of consequences can happen. And so I made a rule in my head that being wrong is dangerous. Failing is dangerous. Because as human beings, we really want to be accepted. We want to be a part of society. And this is something which starts in childhood. And I don't think your mom is a bad person. It still starts in childhood with how we interpret what's going on around us and what we learn from it. Children are dependent on their surroundings and on their parents. We are, as a kid, we are so dependent that we change, sometimes without even knowing. We don't even make active choices. We survive. With that survival mechanism, if we have a person around us where we believe they are unsafe and where we feel unsafe, doesn't matter what they do, doesn't matter how others judge what they do, but if that's the outcome and sort of the emotional side we get out of that, we will try to be less in that situation, right? Because it sucks. It sucks to have these feelings, and we are dependent on them liking us. If our parents don't like us, we might get less food. We might be not have a roof over our head. Our future might be more turbulent than it needs to be. Like, it really comes from a very, very biological factor. This dependence on our parents and the need to be accepted by society. And I don't know if you remember, but I actually showed you a paper on this. That paper is, give me a second to think about the name, and I'm going to show you right now. The paper is called The Pain of Social Rejection. Let me make that smaller for you so everybody can possibly read it. Okay, that's a little bit too far to the left, so let's do, that seems kind of good. Maybe 600, that's a bit better. Sorry. So, there's the paper. It's from the American Psychological Association. And it's a really interesting paper, or article. It's an article about a paper. Let me clarify. Sorry. But essentially what they found out is that, okay, let's start at the top. So we all know that emotional pain, emotional rejection, all of that is influencing us. What they found out here is that actually social rejection activates many of the same pain regions involved in physical pain. So I can't read anything other than the headlines since my screen is so small. Well, sucks for you. I'm gonna read it out loud. So Naomi Eisenberger, PhD at the University of California, Los Angeles, Kipling Williams, PhD at Purdue University, and colleagues found that social rejection activates many of the same pain regions involved in physical pain. In brackets, Science, 2003. So what we know with that is that it's not only important as in like kids are dependent on their parents, but and it's actually like a really human thing to have a motivation to not feel emotional, like social rejection, because that pain is going to translate, even if we call it like emotional pain, it's going to translate to physical pain. And the same way we sort of like avoid breaking our freaking bones or like falling down and like scraping up our knees, we're going to try to avoid social rejection. We're going to try to avoid to be ostracized, to be disrespected, to be talked down on, to be made fun of. We're going to try to avoid any sort of social rejection that comes. Because, yeah, all of them feel like low-key like physical pain. They sort of they tested this with actually trying to see if, well, if this is like physical pain, like, then can we give the people like paracetamol and then it's like gonna be also gonna go away? Like if they have like headache or stomach pain? And what they find out, it actually doesn't, it works. Like this is why some people should be like rather on antidepressants or something like this, actually get addicted to pain meds instead, because it also helps them to avoid this social rejection pain or other emotional, like that's like all of that is usually just emotional pain. Yeah. So this is one thing I'm gonna show you. Because this is the sort of, I guess, the motivation of your body. The motivation of your body is trying to avoid social rejection in any way possible because it feels like bullshit. Then we have another thing. Which is called Tronic still face experiment, apparently. And I'm just gonna put like a link from this here. Essentially, they like checked with babies. They had the mother like interact with the baby. And so this is even as a baby, right? They had the mother interact with the baby in a normal way. Like the mother is laughing, the kid is laughing, the kid is laughing, the mother is laughing, the mother is pointing somewhere, the kid is looking in that direction. And the kid and the mother are connected in that moment. And then they had the mother put on sort of like a still face and not have any reaction to what the child is doing again. So the kid was laughing, the mother didn't laugh. Content, emotionless expression. The kid was pointing somewhere, no reaction from mom. The kid, the babies, got so scared in that moment, so freaking scared from that disconnection. And they sort of like argue with this, that it's also like, it's sort of like a tiny, tiny trauma. And we all sort of like live through these. But there's like a lot of different, what happened? So Jenny said she learned about this in one of her classes. So even as a baby already, nobody of us remembers being a baby, right? Nobody of us was sort of actively there in that moment, right? We were alive, but like there is no recollection we have to that experience. But even there, we're so dependent on our parents that even, like, they don't even need to be mad. They just need to show no emotion, no compassion just don't mirror our emotions, and we're gonna feel like we're dying because we're dependent on them. And if they don't feel with us, if they are disconnected from us, we actually might die. Like, if they don't feel like giving us, like, food or anything, we might fucking starve. Like, we're dependent on them. So this is how that works. So what I'm trying to get down to with this is that we are made to, like, biologically, to seek acceptance from society. First of all, our parents, and to be accepted by them because we are dependent on them. Like, we need them to like us. And then later on, by society in general. And if we learn that if we make mistakes, they hate us, or they're disappointed from us, right? And they get angry at us, they disconnect from us, that it's unsafe to make mistakes, then we of course learn that making mistakes is unsafe, and we will take that lesson and keep it close to our hearts. So it's not something, White Milk, you learned from nowhere, you know? It's not something you were born with directly, but you were born with needing accepting and needing to be safe. And you just tried to fulfill those expectations. Like, you try to do everything you can so you don't end up in that situation again, because that situation is unsafe. And everything you've also been telling us, right, is sort of coming from that direction as well. It's like, if you were to do a mistake, you fear that somebody's going to disrespect you or is going to reject you. And if you don't do a mistake, but you're better, you fear that they're going to try to sabotage you. Which, I'm not going to tell you if it's good or bad, right? But it does seem stressful. And I'm not going to tell you that's not how, that there's no beauty privilege in society, because there is. I'm not going to tell you there's no capitalistic expectation in society, because there is. What I do want to tell you is that right now, your belief system around this is fueled by anxiety. It's fueled by, I want to avoid to be rejected, or disrespected, or sabotaged, or all of this. Like, I want to avoid being in that shitty position. Like, I want to avoid being ugly, because then life is harder. I want to avoid to have bad grades, probably, because then life is harder. Like, I want to avoid being bad at something because there's negative consequences to this. And there's, what I'm noticing in that picture is that the chances, like the ways you get happy with this, do look slim. Because you explain to us that when you are better than someone, you get this moment of feeling good about yourself, but then you feel shit about yourself again. Or not shit about yourself, but you feel stressed because they might sabotage you. Or you feel neutral because the next person you need to be better as is just ahead. And I think we can agree that there's always going to be better people. Like, having the goal of being the best person on the entire planet is a huge one. And I'm not going to tell you to not have that goal. Like, I think it's a good goal to, like, progress, get better, to improve, all of that. I just think the motivation can be more positive, right? And at the same time, I feel like since there's never a position where it's actually safe, except you are so much better than others, where it leads you is being around people where you're like so much better than them, right? Because they are safe, right? Like that makes sense. Are you, by the way, still with us? Just checking, because there's been like no messages. Okay, fine. Only way you're safe to be number one, the biggest Molly scene. Yeah. So, but is this leading to you looking for challenge? Or is this leading to you looking to be the best in a small pond? You know? Because you still have a need for safety, like everybody else has. I'm not sure if you realize what I mean with small pond. What I mean is that in order, like the friends you have, the social circle you build, it's gonna be filled with people you are so much better as. It's not gonna be filled with people which are challenging you on a daily basis, because that would be too stressful, no? Or am I wrong? Yeah. So that means that from the people you could have around you, you're always going to choose the dumbest ones because they feel safe and the others don't. No? What if those people in the pond don't believe in your hierarchy? What if you are so superior to them, but they don't play that game? And they don't even see that they owe you something or they should be glad to know you as a friend, because that's what your safety is built upon, right? That they respect you so much because you're so superior, but that means they need to know. What if they don't know? There's people who won't socially reject you for doing mistakes. I can imagine that. I mean, the emotional roller coaster you're going through is a lot. But there's people on the Philippines which live in a tiny hut, which have no money, which have like some banana trees and that's it, which are happy. And there's people like Elon Musk or Donald Trump which are unhappy, even though one can argue they are the most powerful on the planet. Elon Musk has so much money, I do not respect him. one could argue he's really successful. We definitely appreciate the vulnerability. I think it's an amazing thing to like bring this up like this, just sort of like, because it's a difficult talk. So okay. I don't want to get into these details because I feel like these details oh my god, I didn't even see that it's censored. Yeah. It's if Mark gives himself grace when he makes a mistake. Or if he rejects himself when mistakes are being made. All my streams are, by the way, like uploaded to YouTube, just in case. Why rough? Rough in what sense? Sort of like more like disorganized, maybe, or? Well, I can't I can't have like all the VODs on Twitch because Twitch is has like only like a limited amount of hours. Being able to like hold a limited amount of hours. Exactly. Like that's what I'm doing, Jenny. So, like I still have to get back to the last ones, but the first like 15 or something are already already up there. Yeah. Yeah. So I back then was also thinking like this, white milk. I was like, when I like spilled the water, like I would have been like, oh my god, I literally was having like half a panic attack back then. Nowadays I actually don't anymore. I don't anymore to the point that I can on purpose spill water. And I was actually worried that I would maybe turn to a bad person. To a person with no progress. The thing is I don't. I can handle stressful situations and situations where I made a mistake better than before. because I'm not as stressed in those moments. And I still know if I did a mistake and how to be better, but without having those huge implications about myself and being worth nothing and stuff like this. And I think that's honestly just what everybody in chat is sort of sharing as well, what Jenny was sharing, and Nicrocino, and also Guna Badger, and Fluffy before as well, and also Meow. It's like we actually don't agree. We feel fine if we make mistakes. And while there's some people which disrespect me for making mistakes, like for example my mom, it's not something the friends I now have do. So, but the friends I now have, I wouldn't have them if I would disrespect them if they made mistakes, right? Because this is going like both ways. But the funny thing is, and also the thing I really want to point out with this is, I've been able to do more stuff, to try out new things, to improve more, to learn more, since I don't put that much pressure on myself anymore, that if I don't succeed or I fail, I'm less worth and I'm unsafe. Because it made me like, back when I was unsafe, if I made a mistake and really felt unsafe, I really didn't want to do stuff I've never done before. Or maybe I did it only in the beginning, but then once my progress was sort of like getting a little bit worse, I would be like, oh, yeah, it's just not my thing, you know, it's just not my priority. I don't think it's like that cool of a game anyway, or something like this. And it's an amount of pressure where you living under it the entire time, because it's stress, right? It's going to have an effect on you, because we know how stress actually affects us and our bodies. And so we will naturally look for ways to decrease that stress. For example, to decrease it by only living around people which are safe, which feel safe. So only having friends which are so much inferior to us in that like hierarchical system we have, that we never need to worry about them. And they can be glad to have us as a friend. But the thing is, a lot of the time, they don't see it that way. They don't. Because the same way, you might, for example, when we all would say like, oh, like it doesn't matter if you like pour something like on the floor. And you are like, well, then I would say like, you're all crazy, and you would reject us. They might reject you. They might change the rules of the game to reject you. Because this fear is a lot on the inside. Because like with that situation before, I was safe in that situation. Fluffy was safe. Meow was safe. Zach was also being safe. The room was safe. Nothing happened. But you felt a lot of fear and stress in that moment. Well, at the minimum, it's draining your energy. But what it could have something to do with is, for example, your insomnia. Because if you feel so stressed, insomnia is a side effect of stress. Also, the skin problem you have, stress, it could be a side effect of stress. And so it's something where your nervous system can, if this is going on for every little thing, you're gonna be stressed a whole bunch. And that can, for example, trigger something like chronic headache. That can, for example, trigger something like irritated bowel syndrome. It can literally give you heart disease and making your chances to die of any disease really way, way higher. And while I agree with you that some parts of society are that way, some parts of society work that way, there's a whole lot of other parts which actually don't work that way, but only react in that way if we behave in that way. Or which just reject us for behaving that way. So it's sort of like a situation where you're gonna find your kin. So it's gonna be a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. Because people who don't believe in that, right? Like you disrespect them once because you think you're better than them and now you're entitled to that. And they're not gonna be friends with you. And you might put it off as like, oh yeah, well, they're anyways inferior. But it will still have, yeah, pushed you in a direction of only being friends with people which also believe in that. And yeah, the thing is, you don't need to feel that way. And it's not the best safety system, actually. It's like you can sort of regulate that to an extent where, like, I was aware, like, I shouldn't, like, step in this. Like, I was more aware that I don't want to step in this because I don't want my socks to get wet. But I was aware that, like, somebody could slip. I did it in a way where it was safe. I knew there was nobody around. I knew I just not gonna step into it. So it was, I made sure I'm safe. I also cleaned it up directly, so I made sure the floor was safe. If you have a whole-blown panic attack when something happens, you're probably not gonna be able to react as quickly as you would want to, or as good as you would want to. Because what we also know is that if you're in a survival response to the point where you actually like get a panic attack or something, like you're so overwhelmed, you know? But it's really like you don't need to have a full-blown out panic attack. It's just the more overwhelmed you are, the more heightened your emotions are, the less logical you can think. The harder it is to actually make the right decision. You know? And so it's really a thing where, like, where's this leading you? You know? Like, where's this gonna bring you? Like, you might be good in a lot of things, but, like, will you be happy? Will you be able to have good friends where you can be there for them if they make mistakes? Or will you be the friend who's judging his friends and rejecting and disrespecting his friends if they make a mistake? What if your wife is smarter than you? or like husband or whatever, right? And who is profiting from that? You being scared to make mistakes and pushing yourself over any type of boundaries or limitations in order to be the best. This is profiting capitalism the most. Because you don't even like really enjoy being good at something. It's more like this is necessary to not feel scared the entire time. What do you mean pushing your boundaries with no mistakes? While not doing mistakes? But still pushing your boundaries? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is coming at a price, statistically. Like, statistically, we know if you push yourself too hard, you might get burnout syndrome, you might get heart issues, other health issues, insomnia, for example, depression. There's a lot of things you can get. Chronic pain. Is it worth it? Like, if you want to beat the fear of being socially rejected and or be disrespected or have a hard life or be I don't know, rejected, screamed at, stuff like this. Like, if you want to beat that, therapy is an easier way, I think. Because being the best never ends. At the same time, nobody around you can be really vulnerable to you. Because your friends are going to find out that whatever they tell you, if you in any way, shape, or form see it as not good or something, you're going to judge them. So they won't tell you. So people will be dishonest to you to try to keep their face. You might be dishonest to people to try to keep your face, which is in a way of true connection. Do you ever feel seen by people and really understood? Seen, yes, understood. I mean, what normal person usually gets. Do you feel isolated and lonely? I'm glad. Yeah. I'm glad that you do, like, that you don't feel like lonely or isolated. Because, like, back when you came here, right, like, you talked about how you never talked about insomnia or any of it with your friends. So, like, I feel like that would make me feel like I'm, yeah, fighting with this alone. Like, they don't know. Like, they can't help me. And I'm battling this alone, I think. Mm. I mean, that's like fine, right? I don't say that it is or something. I'm just saying, like, if you ever like want to do anything against the stress you feel in moments of like spilling water or something like this, like, you can train that. You can get better at that, you know? And then it's just helps you to, yeah, just maintain your physical health better and have like more energy. Because of the like, yeah, the science we have, right? That we know that like stress is like causing like a lot of physical health or mental health issues, or can cause a lot of them. So learn to ignore and you will be fine. I tried that. I got chronic headache. Still have it. I tried that and put myself in a situation where I re-traumatized myself. But I feel like we're the point where I feel like there's too much pressure in the conversation for me right now. And like, not for me necessarily, but I think for this to do anything. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, I think we have a certain expectation here. And this is, we moved from, I feel like we lost the point of the conversation. Like, we started this with, actually, I don't even know. But we started this with White Milk talking about how, I think, yeah, bro, I don't even know anymore. We were going on for this about like too long, and then the raid came in, and we completely changed topics. And I think that's the part. Like, we're too far away from being able to like answer the question anymore. Because this is meant to be like, you come here, you have a question, or you want to talk about something specific, right? We talk about that. There's like options we give you and like guidance maybe and just emotional support and stuff like this. But I feel like we're so far into the conversation right now that we like, I don't know, it's coming across to me that like White Milk is sort of in that like feeling pressure to be convinced that like his way is wrong, where I'm like, this is not what we're supposed to do here, or what I'm sort of trying. And so I feel like the question which we're trying to answer was lost. Because yeah, I don't want to like tell you that your way is for sure not working. The only thing I'm trying to state is that we know that statistically speaking, this can go wrong. So I worry for you that you, I guess, end up with the same fate I had, and that you have to learn the lesson I had to learn the same hard way that I had to learn it. And this is essentially like what I was trying to get at from the start. But since the question has been lost because of the raid and everything like coming in here, it's sort of like a thing where like you don't, like White Milk is not waiting for an answer, right? And so the answer we're giving at this point is unsolicited advice. Doing this because I'm not depressed and I'll be fine, I think. This is like, I don't want to, you don't have to justify how you think your way is working. If you, like, this is the point I'm like trying to make. Like, the question has been lost. Like, we're not answering your question anymore. We're on different pages here. Like, you're like, what was even the question? Like, this person is talking to me. But for what reason, actually? And I'm still trying to cling on to the idea of the question, but I'm even myself not entirely sure anymore. So we will table that discussion, that it's about you specifically. We will just put a point on this, because if you want to do it. Like, be my guest, do it. And I hope it works out. I absolutely, like, you know, I hope. And I think what we will do is move on to other topics around this, because we still have Jenny and Never Me Alone, and we have a lot of people here, right? There's a lot of things we like wanna talk about. So we will just change to the next topic. And the next time we will try to keep in mind that question which is going on. And then, yeah, anyways, yeah. But let's put a point on this, because we don't talk about the same thing anymore. And this is like something which is important, right? Because if you don't discuss around the same question anymore, there's not an option for a resolution, right? Because if the question is being lost, there's multiple answers which are now applicable, while being the wrong answer for the other person, because you might disagree on the question. So you inherently, like, you don't know if you're talking about the same thing. There's no way to prove if you're talking about the same thing, because nobody knows the question anymore. So now the sort of answers to the question are also like absolutely like it's like, it doesn't make sense. So this is why we all like if it helps you, because I know this can be like hard to table, because there's a lot of thoughts we have. So what we're going to do is we're going to move to generalized discussion about this, okay? Like general topic, if this has touched you in your life and this is why you're concerned, we move to your experience from this and what you have learned. I think this is more valuable right now. Because, yeah. Like there's like right now we're trying to be that person who's like just like trying to get a blind person across the like red lights wait, green lights situation while the blind person wants to go the other street. You know what I'm saying? Like this. Have you seen those skits? It's like really funny actually. It's been sort of, I think, like a sort of like a awareness skit about ableism and how ableism can also well, show up in that regard, right? That you just assume so many things for the other person and you totally neglect their personal choice in that moment. And then you're just like, you see them like standing somewhere and you're like, oh, they want to go across the street, come here. And this person's like, what is going on? Like, I don't want to. Now I'm at the wrong place. So this is exactly what you mean. Like you feel like you're at the wrong place and like we're trying to get you across the like lights, the green lights, and we feel like you want to actually you wanted to cross the street, but we're not on the same topic here. That's why I'm saying let's table this discussion. It has nothing to do with you anymore. This is not about you. And we're just gonna, in general, because I feel like we have actually like Jenny and Never Me Alone and Necrocino. Like there's a lot of people here who have met, and me including, who've actually had like personal context with this topic. So we just move on to our personal context with this topic. So I feel like I might feel like I'm being fake to my friends if I didn't share some things with them. I obviously deserve privacy and have no obligation to share anything. I don't want to, but it would feel like keeping a wall up between them and myself. I have that sometimes too, that I'm like so obsessed with like I really like don't want to lie or anything. And it's so ridiculous sometimes because it's like, so I do it for myself entirely. And sometimes when, for example, like we made food and like I'm plating it and I feel like one plate is bigger than the other. And I sort of like push the other plate to him and like keep that one for me. Knowing like he can still like say something, right? So he doesn't say something, he's like entirely fine. He's just like taking that plate, doesn't even mind. But I know that he might not have realized that his plate was the smaller one while I realized. And then I feel like I've been lying. And then I need to come clean about this. And it's like such a unimportant thing. Like it doesn't matter at all, right? Because the difference is maybe like 3 noodles or something. But I really feel like I want to be honest in that moment. And I think that's honestly like, that's a really cute thing about me. I don't know, like at the beginning I really tried, like I really thought like, oh, it's like so weird and I don't know, but I think it's kind of cute. Honestly, sometimes sharing things with friends that are struggles or a nuisance oftentimes helps create a support system. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, I really did notice though that it can sometimes be like for me, it can be so annoying actually to make new friends because I'm so uninterested in small talk. So, yeah. So I'm gonna like, is that like quickly, like everybody say if it's fine that I'm just like reading through the messages now. Because I just noticed I have a lot of messages to go. So like, should we do that or should we like start now? And you just like rewrite if you want to. I mean, you guys decide whatever you like better, I guess. Actually, you know what? I do want to read it. Sorry. I correct myself. I do mind. You're sorry if you offended anyone. I didn't see any of your messages yet, so let's put this on hold, okay? I could check Discords. This is hard for me to do because I just upload them from here. Like, I don't like edit them or anything. But know that it's like a fucking 8-hour or something video. Like, you know? What? No, the thing I'm meaning is that the comments are here, right? So I would have to edit out some of the video. That's the thing I'm saying. This is not something like I do because I just upload them like from Twitch. But it's fine, love. It's like, it's an 8-hour video. It's like, because I don't edit it, right? So it's like, also, you clarified a lot. It's fine. Like, nobody in the stream ever thought anything bad about your mom and dad. I still don't. Okay. Also, like, just be like, you can chill because nobody's watching these VODs anyways. Like, they have like 0 to 1 views. Like, seriously. It's not a format YouTube is promoting, really. And my account is low-key shadow banned. So you can rest in peace that I'm a small streamer and YouTube hates that I'm switching between content the entire time. To edit it for me? In which way you mean? I need to read through all your messages, guys. I'm still catching up. Okay, let me be quick. Blah, blah, blah. I also tried to ignore my problems and that has been working well for me. I'm now in favor to undo all that along with many other things. Same here. But I'm getting through there. Have hope. Of course, you believe it's blah, blah, blah. I just think it's helpful to be more accepting of ourselves, including problems, struggles, things we don't necessarily like. I agree. That's also what I learned in therapy. Slay. I expect Cray to meow every time she reads my name. Meow. Regardless of how this has ended, what will be helpful for me to share with others. One has to be open to change. Yeah, like, exactly. What's on YouTube? I'm glad. Asta Larin. Good evening. Welcome. How you doing? Yep, you were offered optional we know work. Oh my god, you asked Asta to come here? I love that. I feel so honored. I appreciate your time with this. Love you. Okay, baby. Going to walk the doggo. We need doggo pictures. Please pay pet tax on the Discord. Thank you very much. You're obviously not, you don't need to if you don't want to, but like, you know, it's like social courtesy. I've established that white mode as the main character. Anyways. Goodness, you're awesome. Oh my god. Okay. I will take this and treasure it. For me, this discussion really brought up thoughts on what my own goals are for myself in therapy and things I've been trying to focus on. It definitely brought me to be more like self-aware in my thought processes. I'm glad. What could I eat today? Sushi, Fluffy. Always sushi. I'm also interested in small, so I will have you consider to be autistic, maybe. I mean, doesn't need to be, of course, but I'm just saying, we do seem to be a lot alike, Necrocino. Yeah, I still don't really have seen a comment from you guys, Guna Badger, so you're fine, I think. What if that one of yours? Jesus. To edit or to cut when you say his name out, but leave the rest of it. Driving to the animal shed, I know. Wait, have I started Sims? This be just strange. Yeah, it's not about the name, right? I think it's about the comments they made about like them talking about their parents. It wasn't negative at all, and they also clarified, but yeah, they seem anxious about it. But I can like, I don't know, yeah, we like if white milk is coming back, we can ask if that's appreciated still, or if he's fine. I better follow. My comments seem to be pretty far back in chat, lol. Yeah, I probably like already answered to them back then, no? Welcome back, Asta. Your chair is anti-posture. What do you mean? I don't see no problem. I'm just sitting like I don't know, trying to fit in a suitcase, but what? What do you mean? Let me draw you like my French girls, please do. Learning to forgive and learn from the experience was my goal. I'm in a Zoom meeting while trying to keep up with you. Oh yeah, it's tough to give up, right? I'm struggling too. But we're getting to a point now. But yeah. Honestly, for me, it has like, I'm so glad actually. Oh, what? My mother is a diagnosed sociopath. Life was tough. Jeez. I can imagine. That seems, I actually can't imagine. I correct myself. That must, sociopath are the people who
Can't relate.
they don't feel empathy? What is a psychopath then?
Someone
Doesn't feel emotion himself,
someone who also
themselves.
doesn't feel empathy, but they are like fully in control of themselves. I thought, like they are aware of this fact. And
Yeah, I think like a psychopath doesn't have feelings themselves, no? Like they don't feel themselves even, and a sociopath does feel themselves but don't have empathy.
both antisocial personality disorder, but sociopaths are more impulsive, erratic, and reactive with a weak conscience, greater struggle to form relationships. Psychopaths are generally cold, calculating.
Okay, so it's not really like they don't have something, but just the different personality types.
Yes.
Okay. My parents were drugs and alcohol addicts. They thought drugs was more important than me. Yikes. That's really shitty. I'm sorry. My dad was an alcohol addict, and worse. He was also emotionally abusive, manipulative, gaslighting, all of it. My mum, like, he should have been in jail, honestly. My mum was, is probably an autist, traumatized, also emotionally abusive. Yeah, tough life. I learned how to be positive from living in that kind of childhood. It has been a journey. I can imagine. I feel like, how do you guys feel about Christmas coming up? I feel like it can be a tougher time because you're constantly sort of like confronted with not having that perfect family like all the movies and stuff like this. So, how are you guys holding up? My mother also had issues. She had borderline personality disorder on top of trauma. My childhood was unpleasant. A sociopath is no formal diagnosis, anti-personality disorder. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Yikes. I've arrived at my final destination. That sounds like you're going to battle or something. But I wanted to say, yes, I invited Asta. He's in the Netherlands. What? He's been one of my long-time community members. He's a great human being. I also live in the Netherlands, Asta. Hey, yo, let's go. So, Jenny, where do you live then? My mother also used drugs and alcohol to self-medicate. Ooh, I love to hear that. Oh my god. I'm still alive. Yes, I'm scared and traumatized, but I'm alive. I guess that's something, am I right? But it can get better. Like, I really thought with the bullshit I lived through, I would be in therapy for, like, my life. But I literally, like, it took me 2 years and I'm so much better now. Seriously. I mean, to be fair, I had, like, 1 year of, like, low-key useless therapy beforehand. Which still taught me the lesson, though, that it's, how do I say that? That not every therapist needs to be good. Does that make sense? I think that's a lesson. Like, also that it's not going to be like a self-fix, like they're not going to like therapize me, but I need to like work myself. So I guess that was a good start to then actually start to get to work in with my now psychologist. My mom is religious. I'm not a fan of Christmas, my bad. Trauma anniversary is 25th of December. So Christmas sucks. I think my... Like, I didn't have, like, one, like, very, very specific situation, but the day I broke off contact with my dad was actually the 24th, I think. Was it Christmas? Like, the night to Christmas, right? Yeah. So the... Yeah, night of the 21st, but 23rd, but after 0 o'clock. So essentially morning hours of Christmas. But thankfully it's not like, I don't know, it's more like a good remembrance, I guess, because that's the day where I finally made the decision to fucking leave that person alone and live my life, because Jesus freaking Christ, did I waste time on that. Also, here are my pet tags. Name is Munster. But we also need that in the Discord with full HD images. What are you trying to, you know? Live in Iowa? I was hoping you also live in the Netherlands. Such. I mean, I bet Iowa's beautiful or something. I've considered to move to the Netherlands. I got 45 minutes before the community city hall meeting and working hard to not let my anxiety get a hold of me. How about I read through these messages and then we all together do some stretching and belly braving? I think that would be good. I'm glad. Came to say I'm probably not gonna come back. I'm gonna do shit now. Do so. Oh, we had a long talk. You were here for a long time. I get it. Go for it. Do stuff. I'm in a 16-year phase. Why is it December? Like, why is it Christmas or the day after Christmas for everybody of us? Hmm. Oh, what is this link? Have you ever heard of... I'm gonna repost that message. Just drop the wrapping paper in Discord, but I gotta go. Love you all. Love you all too. Bye, Jenny. 25th is the first day I remember my trauma, but I was really little. I'm really sorry. Yeah, trauma sucks ass, bro. Not against any people sucking ass, though. But... it's... What is, like, the thing that gives you guys peace with your trauma? Have you found one? Because I actually found one. For me, I did this. Fuck, how's it called? I just had it. Where it is gone? Rescripting. I got it. It's called, so I did rescripting trauma therapy, which is essentially you go back into that memory, you give your therapist like a quick heads up about the entire situation, then you go into that memory, you step into that memory, you relive it to before the point where sort of like a lot of like the point of, I guess, like trauma or like the big stress, I guess. And just before that moment, either you or your therapist step into that memory and you rewrite the story. I think it was probably especially helpful because I'm autistic. Because what this actually does, it's sort of like changing the emotions about situations, or sort of it can resolve these emotions. Because for me, fairness is sort of like a bigger thing, right? And like something being ethically right or ethically wrong, because it has to do with like how I believe in the world. This situation being like unfair and nobody there being to help was sort of like breaking my worldview in the sense that if that situation has happened, this world is unfair and shit. So doing this rescripting helped me to be like, that situation was unfair and shit, but our world doesn't need to be. And it's like, even in our world, people like step in a lot of the time, but there's just some times where that's not the case. But it would have been the right thing. And sort of like being able to do that for myself in that moment can like sort of like for me resolved a lot of the sort of implications to that memory. So what this also did for me, which was like a really nice side effect, like a really helpful side effect, because in a weird way, if I feel like a lot of the time, if you have childhood trauma, you are really doubtful about if you're a good person, if you really have done everything right, because you are in such a loyalty conflict. Usually with other friends, you don't have that much of a loyalty conflict, because if you have to choose between believing yourself or believing them, you usually believe yourself. If it is your parents, though, you are more likely to be in that loyalty conflict, especially if you have emotionally abusive parents who gaslight you, right? Because they attack specifically that part that you don't trust yourself anymore, but you believe them and you doubt yourself. So actually reliving these memories in that way and being able to be there for myself in that moment really helped me to, like, in a weird way, this specific thing, only having done that a couple of times, completely changed the way I was able to visualize and sort of like treat that trauma, because I didn't treat it anymore as like, this is trauma, like it broke me, it's like, it's making me, like it's annoying and it's bad, whatever. But it made me see instead of just looking at like, oh yeah, this is just trauma, now looking at this, I see a traumatized child, which is not just sort of like a sickness or a thing I have, but a part of me. And seeing this traumatized child is helping me way more to have like a really compassionate relationship with that and really take care of myself in that way, and have the ability to find out what I need to do myself in, like what I need to do for myself in that moment. Because I think that's maybe because I'm autistic, it's like really hard to sort of like get to know your emotions, right, and know what to do. So having this like having this sort of like third person sort of perspective and being like, instead of trying to figure out what you feel, look at this traumatized child and realize what they feel and how you can help them is so much easier than trying to figure out what I need in that moment. Even though this is what I need in that moment, right? Because like if I'm triggered by trauma, this is exactly the thing, like the emotions that come back, because exactly this is being triggered. And so that, I don't know, that really changed it for me. And even also just my self-image afterwards, because I really noticed like, damn, I was a fucking great child and they missed out. Like, honestly, sucks for them. I was so smart and curious and interested. I was ready to see the entire world and be explained useless shit all day. And you don't fucking use that? Like, you're bothered with me buying like a wrong keychain? Are you for real? Like, instead of like enjoying the day with your daughter, that's what you're bothered about? Like, you have issues. So, I don't know, like I was really able to just like have that love and like see myself as a kid and be like, I love myself, and I would have loved myself all day and I would have never treated myself this way, and take care of myself in that moment. Narrative exposure therapy and imaginary rescripting. Whereas I do 2 therapies. Yeah. Yeah, I did exposure therapy. I did imaginary exposure therapy. I did rescripting. Imaginary exposure therapy I didn't like. But rescripting, really love that. Normal exposure therapy, obviously I don't like it, fucking annoying, but helped. So sort of do like it. And yeah, then regular therapy. I found mine from my Native American roots and spiritually, but I learned others to help others. That's really nice. I feel like being able to help others is also sort of like emotionally healing, right? Because you're like, nobody was there for me, but now I can be there for others. It's like sort of giving it a purpose, I think. Can be a really nice way to deal with it, in a way. You of course like need to sort of like be aware that you can't you can't like project on others. Like if it goes that far, then you're like, let's not do that. But yeah. Mine is quite grave and dark. Much of my childhood trauma is from my mother and of her family members. So my comfort is that they're no longer living, but then I have not done any like reliving like that, and I'm honestly unsure if I want to. I mean, it really depends, right? Like there's a lot of different therapies, and I guess it really like if you, I don't know. I feel like if you have like a therapist right now, then they are the professionals who will sort of, I guess, tell you which therapy is maybe a good idea and which is not. I do think it really depends to find the thing which is fitting you. Oh, it is scary. It's scary as hell, don't get me wrong. It's definitely something where you need a good connection to your therapist, because you need to, like, if they can give you safety and if you feel safe with them, or especially safe with them, you can of course in their sort of, because they will help you through that, right? So the safer you are with them, the more they can help you to address bigger issues. But usually you just start sort of small, like you don't start with the biggest thing. So PTSD and CPTSD. It's like PTSD from one big situation and chronic PTSD from like many small situations, right? No? Correct me if I'm wrong, please. I was a shy, scared child. PTSD is one traumatic experience and complex PTSD. There's multiple. Okay, so PTSD probably is multiple traumatic, long-term trauma like abuse, violence, and other things. Yeah. Okay. So at least we're like, okay, it's right. Yeah. So S and I are properly educated. Honestly, so, yeah. Therapy is scary and hurts really bad. Finding the right trauma-informed care is important. Yeah. I have, I guess, like both. Well, with PTSD, it's sort of like a way, like like PTSD is, how you say that? I lack the word in English right now. Suspected, but I don't have like an official diagnosis, I think. Maybe I do have an official diagnosis. I don't know why, but I'm always unsure about the diagnoses I have. Because it's really like so unimportant to me, because I'm just because I don't speak Dutch good enough yet that I'm actually able to be in like Dutch, like with Dutch therapists and like group classes and stuff like this. I just have that one therapist, so it doesn't really matter what what the diagnosis is, because we just do what we do. A lot more like currently activating issues I want to be addressed. So maybe in the future I'll be able to consider it. I don't want to ignore my childhood trauma. It's just isn't the most pressing of my issues right now. That makes entire sense, and that's absolutely fine. So you do you and do it with your speed. It does take, like, sometimes like it doesn't. In the beginning, when I got into mental health, I wasn't even in therapy. But I just watched like a lot of mental health stuff. I was, in a weird way, I just it was, how do I phrase that? I was angry at people not fixing their problems if they can, and like not going all the way, even though like it was probably because I felt like I can't fix my problems, so at least you do. And I think it was also because like I couldn't sit, like I wasn't like emotionally available, because if they brought these emotions up, I would feel fucking stressed that the dam is gonna break and all of my emotions are gonna spill the fuck out. So that's really like a thing where like now that I'm like stopping therapy, I'm like mentally stable, I realize like, that's why they always say like you gotta get like good yourself and then you can help others. Because bro, I was pushing people for no reason, really, because everybody has their own time. And it's so important actually to not neglect that, because we don't have a perfect world. We can't offer, right now our society is not offering all the support needed. If we push somebody to the brink of suicide because they don't have a support system strong enough to actually like deal with the consequences of bringing up trauma and stuff like this, good chances it's gonna go wrong. Because the therapist is like, you see them like once a week if you have like a intense therapy once a week. If you have multiple therapies, intense, in the Netherlands, you probably have multiple times a week even. It's still not your entire fucking day, and you will have lows in between. So yeah, we like, it's like, do it on your time and do it when you have space for this. Like the motivation to combat trauma, if you realize how, like, if you're self-aware that how it's impacting you, and if you have hope that this could be better, the motivation is basically implied. Like you're gonna think about doing this and want to be doing this once you have the time, you know? I have a whole list of diagnoses. Same, bro, same. A diagnosis is a label that's a tool to learn and inform, not to let put us in a box. Exactly. That's why like diagnoses like themselves, like they don't really like do anything, right? So it's like you do whatever you do based on that diagnosis, but it's like they're more important for the therapy and the like place I get therapy at than for me. Oh my god. See, I had the same anger. A lot of that feeling for me stemmed from my mother's issues. Her refusal to address them and repair them made me like enraged. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because you have suffered under people who didn't get their mental health fixed. Yeah. I'm so jealous. I live in the US and can only afford to do therapy once or twice a month. Twice a month is pushing it financially for me. Yeah, that sucks ass. That's really annoying. This is exactly like, essentially like why the stream is here. It's like, it's 2025, but it's not accessible. Like, it's nearly 2026, but it's not accessible. I mean, maybe at some point you can move to the Netherlands, who knows? Like, low-key, I mean, I was living in Germany, right? Like, I'm German. I moved to the Netherlands and then I started therapy. I don't know, like, I don't know if the German system is so much worse or something. I was just, honestly, it also wasn't a decision like, oh, I moved to the Netherlands to get therapy. It was a decision, I'm fleeing Germany to get away from my parents because that's for sure gonna fix my issues. And then I was in the Netherlands and I noticed, like, fuck, my issues are not fixed. I need to stop denying what's going on. I need to get therapy. So that's when I started therapy. I have complex PTSD, jeez, ADHD, bipolar 1 with auditory hallucination, social anxiety and intermittent explosive disorder, anger disorder. Oof. I have 2 days a week therapy. How's it going? I'm open to speak about my struggles, hoping to help others. I think that's, yeah, that's exactly what, like, sometimes it helps us, sometimes just being open helps another person be open too and be bold like that and be brave. And I think that's low-key like what a community like this is based upon, right? It's literally about sharing, being vulnerable, and making this space a safe space for everybody to speak up. I have kids there and my boyfriend has a small business he runs here, so it would be something much more down the line. Plus it would cost a lot, which is hard right now. I mean, if you don't go to the Netherlands, but you go to Germany, you do need to know Germans are a bit more like on average, just a bit unhappier than Dutch people. But studying is free. So with kids, it could be actually financially beneficial. You literally pay like 100 to like $400 a semester. So yeah, entire studies, like entire bachelor, 2K. But to be fair, in Germany, like the right-wing party is on an uprising right now. So with their free studying might change. Who knows? Bro, I've seen a TikTok about an American girl who was crashing out because she found out that her college, university loan she took is doubled already because her fucking interest rate is like 17-19% or something. Where it's like, this was given to you when you were below 18. That's I personally consider this illegal. And this should be punished with, I don't know, scamming a minor or something. Yeah. It's like, at this point, it doesn't even make sense to pay them off, does it? Just keep your cash and die with debt. I don't know. Tell your kids to not take the inheritance because otherwise they need to pay the debt. This is like, we're laughing, but this is not funny. I wish we could make it a complete safe space, but we never can. know what triggers someone. Of course, we definitely can't. At the same time, we don't have entire responsibility to make it entirely trigger-free, right? We do have the responsibility to be that people can voice their triggers, and that we will, the best way we can, sort of like accustom that. And at least at the minimum, just support them doing whatever they need to do to regulate and not be triggered. So because I think it's not the like the goal, I think, in life to never be unhappy and to never be triggered, to never be hurt, all of that. I don't think that's a goal which is going to make us the happiest. I think a life we won't regret is a life where we didn't miss out on stuff, and where we connected intimately to the world around us and their pain. It's not free to study in the Netherlands if you take more than 10 years to finish your degree. It's not free to study in the Netherlands, period, point blank, no? I thought it cost like 10k a semester or something. I've heard of multiple people having like student debt in the ranges of like 60 to 80k in the Netherlands. Not if you're Dutch. Really, even for Dutch people? Damn. I thought even for Dutch people they pay. Or like, don't they pay like now? Or something? I'm confused. My therapist tells me all the time that the goal isn't to not feel hard feelings, but to be able to tolerate them successfully and move through them, not reject them or push them away. I mean, they also don't need to be that bad, right? We had a discussion about this the other day, where... What do you want? I sort of do wanna. Some fresh air. Yeah, tiny bit of walking at least. When do you want to leave? Okay. That's in like 70 minutes.
Oh, that night. I'm not gonna leave like that long. I don't wanna get home so late. So yeah, 8.
Okay, fair. How about... No, okay, I'm gonna try and do 8. It's not gonna be 8 anyway. So I'm at least trying to do 8. Wish me luck, I'm heading out to the mental health initiative meeting. Good luck, Oguna. I hope it works. I really, really hope it works. And you got this, you got this, you got this, okay? Breathe and be true to yourself. You're gonna crush this. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to say, we actually had a talk about this recently here on stream. That, like, sometimes I get sad, right? When like we talk about something, it gets like really deep. It sounds really, really sad. I get sad. And it's like, it's not bad. Like, I don't regret it. Like, I don't regret being sad. I don't, like, you don't need to, like, worry about me. You don't need to care for me. It's fine. You don't need to, like, make me happy or anything after you've made me sad. Like, you don't have the responsibility for my emotions in this way. And it's fine when I'm sad. I know how to regulate my emotions. And I think it's actually a sign of something beautiful, right? Because it means that I can feel so deeply with another person, and that also makes me as like good at what I do, right? So I don't know, like whenever you see me be sad, don't worry. I heard they changed all the rules for the study loans. Yeah, they raised the interest, I think. Even though like they like promised back then that it would be that they wouldn't raise it, but they still did. A friend of mine actually was able to finish off and like completely pay back before that happened. But yeah, did come sort of as a surprise. I struggle with some feelings because I was punished for having feelings and not just being happy. I know that. Or working through regulating being outside of my window of tolerance and learning tools still on how to regulate myself through that. And still reminders from my therapist that play in my brain. Yeah, I've been there too. Feelings in the household I come from, especially sad feelings in any type of discussion or any type of feelings in a discussion, would essentially mean you're weak, you instantly lost, you don't need to be listened to, you can now be disrespected, they have pity with you because you're so weak, and yeah. Great. So it's a tough road, but I don't know, like maybe it can help you as well to sort of like reconnect with your inner child a little bit. Not in like an ambiguous way, but really to imagine you as a kid and find the love in yourself for that kid and hold on to that. Because like that's what I was trying to describe before. Like that's really what helps me a lot. Because every time that voice comes in my head from my mom or my dad or anybody which is judgmental, the love for me as a child is bigger. Like I'm the fierce mom now with that child, and they are just like a nasty aunt or something. And I'm like, actually, shut the fuck up. Check yourself, mate. You know? And that's really, really helping to just also just be like, you know what, kiddo? Don't listen to them. I'll love you. It helps to be there for myself. I'm also growing up being male. Are you ashamed for talking about your feelings? Yeah, it's like, honestly, like, it's weird to say, but I can relate to you so much because of how I grew up. Because, yeah, like, crying, no, you fucking don't. Like, you're so weak if you cry, what the fuck? Like, you're clearly not in control of your emotions. So, like, I don't know. The only, also with the part of, like, being angry, like, anger being the only accepted emotion, the same, bro. Like, I grew up with toxic masculinity. So, I hear you. It's still actually, like, so hard to cry. And it's also still actually so hard to properly show emotions. Yeah. Like, I'm learning and training every day. But I know what I gotta do. Now I just gotta get better at it. Yeah. Same, Nicotino. I've been in foster care. My foster dad would beat the living shit out of me if I came home crying. Nice. Amazing. Fuck him. I don't understand people who beat their children. It's crazy to me. It's a fucking kid, bro. Why are you threatened? Like, why do... when, like, that's really, like, I have, like, a big mother sort of instinct. Like, protection instinct. I have 2 sisters, and My mum is not really as protective, so a lot of the time I was really like sort of taking up that role, being really protective about them, and I don't know. Yeah. That's why I could never be like a child psychologist, I think, because I could. If I would hear shit like that, I would go around and like start killing people. Seriously. It's like, as a psychologist, you sort of need to like stay regulated, right? Stuff like this, no. Really tough. By my biologic parents, and they made it only worse. I don't even understand. Why do you take a kid if you never wanted a kid? Yeah. Like the point that they are foster parents? Huh? You didn't need to have that kid. All about money. It's really crazy to me that that's a thing in America, by the way. It's really crazy to me because from what I know, the like social, like the social benefits of having children is like smaller than in all other European countries. Not like other than in European countries. Yeah. Oh, true, because you're in the Netherlands. What the fuck? Yeah. I just thought like the system would be like harder to fool, I guess, or something in the Netherlands. It's really like, honestly, I'm such a fan of educating children of their rights. I think it should be in every school. If I would have fucking known my rights, oh my lord, I wouldn't have contact to my dad. My dad manipulated me to the point that I didn't call my mum anymore, but by her first name. That I didn't call my sisters anymore, but stepsisters. Imagine how disgusting that is. Oh, yeah, I'm really sorry for your experience. That really sucks. So, guys, the thing I do have to say is I was supposed to end stream in 6 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, with kids, it's like... I'm really protective. Like, I never... I didn't really like... I do not really like... I'm not interested in having kids. I do believe I'm going to end up with a kid at some point, just because I'm going to save one at some point. It's... yeah. It's bound to happen. Until then, I can only work on myself to get better, to be able to be an actually good mom. So that's the goal, I guess. Until then, I'm just gonna help you kids. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. At least we do, our society does sort of get better in an overarching theme, usually. I am so sorry, but let's get to the end of the stream. I really, really appreciate every one of you being vulnerable and sharing everything with me. And I hope we're gonna see each other in the next stream, because I would love to talk more to you guys. And I'm really sorry I'm sort of like ending the stream like this now, even though there's still something to talk about, because usually I honestly literally wait until there's nothing to talk about anymore, and then I stop stream, because I just really don't want to not have the space for a person anymore. But I've been sitting here now nearly 8 hours, and it's getting to a point where that's also unhealthy. So, MG Gaming, you're really not helping to make this sort of like an easy choice for me here. I mean, it's definitely a part of me to make this a safe space for everybody of you, right? But it's also really important that you work with me on this, because only me trying to make this a safe space is not going to cut it, because this will only be a safe space if everybody of us is working together to make this a safe space. And so comments like these are not as funny, you know? Because people are struggling with this. And I mean, we do have like a bias in our community, right? That we're more like the people are struggling with this instead of the people who are not. So if it's sort of more for like, if it's for the purpose of like a joke or with sarcasm, it's something we sort of like can just leave out and make it an easier time for everybody, because for other people it might not be sarcasm, right? And in this stream there's definitely sometimes a situation where I know of a lot of people, they are unwell, right? Like we've had people here in stream which are suicidal. So sometimes I really don't know if there won't be a next time. But that is not something where, for the possibility, I can sacrifice my own health for the entire time, because then this sort of format will not be available for long, because I would just burn out or not be any help, because I'm myself exhausted from this. So let's stay cozy. Exactly. But it's also not something which is like only for me maybe a worry, right? But it can also at some point become for the people in the community a worry. So it's just something where like we will be confronted with this. And it's definitely, it is sort of like a point where at some points we will worry about this. So I just want to sort of like leave out the times where we don't need that to be the case. Especially since like sarcasm is like really hard to like know, right, through text. And since we have a lot of people in this community who are also autistic, it's like sarcasm is sometimes for some people especially hard to catch. So we either need to really clarify it very, very obviously, but the easiest way is just really to leave it out. Yeah, or like really, really clarifying it. Yeah. So now to the favorite moment, and we got to be a little bit quick about this, okay? We're gonna do some stretching, some belly breathing, and then we're gonna do all stars. Because we've been sitting at the PC for a while. Even if you've only been sitting at the PC for half an hour, that's actually already the time where, at least in the presentation Zach did about this sometime, we should move and can use some stretches to help us with the effects of, yeah, of sitting. So let's do that. Let's sit on the front of our chair and just sort of with our hands, let them hanging, but then sort of reach down to the floor. Not far. Not to the point where you have pain or anything, of course. Just sort of mobilizing our lower back again because the lower back especially is the part which gets like really rigid if you sit for a long time. And it's really important actually to have that mobility in our back, because otherwise we can, for example, get headache or get really tense back muscles or get tense neck muscles. And tense back muscles can really they can mess up a whole bunch. So this exercise this is provided by my chiropractor, because she told me to do this every time I sort of have been sitting at the PC to mobilize my lower back. So just sharing that with you. What does that do with the cold water? If you stand up, just also really getting that blood flow going again can really help. So just shaking your arms and legs. You can even jump. But just really also this exercise, I don't know if you know it. Usually this is more known to people who are swimmers. But this is definitely also getting the blood going again. Woo. It makes you feel less sore after. I see. I think stretching too, no? Woo. All right. So now that we got our blood flow going a bit again, let's do some belly breathing. This is good for everybody struggling with anxiety, but actually just really for everybody. It's reducing stress, and it's just helping us to really calm down, be in our body again, connect with our bodies, feel what's going on, what we need. So it can help especially for autistic people who struggle with noticing their emotions, or anybody who really learn to suppress their emotions, to get calm and have a chance to sort of feel what's going on again. So you put you just sit on a chair, one hand on your chest, one hand on your belly, and then you try to really breathe in the belly, in the abdomen, but you have this hand on your chest to sort of check that you don't breathe like this and lift your chest, but you just have your chest stay the same and really only breathe in your belly. Can you whistle with fingers? No, I can't. I'm sorry. So just breathe in deep, and then when you breathe out, sort of give some resistance with your lips, and sort of breathe through them, to hopefully breathe out longer than you were breathing in. So this has hopefully calmed you down a little bit and helped you to get a little bit more in tune with your body. Maybe notice that the air is actually a bit stale in your room and you should air out your room. Maybe notice that you actually need a tea because your throat is hurting a little bit. Or that you need some water because you're actually kind of thirsty. Or maybe you notice that you're actually hungry and didn't eat for a while. Maybe you notice that you just need a little bit more stretching or need a walk outside. And that's really good too. So now at the last thing, but we need to be a little bit quick with this because it's already 10 after, is All Stars. It's a thing we always do in my stream. At the end of every stream, we share what was the best moment of the stream, like which moment we liked the most. And it doesn't have to do with me, it can have to do with somebody else in the stream. And it can have to do with yourself. It can be anything. It can be an entire conversation. It can be a specific topic being brought up. But yeah, it's just what was your favorite, most memorable moment in stream, everybody? For me, it actually has to do with myself. I know I could now just say like, oh, the raid was so amazing, and it was. But my favorite moment was actually the part where in the talk with White Milk after the raid, where we sort of got derailed, that I noticed and I stayed true to myself and stopped that conversation. And I think that was, I don't know, that was a thing where it's usually hard for me to notice stuff like this because I can sometimes get like sort of stuck in a topic. So I was really, I don't know, I'm really proud of myself that I did notice, and I'm really proud of the way I sort of like redirected this to a different topic. Because, yeah, I think it's very important that everything here is out of free will and that the conversation never turns into this missionating, convincing people style. And that there's always a place for everybody to be right. And that it never turns to like, oh, but somebody knows better. Because we don't. So I was sort of like really glad that I noticed the like sort of mismatch in communication, and that instead of trying to sort of like make White Milk see my point, because I of course had a point, I was just like, actually, this is not how we started into this communication. And this communication had a different goal, and we got so far away. And like this right now, it's actually not useful. So to me, that was my favorite moment because I was really proud of that. And I'm really proud for, yeah, how I sort of resolved that. And yeah, it makes me feel like I'm a good host and for a safe space like this. If that makes sense. The water was peaked, the spilling water experiment. Yeah. That one was funny as well. Yeah. Oh. That was, yeah. Don't expect me to do that every week, okay? because if we do that often, the floor might actually not like it. But I also think that was actually really really nice. I loved how it was intentionally meant for white milk, but then 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻 was like, what the fuck did you just do? What the heck is going on? And it was like, oh, okay. we might need to be talking about this again. That was really funny. Oh. So, anybody else want to take part in the All-Stars moment, like favorite moment of stream? Because otherwise, I'm just gonna dip out of here, right here and now. I'm just gonna drink one last time and then I gotta go. I gotta run, like the shop has only open for like 45 minutes. So if anybody wanna still say something, like say it now. Oh. Oh. No. You may not. You may not. So, goodbye everybody. Here's my Discord for everybody who wants to take part in it. This is the YouTube channel, or like, well, it's, yeah, no, this is the YouTube channel where all the VODs are, and also the VOD from today is going to be there. And if whoever like is here wants to support this stream, and that I'm able to offer this, then they can, for example, buy my merch or hit up my Etsy account, and everything is linked below the stream. So, oh, joy fluids. I'm going offline. I'm really sorry, but I have to run. We have to go somewhere still, and we only have like 44 minutes now. But I hope I see you next time. Bye.